From an orphan with nowhere to go, he rose to become the #1 assassin in the world. A martial arts prodigy feared by all. Before he even turned 20, he had reached the pinnacle of the sword path, manifesting his sword intent, and every swing of his blade held enough earth-shattering power to sunder mountains and part rivers. They called him the Mountain River Slasher. He made a living sending people to the afterlife. But his style was unbelievably strange. He never used sneak attacks, preferring to knock on their doors for a formal challenge. He'd make a simple wager. If I lose, my life is yours to take. If you lose, I'll be borrowing that head on your shoulders. This arrogant rule applied to everyone, even Heijun, the Sword King who once threw the martial world into chaos, even the top master of the evil sect, who commanded tens of thousands of undead, faced only one outcome against him: complete and utter annihilation. But the story of this ultimate warrior begins with a weak boy named Mook-Hyang, the victim of a fateful kidnapping at a very young age, thrown into a living hell. He was forced through inhuman training, honing his instincts until he became a soulless killing machine. Time passed silently. The boy from back then had now transformed into the demonic cult's #1 assassin, codenamed 2044. Once a name entered his kill list, Mook-Hyang's blade would be the last thing they ever saw. The very day he returned from a mission, before he could even taste a drop of wine, 3 of his fellow disciples silently blocked his path, clearly looking to jump him. It was no surprise. The 3 of them had been salty about Mook-Hyang for a long time. He was just a rookie, a fresh face. Yet his rank was already leagues above theirs. So of course they were bitter. But the title of #1 assassin wasn't just for show. Mook-Hyang only needed a few basic moves, and all 3 of them got a face full of fists, without a single miss. Out of respect for their shared discipleship, he didn't send them to meet their makers. The matter settled. For a few days, all the elite assassins, including Mook-Hyang, received an urgent summons from the sect leader of the Heavenly Wolf Sect. Before them, the old man revealed a shocking secret from 80 years ago. It was about the Fallen Blood Cult, an evil sect that had once drowned the martial world in a sea of blood. Intelligence reports indicated they were secretly refining an army of the undead, clearly plotting their return. Mook-Hyang's team's mission was this: find their stronghold at all costs. Before it was too late, the thick darkness swallowed the forest as the team of 5 began their operation. Leading them was Rion, the only woman in the group. Following her was a scarred-faced punk named Huan Su, a guy with a bizarre head wrap called Ma Chick, and finally, the long-haired scholar, Jin Chun. The team of 5 ventured deep into the treacherous woods. Suddenly, Rion screamed in terror. Jin Chun, watch out! Right behind him, the ground suddenly split open, and a horde of bloodthirsty undead crawled out. One of them, quick as a flash, lunged forward, its sharp claws tearing through the air. Luckily, Jin Chun was as sharp as he was handsome, managing to draw his sword just in time to block the lethal pounce. A split second later, and he would have been toast. Seizing the opportunity, Mook-Hyang appeared out of nowhere, cleanly striking the undead from behind a flawless kill steal. He figured these were just outer ring sentinels. Taking them out quickly shouldn't be a problem. As he finished speaking, the team, without a word, drew their weapons and charged into the horde of monsters. But they had no idea that their every move was being watched by a mysterious figure. From the shadows, a subordinate knelt to report. Reporting to the vice sect leader, intruders have breached the western barrier. Hearing the report, the vice sect leader, seated high above, merely smirked and issued a chilling command: send out the undead and our new toys. The moment the order was given, the battlefield became incredibly tense. The undead were, after all, already dead. They fought without tiring, but the stamina of the living was finite. Machik, panting heavily, glanced at Mook-Hyang, his mind reeling in shock. This guy, he's really on another level. While the rest of the team was growing exhausted, Mook-Hyang remained completely composed, felling an undead with every strike, without breaking a single drop of sweat. Just when they thought the battle was decided, a dark figure suddenly flickered into view atop a tall tree, its appearance startling all 5 of them. The figure was a woman. Her hair was a brilliant, blood red, and her crimson pupils were as cold and sharp as a snake's eyes. She waved her hand, summoning a completely new type of undead, One, the fallen blood cult had just successfully developed. But when he saw the face of one of them, Mook-Hyang, the man who never showed emotion, froze in place. Himself. Because that guy was one of the old clients on his hit list. It turns out, the fallen blood cult had discovered a formula to create a new type of undead warrior. By reusing the corpses of fallen martial artists. Their cover was blown. And with time running out, the group had to act fast. Mook-Hyang decided to split off, scouting ahead to find the fallen blood cult's lair. So the dude just straight up went away from keyboard mid-combat. Leaving his fuming comrades behind, the team's strongest carry suddenly ghosted them, throwing everyone into a panic. Before long, Mook-Hyang discovered a mysterious cave hidden deep within the forest. Just as you'd expect. Inside was the main headquarters of the fallen blood cult, where they were mass-producing emotionless fighting machines. He was just about to turn back and warn his comrades when the world suddenly started spinning, and the chi in his body stagnated. Damn it. They had poisoned the air around here at some point. Just then, the vice leader of the fallen blood cult finally decided to show his face. His plan was to use Mook-Hyang's body to create a limited edition undead warrior that was several times stronger. Meanwhile, the other four had managed to fight their way out of the encirclement, and they immediately followed his trail to the cave Mook-Hyang had found. Before their eyes, he was already beaten to a pulp, his clothes torn to rags. No matter how much of a beast Mook-Hyang was, facing an entire army of undead that felt no pain or fear was an impossible task. On the verge of life and death, Mook-Hyang suddenly recalled his grueling training days. He had always wondered if there was such a thing as the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. Sword wind, flying wind, and then flying sword. How could he reach that realm? Snapping back to reality, he let out a slight smirk. They say a top-tier master can wipe out dozens of men with a single move. The aura around him suddenly shifted. Killing is simple enough. Let me show you all the true taste of despair. Witnessing this, the vice leader's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that while being completely cornered, Mook-Hyang could actually break through to a new realm and master a whole new level of swordsmanship. His sword was now a deadly whirlwind. With every swing, another one bit the dust. Within a 5-step radius, anyone who dared approach was shredded into 100 pieces by his sword chi. The vice leader was so scared he froze on the spot, wondering if this kid was using some kind of cheat to be so overpowered. Very quickly, the entire undead horde lay dead, leaving only Mook-Hyang standing alone with his sword in the middle of a graveyard of his own making. He made a slight move, flash-stepping behind the vice leader, unleashing a clean finishing blow. But the vice leader was no pushover. In the nick of time, he dodged the fatal blow, leaving only his shattered mask behind. Before fleeing, he threw down a challenge. I will remember the name Mook-Hyang. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Just try to stay alive until that day. Right after he left, Mook-Hyang's comrades rushed in and quickly carried him outside. They couldn't believe their eyes. This graveyard littered with undead corpses was the handiwork of him alone. If this was real, then just where was the limit to this monster named Mook-Hyang's power? In the end, thanks to Mook-Hyang's report, the fallen blood cult's rebellious plot was completely annihilated by the Imperial court's army of 70,000 soldiers. After his great achievement, our main character was escorted back to the demonic cult's headquarters to recover. For his immense contributions this time, the leader of the demonic cult decided to pour all their resources into nurturing him into an unparalleled swordsman. A few days later, the leader sent a man to train him personally. This man was known throughout the martial world by the title, Purple Ring Sword. Liu Bai. Liu Bai had previously instructed Mook-Hyang to take his time and recover completely before reporting to the demonic cult. And yet, Mook-Hyang eagerly explained that he just wanted to get back to his training regimen as soon as possible. Hearing this, Liu Bai's face darkened as he scolded him. You're too reckless. Kid, do you have a death wish or something? In this world, people like you are just foolish daredevils. Nothing but a stubborn blockhead. Our MC could only stand there and take it, getting a serious lecture from his new master. The master's word was as unmovable as a mountain, so arguing was pointless. Liu Bai immediately complied, circulating his true essence and condensing all his power into the demonic sword. A bone-chilling black aura of death billowed from the blade, and in the next instant, he unleashed an earth-shattering strike directly at the roaring waterfall. The moment the sword chi made contact, the heavens and earth trembled, The entire mountain valley was instantly flattened into a plain. With rocks crumbling to dust in an apocalyptic scene, Liu Bai calmly sheathed his sword, a glint of approval in his eyes. From this day forward, this old master will teach you everything I know. Let's see just how far you can go on the path of the sword. The reputation of Liu Bai, the Death Ring sword, was truly well-deserved. Our main character could only submit in complete awe, bowing his head to formally accept him as his master. Disciple Mook-Hyang humbly accepts Senior Liu Bai's teachings. What was once a serene mountain range had instantly transformed into a hellscape, the ground splitting open as rocks rained down like a meteor shower. After that incredible display of power, Liu Bai smiled faintly and began to explain things to Mook-Hyang in a gentle tone. The ancients taught that when sword intent and one's will merge, achieving the state of man and sword as one, even a dry twig in hand is enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. But in the end, that is merely a legendary realm. Liu Bai raised his demonic sword, black energy swirling around it, and continued. What is known as sword aura can simulate the power of sword chi by pouring internal energy into a weapon. However, this method consumes an immense amount of true essence, and the difference between them is like night and day. That's an understatement. Mook-Hyang's hands were still trembling, the aftershock from that last strike leaving him speechless with only a single thought in his mind. Unbelievable. If a mere simulated sword aura has this much power, then just how terrifying is the strength of true sword chi? Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In a flash, 10 years had passed. 10 years of arduous training, and I still can't even touch the threshold of sword chi. What am I missing? Just as Mook-Hyang was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly spoke from behind him, as if it had been there for a long time. Are you meditating? Mook-Hyang didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Senior Liu Bai. You're here. But a flicker of surprise crossed Liu Bai's own eyes as he sensed Mook-Hyang's presence. The old master thought to himself, this kid's aptitude is only average. Yet he's already reached this threshold in such a short time? Good. Very good, he asked curiously. How is your progress? Mook-Hyang answered honestly. I'm still stuck at the final hurdle, unable to find a breakthrough. Hearing this, Liu Bai reassured him. Haste makes waste. The more impatient you are, the more of your internal energy you'll waste for nothing. Just calm your mind and continue your training, and the path will eventually reveal itself. Sigh. Perhaps I'm getting more sentimental in my old age. Seeing you as the final disciple of my life has changed my disposition a bit. I'm already over 70 years old. You know. Mook-Hyang's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. Wah. What? Liu Bai just chuckled and turned the question back on him. What about you? How old are you this year? Mook-Hyang answered a bit sheepishly. I'm 29. Liu Bai squinted at him teasingly. You look like you're barely 20. Or have you secretly mastered the youth-retaining art? Mook-Hyang frantically waved his hands. Of course not. Do you really think I look this way because of some youth-retaining technique? Liu Bai stretched and replied lazily. If your internal energy isn't refined, it will naturally affect your appearance. It's just that the signs aren't obvious yet. If you keep this up, your muscles will gradually wear down. If you try to use internal energy or the youth-retaining art to forcefully defy the laws of nature, you must be extremely careful. At some point, your body will become extremely sensitive. Mook-Hyang smiled, respectfully accepting his master's teachings. I will take your words to heart. Liu Bai glanced at him, then casually dropped a bombshell that hit like a bolt of lightning. Prepare yourself. You'll have to train on this mountain for a few more decades. Mook-Hyang froze on the spot, stammering as if he couldn't believe his ears. A few more decades? All the passion in his body was instantly extinguished as if doused by ice water. At first, he thought his master was just joking, but a year later, Mook-Hyang's body had undergone a complete transformation, becoming stronger and more solid than ever before. During a training session, Mook-Hyang suddenly remembered something and asked, Senior, now that I think about it, whatever happened to the Blood Fiend cult? Liu Bai paused, his gaze growing distant. That? I'm not sure. Perhaps they. Could it withstand the storms of time? Another autumn passed. Mook-Hyang switched to practicing the zither. As soon as he caught a glimpse of Ryubek, he quickly spoke up. Senior, have you ever heard of the Dark Heavenly Demon Sect? The only answer he received was a shake of the head. I'm not familiar with them. Besides, kid, think about how many years we've been stuck on this godforsaken mountain. A few years later, over a simple meal. Mook-Hyang couldn't shake his old habit. Those masters who comprehended sword ki, they must still be alive. Right? Ryubek brutally threw cold water on his hopes. I don't know. Perhaps those old bones have all returned to dust. Spring passed into summer. Autumn into winter. Mook-Hyang's cycle was nothing but training and more training. An ascetic path of extreme hardship. It felt like climbing a tower with no top. He was lost and aimless, reaching the brink of despair from being unable to break through to the next realm. Countless people had given up on this path. But he did it. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Mook-Hyang had finally reached the gate of great mastery. A tyrannical wave of sword ki, an earth-shattering pressure, began to radiate from the sword in his hand. Mook-Hyang decisively drew his sword, pouring all his essence into a single strike straight down at the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked open. Rubble flew, and dust obscured the entire sky. Even Ryubek was stunned by this destructive power. Impressive. Is this the true sword ki? Overjoyed, the old man clapped Mook-Hyang on the shoulder. Congratulations. From this day forward, you are the #1 swordsman. This old man can finally die content, having witnessed true sword ki. But Mook-Hyang didn't seem happy at all. He was lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the cold, sharp blade. Noticing his strange expression, Ryubek couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Mook-Hyang finally confessed what had been on his mind. I've reached the realm I've always dreamed of. But my heart feels empty. It's as if there's another heaven above this one. An unfathomably deep realm. Recognizing the burning ambition in Mook-Hyang's eyes, Ryubek asked with a serious face. Is your goal perhaps the great Nine Hui divine sword master? Mook-Hyang nodded. Yes. He is the grandmaster who surpassed the transcendent realm and reached the peak of the enlightened realm within the orthodox sects. Ryubek didn't hide anything, eagerly adding more information. That's right. That realm is equivalent to the demon-seizing realm of our demonic sect. No one in the demonic sect has ever touched the threshold of the demon-seizing realm, which is why this old man has exhausted his mind thinking about this path. I intended to search for clues to a breakthrough within the Northern Sea divine art. It's the life's work of Nine Hui, a compilation of the martial arts of the 8 Seas nation. If you successfully master this technique, you can absorb the chi of heaven and earth and convert it into endless internal energy. Then, you will achieve an enlightenment on a completely new level. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to learn more. You should occasionally study the script of the 8 Seas nation. You never know when it might come in handy in a crisis. One must know the languages of the world to hope to go far. Mook-Hyang was stunned. There was so much to do. His mind was a tangled mess. Ryubek looked up at the blue sky with a satisfied expression. Well then, let's go down the mountain. Mook-Hyang hurriedly clasped his hands. Yes. I will obey your command. Senior, Ryubek urged him on. Good. Let's get a move on. Mook-Hyang was dumbfounded. Huh? So soon? We're leaving right now? On a winding mountain road, a single horse-drawn carriage rolled along slowly. The driver was an old man with snow-white hair. Seeing someone, Mook-Hyang quickly raised his hand to signal. Old sir, may I ask? Is there any room left in the carriage? The old man replied. Would it be a bother to travel together? Mook-Hyang was overjoyed. No bother. No bother at all. We're in your care, old sir. With that, the old man gestured with his chin for him to go to the back. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged man and a young woman sat facing each other. The man pulled back the curtain, asking inquisitively, Young man, where are you headed? Mook-Hyang replied, I'm going to Heavenly Paradise. I need to stop by the First Heaven Pavilion. The middle-aged man suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. It seems we have a martial artist who has just come down from the mountains. Reminds me of my own youth. What a coincidence. We're heading the same way. Young friend. It seems we're headed the same way. Why don't we travel together for a while? Mook-Hyang cupped his fists and replied humbly. Then this junior gratefully accepts your kind offer. Senior. The old man suddenly asked a very personal question. Kindness? It's nothing. By the way, have you settled down and started a family yet? Mook-Hyang was slightly taken aback. His smile, a little forced. This junior is focused on cultivating a special internal art. So I dare not think about matters of the heart for now. But in his mind, he thought something else. Of course I'm making this up. Hearing this, the old man frowned slightly and spoke from experience. An internal heart art? Few have ever achieved greatness with that path. The little girl, beside him, her big round eyes lit up with curiosity. What's an internal heart art? Grandpa, is it some kind of incredible ultimate technique? The old man stroked his beard, explaining with an air of profound knowledge. It is a type of internal art that can amplify one's power manifold. But it contains countless fatal flaws, forcing most people to only admire it from a distance. The little girl's face grew even more eager. What? Fatal flaws? Grandpa? Tell me. I'm dying of curiosity, the old man suddenly snapped, shattering the atmosphere. This is grown-up talk. What's a child like you meddling for? I'm speaking with Brother Mook-Hyang here. The little girl immediately fell silent, shrinking into a corner of the carriage and muttering to herself, I was just curious. As the carriage entered the magnificent capital city, the little girl was instantly captivated by the bustling scene. Grandpa. Look, that's so beautiful. The horse-drawn carriage rolled steadily along the stone-paved road. At a crowded tavern, after they had settled in, the old man chuckled. Young friend, do you enjoy a few cups of wine? The old man even slapped his chest generously. This meal is on this old man. Just order whatever you like. Mook-Hyang nodded politely. In that case, this junior won't be a stranger. Suddenly, a loud bam echoed through the tavern, drawing everyone's attention to the opposite table, where a group of fierce-looking men were causing trouble. You little small fry dare to show your faces in the Black Temple Sect's territory? If you're looking for a fight, step up. Otherwise get lost. This table isn't for trash like you. The old man took a sip of wine, completely unfazed. It's those brats from the so-called righteous sects again, always preaching morality with a belly full of daggers. Mook-Hyang frowned slightly. Senior, shouldn't we lend a hand? Is it possible that you don't practice martial arts? The old man was momentarily flustered by his question. Damn it. This old man hasn't said a word, and he's already seen through me, but to save face, he still tried to appear profound and mysterious. Those few small fry, this old man could finish them with a flick of a finger. But the real problem is the 5 shadows lurking in that corner over there. They are the 5 fiends of Wushan. All of them have blood on their hands. They're not to be trifled with. Mook-Hyang pondered for a moment. Then, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly stood up. On the peak of Snowy Mountain, shrouded in mist, Liu Bai stood alone. He looked up at the silhouette of a falcon gliding across the sky. Is that an eagle? To sharpen you. This mountain has become desolate. Now, I release a tiger back into the wild, and can only hope you do not become a scourge to the innocent. Back at the tavern, Mook-Hyang strode forward, his aura as imposing as a tiger hunting its prey, aimed directly at the arrogant thugs. The old man and the little girl rushed in to see what happened, only to be stunned into silence by the scene of devastation inside. The entire tavern was wrecked as if a storm had passed through. Not a single table was left intact. The old man burst out laughing, slapping his thigh in approval. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly a young talent with astonishing power. The little girl hid behind him, her eyes wide with admiration. How? How can he be so powerful? The old man stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's surveying the battlefield. Look closely. The cut is clean as a whistle. See? A single sword strike split the alloy blade in 2. All of them had their meridians shattered by aura chi from a distance. 9 out of 10 of them don't even know why they were suddenly kicked out of the martial world. This old man truly misjudged this kid. A technique of this caliber, I fear he has already reached the threshold of the peak transformation realm. I just hope the capital city won't be plunged into a bloody storm this time. After cleaning up the thugs, Mook-Hyang followed a path deep into the capital city to a large building. I am here to receive a mission. This is my token of appointment. An official named Yang Bai took the token, examined it carefully, and said, Confirmed. You may enter. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man was already waiting. I am Fang Qian, the general manager here. Who are you? Mook-Hyang calmly replied. I am Mook-Hyang, an assassin, a first-class assassin, from the Black Assassination Squad. Lord Fang's mind reeled. The Black Assassination Squad? Isn't that the most notorious cleanup crew of the demonic cult? And a top-tier assassin at that. Mook-Hyang simply replied with humility. I am but a nameless nobody in the martial world. I will be in your care from now on. Hearing this, Lord Feng shot to his feet, hastily cupping his fists in a salute. His voice filled with shock. The Black Assassination Squad? How rude. How incredibly rude of me. This humble one was blind. Please forgive me. Young master, Mook-Hy, and quickly waved his hand. Looking apologetic. My lord. There is absolutely no need for such formalities. I am just an ordinary person. You can just treat me as a nobody. Lord Fang immediately understood, and lowered his voice to ask, so, this trip of yours, young master, does it require absolute secrecy? Mook-Hy nodded. That's right. Please inform your subordinates to just call me Liu Xiang, just arrange it so no one becomes suspicious, allowing me to operate freely. By the way, he added, the forces of our cult stationed here. About how many masters are there? Lord Feng answered without hesitation. The guard force consists of about 1,000 men, and the elite personnel sent on special missions number exactly 100. All of them operate in the shadows, unbound by good or evil. But these special assignments often require extremely high levels of martial skill. He suddenly looked worried. Not even my own family can know. I have a few reckless children. I'm afraid they might offend you. Young master, Mook-Hy. Stood up, his gaze turning ice cold as he declared decisively, this matter. The fewer people who know, the safer it is, and pass the word down. Absolutely no one is to wander around my quarters. I will take my leave now. Only when Mook-Hyan's back had disappeared did Lord Fang dare to let out a breath. Cold sweat soaking his robes, not some small-time martial artist, but a top-tier assassin. The subordinate, seeing his master's pale face, cautiously spoke up. My lord, are you all right? Lord Feng wearily asked back. What do you think? The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then timidly reported, lately, there's a rumor in the martial world that a mysterious swordsman appeared at the Celestial Unity Pavilion, slaughtering all the masters of the Martial Hall sect in a single move. Could it be? That young master? A monster. An unimaginable monster has set foot in this place. At the same time, in the bustling streets below, an angry shout suddenly ripped through the air. You little brat. Daring to pickpocket again? A loud smack echoed as Soen stumbled to the ground from a heavy slap. But the shopkeeper wasn't done and continued to roar. Didn't you learn your lesson from the last beating? Get over here. Today, I'm gonna teach you a lesson you'll never forget for being so stubborn. With that, he raised his burly arm, about to bring down another cruel blow on the little girl. But in that very instant, Mook-Hy appeared like a phantom, his steel-like hand gripping the man's wrist. The shopkeeper whipped around, his eyes burning with killing intent. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Mook-Hy spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Don't you think you're being too harsh on a child? The man yanked his hand back, arguing stubbornly. Too harsh? Instead of working for a living, all she does is steal. Hearing this, Mook-Hy silently took out a pouch of silver and held it out to the man. Take it. Consider it payment for the girl's meal. The shopkeeper snatched the pouch like lightning, glaring as he warned, You're lucky this time. Don't let me catch you again. Soen remained on the ground, her teary eyes watching pitifully. After the shopkeeper stomped away angrily, Mook-Hy then knelt down, gently brushing the dust off the girl's clothes and asked, Are you okay? Soen answered in a small voice. Yes, sir. He looked straight into her eyes and asked again, Why did you steal? Can't you find a job to earn money? Soen lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. My mother is very sick at home. I'm too young. No one will hire me for any work. Hearing the girl's pitiful situation, Mook-Hy sighed softly and stood up. All right, take me to your home. Soen looked up with her big, round eyes, confused. For what, sir? Mook-Hy gave a rare, slight smile. If you want a job, I naturally have to ask your mother's permission first. Right? Soen led the way for him, arriving at a dilapidated straw hut standing alone in a barren field. It's here, sir. The little girl called softly inside, Mom, I'm home. But as Mook-Hy stepped over the threshold, a horrifying sight met his eyes. freezing him in place. Soen burst into tears. Mom. Mom's in pain again. The mother's body was limp, completely devoid of life. Without a word, Mook-Hyang hoisted her onto his back and rushed to the clinic. The old physician's bony fingers carefully rested on her wrist. And after a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. She'll live. The moment the mother regained her strength, she burst into tears, endlessly repeating her thanks. Sir, I don't know how I can ever repay this kindness. Mook-Hyang just smirked. It's a small matter. Don't give it a second thought. From now on, you and your daughter can come to my estate and find work. In any case, it's better than your old place. The mother and daughter were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their own ears that such great fortune had fallen upon them. Really? But why? Mook-Hyang bent down and ruffled the little girl's hair, his voice tinged with a bit of teasing. Of course, it gets dreadfully boring living in that big house all by myself. Your mother needs to rest. Let's go play outside for a bit. As soon as they got to the courtyard, little Soen's eyes went wide with curiosity. Big brother, are you a martial artist too? The little girl gestured wildly as she spoke. You ran so incredibly fast earlier. I've seen martial artists at the market who can even fly through the sky. Can you fly like a bird too? The young man crouched down to her level and answered honestly. I can't fly. The naive Soen believed him completely. So you must be really weak then. Mook-Hyang played along, pretending to be dejected. Of course I am. I'm so weak that I have to live in this shabby house. Do you really want to learn martial arts that badly? Soen's eyes immediately lit up as she nodded furiously. Yes, more than anything. Seeing her determined expression, Mook-Hyang couldn't help but smile. All right then. I'll teach you some of the most basic techniques. This is called the Tai Hu Vo Lin cultivation method. Just practice diligently and you'll naturally grow stronger. Soen beamed like a flower in bloom, her resolve as firm as steel. Then you have to practice with me so you can get stronger too. Mook-Hyang gave a wry smile and nodded in agreement, but he didn't forget to warn her. Remember, you must never, ever teach this cultivation method to anyone else. Night slowly began to fall. On a desolate mountainside, an escort convoy moved silently through the night. The moment their shadows appeared, the bandits' lookouts were alerted. A henchman leaped away to report to his master, his voice filled with excitement. Boss, the shipment has arrived. The leader flashed a set of yellowed teeth and let out a savage laugh. Brothers, get ready to party. A gold mine just walked right up to our door. A plume of black smoke rose from the mountaintop, signaling the start of a bloody hunt. The battle was swift and brutal. The men from the escort agency were quickly cut to pieces by the horde of bandits, their blood staining the path. An escort leader gritted his teeth and yelled, You bastards! Do you have any idea who we work for? The bandit chief just sneered. Of course I do. You all reek of money. The escort leader warned furiously. Once my sect finds out about this, there won't even be a place to bury your bodies. In a flash, the chief was right in his face, his voice laced with menace. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be in this line of work. Now would I? As he finished speaking, a clean slice of his blade sent another soul to the afterlife. Clean up this mess. The lucky few who survived frantically dropped everything and fled headlong into the deep forest. Run! Get into those bushes! The chief was relentless, leading his men to hunt down every last one of them. Meanwhile, in the middle of the silent forest, Mook-Hyang was still deep in meditative cultivation. He was completely unaware of the storm about to break, until an official came running, his face drained of all color. My lord, something terrible has happened. The entire military fund being transported from Mount Hoang has been completely stolen. That silver was crucial for our army. I was careful enough to hire 5 master escorts, and yet this is the result. Mook-Hyang opened his eyes, his gaze razor-sharp. Do you know which faction was responsible? The official trembled. To have the audacity to touch the Imperial court's military funds. In this world, it could only be those fiends from Mount Daesun. Understanding the situation, Mook-Hyang slowly picked up the sword beside him and stood up. Let me handle them. The worried official tried to stop him. The Mount Daesun bandits have at least 200 men, and several masters among them. You alone. Mook-Hyang didn't even look back, leaving only a single, firm statement. It won't take long. At that same moment, in the mountain bandits' lair, an unnatural silence fell. heralding an even more terrifying storm about to arrive. Ah! Ah! Agonized screams ripped through the night. The bandits finally realized with a jolt that they were being hunted. A cold glint of steel flashed, and with every swing of the blade, another life was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bandits had been sent to meet their makers. The survivors shrieked in terror. Ambush! We're under attack! Everything came to a sudden halt. In that moment, the entire mountain fortress was plunged into silence, leaving only the overwhelming stench of blood and Mook-Hyang standing tall amidst a sea of corpses. A mountain of a man, one of the lead guards, stared wide-eyed at the hellscape before him and stammered. What? What in the world is this? What the hell is going on? He spun around and roared at his men. What are you useless bastards standing there gawking for? You all got a death wish? Get your asses moving now. Mook-Hyang slowly advanced, his voice dripping with ice. The goods you stole. Where are they hidden? The bandit answered cockily. What goods? We sold them all. In response to that arrogance, Mook-Hyang said nothing. His blade simply flashed. A thin red line appeared on the man's face. The cocky smirk froze solid, replaced by sheer terror as his face drained of all color. Finally, the leader himself decided to grace them with his presence. He jutted his chin out, his voice dripping with contempt. And what little punk are you, crawling out of the woodwork to crash my party? His only answer was the dead silence and Mook-Hyang's chilling stare. The leader's blood began to boil. You little mutt! You dare disrespect me? Get him! Tear him to pieces! He bellowed. The underlings surged forward like a pack of hungry wolves, brandishing their blades. The corner of Mook-Hyang's mouth curled into an amused smirk. They all swarmed him at once. Haha! Look at this kid. He's actually smiling. Mook-Hyang remained motionless, solid as a mountain, as memories of a life-and-death struggle against a celestial army of 10,000 suddenly resurfaced. But compared to that legendary bloodbath, this little skirmish was nothing more than a warm-up. This was a completely one-sided slaughter. Wiping out these small fry was even easier than taking care of mindless undead puppets. With every single swing of his sword, more than a dozen lives were sent to the afterlife. The leader burst into a crazed laugh, as if he had just discovered a fascinating new plaything. Not bad. So you actually know how to swing that thing around, huh? Mook-Hyang glanced at him, a single thought crossing his mind. Boring. The leader roared, channeling every ounce of his strength into a single killing blow as he lunged forward. Die! The massive blade flashed as it swung down, but Mook-Hyang simply leaned aside with effortless grace. The heavy sword missed completely, embedding itself deep in the earth. A fatal opening was now exposed. Before the leader could even process what happened, a cold blade glided cleanly across his throat. Mook-Hyang gave a cold command. Clean up this mess. From the darkness, dozens of shadowy figures emerged like vultures. The blood-soaked night began to fade, making way for the first light of dawn. The once impregnable bandit fortress was now nothing but a desolate ruin of ash and embers. Inside an empty wooden crate, a lone figure trembled. A pair of shifty eyes darted around, then a head cautiously poked out. After confirming the coast was clear, the sole survivor scrambled to his feet, muttering, Damn, I'm lucky. But his relief was fleeting. As he took in his surroundings, horror dawned on him. My God. The entire fortress was wiped out in just one night? I have to report this to the big boss immediately. Suddenly, a shadow blotted out the faint sunlight in front of him. He looked up. Mook-Hyang was already standing there. Before he could even scream, a single sword stroke sent him to join his brethren. Mook-Hyang gestured with his chin. Take his head. We're leaving. The subordinate bowed his head. Yes, sir. But his mind was in turmoil, unable to stop thinking about the man in front of him. It's terrifying. With just one sword, he single-handedly leveled the entire Black Wind Fortress. A place they said was untouchable. Is he even human? Meanwhile, Mook-Hyang quietly gazed at the hairpin in his hand, his expression softening in a way that seemed completely out of place. I wonder if Soyeon will like it, he whispered to himself. With the raid on the Black Wind Fortress concluded, the total loot was estimated at around 100,000 silver pieces. Along with that came countless rare and exotic treasures. The clan leader pondered for a long moment, his expression deep and unreadable, before he finally spoke. It looks like we didn't just fail to break even on this job, we took a massive loss. Just think about it. All that time, effort, and money we invested, all for this one measly scrap of information. and pinpoint the enemy's whereabouts. Hey Captain Yu-Hyang, before you have your men exchange this haul for silver, please do one more thorough sweep to make sure none of their remnants are still lurking around. Hyang replied in a low voice. I have already ordered my men and put a hefty bounty on the heads of these bandits, so they will definitely hunt them down with all their might. Hearing this, the guildmaster was finally at ease, waving his hand to order his subordinates to exchange the goods for silver notes and prepare for departure. Even so, a worry still gnawed at him, so he turned to instruct Hang. What do you think about taking 10 of my elites to escort this shipment? I've already secured a token from the Royal Escort Agency. There can be absolutely no mistakes this time. Hi, Hang nodded in understanding. And after settling all the details with the guildmaster, he suddenly let out a sigh. It seems like he'll be away from home for a long time again. As night fell, he returned to his private residence, where the figure of Soi-On was playing by the door. The moment the little girl saw him, she let out a cheer and skipped over to give him a big hug. Her mother also stepped out from the house, welcoming him with a gentle smile. Hyang bowed respectfully. I hope everything at home has been well. Soi-On excitedly pulled his hand towards the house, chattering about wanting to eat, while her mother said softly, I've prepared a simple meal. Please come in and rest. Hai Hang smiled warmly, replying gently, a simple meal is more than enough. That robbery, ironically, brought the Royal Escort Agency considerable fame and power. Even though their military funds were stolen, Hyang's team not only had to replenish their large supply of necessities, but also had to eliminate the notorious bandit gang causing chaos in their territory. Hang even dispatched elite masters from his team to help, determined to completely wipe out the remaining forces of this gang. Because of this, the bandits completely vanished from the Niang region. Time flew by, and 3 years later, during a peaceful summer afternoon, the sound of galloping hooves disturbed the quiet forest, followed by a frantic shout. Young miss, you can't ride that fast. You'll get hurt. Soi-On's clear voice called back. It's fine. I know how to control it, the chase continued. While Hang was sitting on a rock ledge, peacefully cultivating, he thought to himself, it's been so peaceful these days. I can finally focus on improving my cultivation. But before the thought could finish, a clear voice echoed from the distance. Sir, his dream of cultivating in peace officially went up in smoke. Soi-On reined in her horse, stopping right in front of him. Hyang smiled faintly, his eyes shining with approval. Soi-On, your horsemanship is quite impressive now. The little girl from back then had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her delicate face broke into a radiant smile as she asked cheekily, right? I just took a ride all the way from the other side of the city and back. It's been a while. Can you take a look at something for me? Look at what? Soi-On hopped off her horse, taking a deep breath to steady herself before performing a few martial arts forms she had just learned for Hyang. Hang tilted his head, watching, then spoke. Looks like you've been running off to the Royal Escort Agency's guards for martial arts lessons again. Soi-On puffed out her chest with pride, as if it were a grand achievement. Well, they didn't refuse, and it looks pretty good, right? Hyang stepped forward, his large hand gently patting Soi-On's head. You've really grown up. Soi-On replied excitedly. I'm already 16 years old, so what do you think of my moves? Just then, Soi-On's attendant finally caught up. He hastily dismounted and bowed respectfully to Hang. Hang turned to him, his first words being a thank you. You've worked hard looking after Soi-On. The young man bowed in thanks and then reported. I came to deliver a message. The guildmaster summons you, sir. Hang froze for a moment. It had been a very long time since the old master had summoned him. What could this important matter be? As soon as he set foot in the guildmaster's residence, he saw the man himself warmly greeting him at the door. It's an honor to see you again, Captain Hyang. Seeing the other man being unusually formal, Hyang also bowed in return, a sliver of doubt rising in his mind. Why is he being so polite? Guildmaster, there's no need for such formalities. Please be at ease. Just then, a figure in an imposing military uniform strode into the room. A sharply dressed messenger with a stern demeanor approached Hyang. He bowed respectfully, his voice crisp and formal. I come, bearing a secret letter from Central Command. My lord, they are thoroughly impressed with your resounding victories. Therefore, they have decided to bestow upon you a responsibility worthy of your talents. Hyang took the scroll, his eyes quickly scanning the characters, his pupils constricted. The position of commander of 100 Wolf Guard unit in the Heavenly Wolf Corps. Wait a minute. The Heavenly Wolf Corps. Isn't that name closely tied to that madman? The iron-blooded wanderer. From the past? If that's really the case, it looks like my next destination is that bastard's old stronghold. The branchmaster clapped him on the shoulder, his hearty laugh shattering the tense atmosphere. Congratulations. Hyang could only manage a forced smile in return, feeling a bit awkward now that his rank surpassed his former superior. But the branchmaster just waved his hand dismissively, his voice booming. That's just how things work in the cult. Don't worry about it. Hyang then turned to the messenger and got straight to the point. When do I need to report to Central Command? The messenger's expression remained unchanged as he replied clearly, we understand you still have some personal matters to attend to. Therefore, you have a period of 2 months to return. 2 months. Hyang instinctively gazed toward the distant horizon. Knowing these might be his last moments, breathing the air of his hometown, Hyang turned and asked the branchmaster for a sum of money, as there was one last gift he wanted to give personally. At the same time, Soyeon arrived at her new house. It was a magnificent estate, 5 or even 10 times larger than their old, dilapidated home. The moment she stepped through the doorway, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she let out an excited gasp. Oh my gosh! Is this going to be our house? Hyang smiled and explained, you're a big girl now, so it's about time you had your own space. Hearing that, Soyeon shot inside like a little whirlwind to explore. Outside in the yard, only her mother and Hyang remained. The woman stared at the splendid estate before her, a storm of emotions swirling inside her. She turned to him, her voice trembling with emotion. My lord. What is all this? The kindness you've shown my daughter and me is... It's already too much. Hyang didn't answer. He just silently pressed a heavy pouch of silver into her hand. Please, take this. Inside is a little money I've saved, along with the deed to this property. Soyeon's mother froze when she held the pouch. She quickly tried to refuse, her voice flustered. No. I can't possibly accept such a valuable gift. Hyang gently reassured her. Please. Use it as a dowry for Soyeon when she's older. I have to leave tomorrow, and it might be a very long time before I can return. The news was so overwhelming. Soyeon's mother couldn't believe her ears. The news hit her like a lightning bolt, and her eyes reddened before she even realized it. Why? Why so suddenly? My lord, we haven't even had a chance to repay the immense debt we owe you. Soyeon ran out from inside the house, and seeing her mother sobbing, she frantically tugged at her sleeve. Mom, what's wrong? Hyang walked over, patting the girl's head with a familiar hand, his voice softening considerably. Soyeon, this trip I'm taking, it might be a very long one. So, promise me you'll always listen to your mother and be a good girl. Okay? Soyeon still didn't fully understand the situation. She tilted her head innocently and asked, Are you going far away again? My lord? Hyang nodded slightly, adding a reminder. And remember, don't ever slack off on your daily training. Soyeon nodded firmly, her voice full of pride. Yes, sir. You taught me that training will make me stronger. Just like you. The girl's pure smile made Hyang's chest tighten. He suppressed his emotions and replied with a smile. That's right. I'm sure you'll become an incredibly strong heroine. Following his orders, Hyang went to see Chon Yan. He bowed his head respectfully, his voice deferential. This subordinate, Mook-Hyang, greets the sect leader. Chon Yan looked at him. Suddenly, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It's been a while. Mook-Hyang, your aura has become much sharper since we last met. As he finished speaking, Chon Yan's entire presence shifted, his tone becoming authoritative. You should feel honored. Mook-Hyang, you have been given the chance to master the ultimate techniques of the Heavenly Wolf Corps and become a pillar of command in our demonic cult. I have very high expectations for you, because you have relentlessly honed your swordsmanship and proven yourself to be an outstanding martial artist. Mook-Hyang bowed his head and shouted a sharp, resounding, As you command. He said it with such gusto, but just a moment later, Mook-Hyang was leaning against a pillar, letting out a weary sigh. Boring as hell. Next to him, another disciple was also standing at attention. The other guy didn't quite hear him and turned with a curious look. What did you just say? Brother? Mook-Hyang flinched and quickly waved his hand. No. It was nothing. Guess I'll just mumble to myself then. Down in the courtyard, the trainee's powerful chant echoed. First sword style. Slay the 100 wolves. First sword style. Annihilate the Heavenly Wolf. Hyang let out a huge yawn, propping his chin on his hand and grumbling to his partner with a bored look. Having to listen to this same old chant every single day is driving me insane. I'd rather be training by myself in a graveyard. Hey, why don't you take over as commander? His comrade flinched, his face turning a few shades paler. The man stammered, trying to reason with him. Commander, you can't. That's a violation of military law. What if the brothers get used to my rhythm? When the Great War breaks out, how will you be able to lead them then? But Hyang just waved it off nonchalantly, tossing the hot potato right back to the other guy. Why worry about trivial stuff? If something goes down, you just take command. My head's killing me. So cut the lecture. A mischievous glint appeared in Hyang's eyes, just as he was about to force his tightly wrapped subordinate to obey. But tragically, a black shadow zipped past. In a flash, Chon Wai had appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the unlucky soldier by the hair with one hand and tossing him away like a toy. The man was about to spit a curse but froze, breaking into a cold sweat as he recognized sect leader Cheon Wai and the icy killing intent pouring off him. Cheon Wai clenched the wig in his hand, strode forward, his hand grabbing the guy's chin like a vice, and growled out each word. What is this farce? Where is Mook-Hyang? In a hidden corner, Hyang had just finished a satisfying sword stroke, a smirk playing on his lips. Yep. Training alone is definitely the best. Crash! The wooden door shattered into pieces. Cheon Wai burst in like a wild beast, his roar shaking the entire room. Mook-Hyang, how dare you sneak off here to pull these shenanigans? You're supposed to be on the training grounds. Yet you're holed up in here? Speak, Hyang, still as calm as ever, replied curtly. I was training on my own. His answer was like pouring oil on a fire. Cheon Wai roared, his voice like thunder. Are you saying your little parlor tricks are better than the orthodox martial arts of the sect? Answer me. Facing the sect leader's fury, Hyang simply gave a silent nod. It was a firm nod that stunned Cheon Wai. His rage instantly doused as if by a bucket of ice water. The silence was suffocating for a few seconds. Then, Cheon Wai broke the silence with a chilling command. Draw your sword. Hyang knew full well he had poked the hornet's nest. But instead of fear, a spark of interest lit up in his eyes. He bowed his head. Then, I thank the sect leader for his guidance. Cheon Wai had lost all patience and bellowed. Cut the pleasantries. Draw your sword. Don't hold back. If you can defeat me, I will overlook your insolence today. The blade left its sheath with a sharp hiss. Hyang understood. This wasn't an ordinary sparring match. He closed his eyes, a familiar yet distant feeling rising within him. How long had it been since he'd gone all out? In his memory, a deep, warm voice echoed. I may never reach that realm in my lifetime. But you are different. Don't be a small stream. Be a flood powerful enough to swallow Mount Tai. When he opened his eyes, Hyang's entire aura had changed. The great sword mountain was drawn, carrying with it an incredible pressure. Cheon Wai's pupils contracted. Is this sword chi? No. That's not right. His sword chi has materialized. This perfect realm of sword chi reinforcement. When did this brat reach such a level? Amidst his opponent's shock, Hyang simply bowed his head slightly, his voice still calm. Then, please forgive me for showing off my meager skills before a master. The moment he finished speaking, Hyang swung his sword. A world-shaking slash tore through the air, cracking the ground beneath them. Cheon Wai hastily raised his sword to block, and with a deafening clang, the impact sent him staggering back. Damn it, he roared, lunging forward to close the distance. His swordsmanship unpredictable and profound. Hyang was pushed back a few steps, but Cheon Wai's sword hand had begun to tremble slightly. Damn it. Did it really take that much effort just to push him back? But the honor of a sect leader wouldn't allow him to back down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes growing more frenzied than ever. And then he snarled out a warning. Let me enlighten you on the true power of the Blood Dragon sect. Enjoy this little appetizer. This ultimate technique could only be unleashed by pushing one's internal energy to 10 times its absolute limit. Instantly, Cheon Wai launched himself forward, unleashing the earth-shattering move known as the Blood Dragon's Fury. So what if one's martial arts are supreme? Can they truly devour the heavens and the earth? Or topple an entire empire? Or make thousands kneel at my feet? Can I truly reach such a realm? But one thing was certain. That path had to be paved with immeasurable sweat and effort, with tears and even blood. To climb to that peak, it wasn't just about harsh training, but about stepping over countless other masters. Back in the deathmatch, Hang's next move pressed so hard that even the renowned sect master was thrown off balance. Damn it. This stream of sword ki. His swordsmanship. How can it be so sharp? Veins bulged in Cheonyi's eyes. He braced himself to block. But it was useless. In that split second, Hang suddenly retracted his sword, leaving Cheon completely stunned. Not only that, but he even bowed and apologized. The great master's swordsmanship is truly profound. This humble one is utterly convinced. Thank you for your guidance, and I ask for your forgiveness. Hang's strange behavior made Cheon suspicious. I must admit, I'm surprised. I never expected your swordsmanship to have reached such a level. Very well. From now on, you are exempt from training. With those words, Cheon turned and walked away. Only when he reached the deserted Great Hall did the rage he'd been suppressing finally erupt. He let out a roar, shattering a stone pillar with a single punch. But unbeknownst to him, his every move, every resentful glare, was being watched by a spirit bird scout. It flapped its wings and flew straight back to report to its master. Seeing it, the man spoke. It seems something quite interesting just occurred. Didn't it? As night fell, Hang went to the man's residence and bowed respectfully. Greetings. Cult leader. The man, addressed as the cult leader, was reading a book and slowly looked up at him. Oh, it's you? It seems your skills have improved considerably. You flatter me. Cult leader. The cult leader snapped his fingers. Summoning Elder Huang, the elder stepped out, his sharp gaze fixed on Hang. So, you're Mook-Hyang? I've heard about the trouble you caused in Luoyang. Here's the situation. Our cult is currently expanding its influence in the shadows. And thanks to you, our business is thriving. We've even established 3 new escort agency branches. But suddenly, our path has been blocked by a group calling themselves the Edict Office. Hang looked slightly surprised and immediately asked, The Edict Office? Elder Huang began to explain in detail. That's right. On the surface, they're just a minor sect with a mere 200 members. But their leader is no ordinary figure. He is one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the righteous faction. A man who has truly reached the fire realm. His title is Sword Emperor Heijan. Hang silently etched the name into his mind, listening with his arms crossed. So, it's highly likely they're using the Edict Office as a front to cause trouble for us. For that reason, I want you to take the life of Sword Emperor Heijan. Once he falls, the entire righteous faction will be shaken to its core. At the same time, they will learn that there is a power strong enough to send a Sword Emperor to his grave. The cult leader, seated above, added, Dispatch 4 more assassins to go with him, just to be safe. However, Hang flatly refused, believing he alone was more than enough to complete the mission. As darkness fell, figures lurked in a desolate forest. Damn. Do we really have to trek out to the middle of nowhere again today? All 4 of them looked bored and exhausted. One of them couldn't help but grumble. Why do we always get stuck with the tough jobs? Whatever. Let's just do it for the money. Guys, but I gotta admit, this is the toughest mission I've ever had. Besides this portrait, we don't have a single clue. Wait a second. The guy in this portrait, isn't that Mook-Hyang in this portrait? I smell a story behind this. A burly man asked the group's veteran leader, Why don't we make camp for a while? The 4 of them agreed to stop. Suddenly, they spotted a faint flicker of fire in the distance. A clear sign of another traveler. Looks like someone's already camped out over there. Let's go see what's up. And with that, the whole crew cautiously moved closer to inquire. Pardon us. Friend, mind if we trouble you for a moment? The man sitting by the fire was none other than Mook-Hyang himself. Seeing the strangers approach, he didn't show a hint of caution, replying nonchalantly, Not at all. Feel free. The old leader cupped his hands in respect. Our thanks, young master. It's nothing serious. We humble folk just wanted to ask. Do you happen to recognize the man in this portrait? The word on the street is, this is the man who sent the 5 heroes of Mount Wu to the afterlife at Sky First Pavilion. That was a few years back. Have you heard anything about him? Mook-Hyang glanced at the portrait, then slowly lowered the wide-brimmed hat hiding his face. His voice eerily calm. I don't believe I know this man. Despite Mook-Hyang's flat denial, that face. There was no way this crew of bounty hunters could ever forget it. The loudmouth whispered to their leader. B-boss. Is he really that powerful? The scar-faced leader simply gave a slight nod. His eyes filled with a deep wariness. If he wanted us dead, we would have met our makers 100 times over by now. This is an opponent we absolutely cannot afford to cross. The leader cursed himself internally. How could I have made such a rookie mistake? I'm never this careless. His ability to conceal his killing intent. It's truly on another level. Amidst the crackling flames, Mook-Hyang's voice cut through the tension. You won't be taking my head. However, I'll offer you a different opportunity. What do you say? The scar-faced man asked warily. An opportunity? What do you mean by that? Mook-Hyang explained with unnerving calm as he poured some tea. The truth is, I've come out of seclusion this time to deal with a certain problem. A man you've likely heard of. The Hai Cheon Sword Emperor. The entire group froze. The scar-faced man stammered out the name. The Hai Cheon Sword Emperor? Do you have any idea who the Hai Cheon Sword Emperor is to be looking for him? Mook-Hyang's honesty was chilling. I rarely travel the martial world, so I'm not well informed. So why don't you guide me to him? If I am defeated, you are free to take this head of mine and collect your bounty. The loudmouth was clearly swayed by the juicy offer, turning to his boss. So, what's the call? The scar-faced leader hesitated for only a second before giving a firm nod. He stepped forward, speaking for the group to seal the deal with Mook-Hyang. Done. We will guide you. Sir. The next morning, they all set out on their journey, each on horseback. They cut through the desolate woods. Abruptly, Mook-Hyang pulled sharply on his reins, and his magnificent steed whinnied. Skidding to a halt, the scar-faced man immediately asked, Sir, what is it? Mook-Hyang didn't reply, simply tilting his head to the empty air and shouting, Show yourselves. The moment he spoke, dozens of black-clad figures flickered past the scar-faced man's crew like phantoms. Their speed was so terrifying, it was impossible to track with the naked eye. Just who in the hell were these people? When the leader finally gathered his wits and turned, he froze at the impossible sight. Every single one of those shadowy figures was kneeling on one knee before Mook-Hyang's steed. Their leader reported with utmost respect. Elder, Huang Musang has dispatched us to provide you with support. Mook-Hyang just shook his head, silently dismissing the need. Return to your posts. The leader looked conflicted. Sir, with all due respect, we cannot defy our orders. We cannot return. Seeing their unyielding stance, Mook-Hyang finally sighed in resignation. Very well. You may follow me. But mark my words. Without a direct order from me, you are not to make a single move. Is that clear? The leader immediately prostrated himself. This subordinate obeys the Grand Elder. The loudmouth beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Stammering, They just blew right past us. And I didn't sense a thing? His power is truly immeasurable. Were all those elite warriors just his pawns? What is his true identity? And as the sun began to set, after crossing the endless rolling mountains, the journey was finally coming to an end. The scarred leader raised a hand to signal, and the entire group reined in their horses, because their destination was right before their eyes. He turned to Mook-Hyang, his voice low. Just over that mountain is the place. Mook-Hyang squinted in the direction he pointed, and an unexpected sight unfolded. Oh, so that's where it was. On the other side of the mountain slope was a colossal villa. Pavilions and grand halls cast their reflections upon a turquoise lake, an elegant and otherworldly beauty that wasn't gaudy in the slightest. Hidden away in the deep, remote mountains, in the courtyard, pristine white plum blossoms were in full bloom, and on a branch, a young bird chirped melodiously, breaking the profound silence. And by the ancient plum tree, a figure quietly enjoying the peaceful scenery suddenly murmured, The uninvited guests have finally arrived. He called out to a servant, Young lady, go down the mountain and invite our guests up. The white-haired old man instructed gently, his voice calm, but holding a deep understanding. Our esteemed guests are here. Sure enough, as the group crested the final slope, The scarred leader halted his horse, informing Mook-Hyang, "We're here. This is the Plum Blossom Villa, the residence of the Heijun Sword Emperor." Before he could finish his sentence, a handmaiden emerged from the villa, her voice clear as a bell. "The master has been expecting you for some time. Please come in." The faces of the scarred leader's men all changed color. How could this be? How could there be such a ridiculously perfect coincidence? As if reading their minds, a resonant voice echoed from a distance, carrying a light chuckle. "There's no need for you all to be so surprised." The white-haired old man stepped out, his demeanor as gentle as a true old farmer. "If you don't mind, please, everyone come in." This strangely friendly attitude from the Sword Emperor raised a huge question in the leader's mind. Just who in the hell was this young man traveling with him? Could he be a direct disciple of the Heijun Sword Emperor? While the group was still reeling in confusion, Mook-Hyang had already replied nonchalantly, "Then we thank you, esteemed elder. It's the proper thing to do." Behind them, Mook-Hyang's entourage couldn't understand it either. What in the world was this great leader of theirs plotting? To just show up so openly before the very person he intended to pay a visit to, and to walk in so brazenly through the front gate no less. What kind of game were these two playing? Inside the villa, the Sword Emperor had already prepared an elegant banquet, with fine delicacies, famous tea, and even the gentle melody of a zither. The old man personally poured a cup of tea, saying, "This is the tea that I am most proud of." The Sword Emperor offered the cup to Mook-Hyang as an invitation. Mook-Hyang didn't stand on ceremony, replying with a simple, "My thanks," before taking it, and downing it in one gulp like it was plain water. The Sword Emperor burst out laughing, shaking his head as he asked, "Haha, you drink tea like a farmer in the fields? Has no one ever taught you how to appreciate tea before?" Mook-Hyang nodded, admitting frankly, "It's true. No one ever has, and I have no desire to be bound by such trivial rules." Upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor praised him with a click of his tongue. "What a strange and interesting character you are." "Very interesting." The old man then grew pensive. "Judging by your aura, I don't believe you've come here to claim this head of mine out of a desire for power. So, what is the real reason?" Mook-Hyang answered succinctly, "For the sake of love. Besides that, there is no other reason." The Sword Emperor nodded, as if he understood, then abruptly changed the subject. "Is that so? Then what did you think of the tea?" The young man was as blunt as ever. "It's good, but I find wine more satisfying than tea." Meanwhile, the scarred man's mercenaries were seated at a separate table. Sitting there, their ears perked up as they listened to the other two chat animatedly like long-lost brothers. The scarred leader swallowed hard, a crazy thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that the white-haired old man is the real Heijun Sword Emperor? He muttered. So that's how it is. Reaching the legendary fire realm can reverse one's aging. It's unbelievable. I never thought I'd live to see such a miracle. The loudmouth sitting next to him nudged him with an elbow, whispering in his ear, "Boss, this situation, are we really okay just sitting here?" "He's right, boss," from their conversation just now. "It's obvious that old man already knows the young guy is here to send him off." Another man added with a tremble in his voice, "At this rate, we'll all be meeting our makers before we even see a single coin. Waiting around like this is not a good idea." Just as the whole group was wound tighter than a drum string, a servant from the villa brought out a platter of exquisite delicacies, saying with a smile, "The next course has been served. In these remote mountains, we don't have much to offer. I hope you'll enjoy it while it's hot." Faced with a table of fragrant food, all worries about life and death seemed to be thrown to the back of their minds. The loudmouth's eyes lit up, and he turned to whisper to the scarred leader, "Boss, how about we finish this meal first and then figure things out?" The other man nodded vigorously. Yeah, they went to all the trouble of preparing such a lavish feast for us. It would be too rude to refuse." The leader roared for the whole group to shut their traps and eat before they drooled all over the food. He could only sigh wearily to himself. Sigh. What a bunch of pitiful starving fools. But just as the feast in the villa reached its peak, a figure silently entered, followed by an entire army. A line of masters in neat attire marched into the courtyard, bowing in unison before the Sword Emperor, their voices perfectly synchronized. "Father, you summoned us?" The shadow guard squinted as he recognized each face, a flicker of suspicion rising within him. This old man, Why did he summon all the elites of the Diluang sect here? Their numbers were overwhelming, forcing him to make a quick calculation. Damn it. If we fight now, we're sure to lose. The Sword Emperor glanced at his adopted sons, his majestic voice echoing. Good. You are all here. Come in. I have summoned you to meet this guest and to listen to a discussion. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. How much you can grasp is up to you. Mook-Hyang smiled faintly, praising the Sword Emperor. Your young masters are truly well-raised. Their auras are extraordinary. The old man simply chuckled, replying with humility. That's just an empty reputation. Not many of them are worth much. After saying that, he turned his intrigued gaze to Mook-Hyang. Besides swordsmanship, do you have any other skills? Mook-Hyang replied. This humble one has dabbled in a few miscellaneous arts. But perhaps only my skill in music is somewhat presentable. The Sword Emperor's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. Oh, is that so? Then do you know how to play the guqin? The young man simply nodded slightly. I only know a little. The Sword Emperor snapped his fingers and ordered a servant. Excellent. Then would you be willing to play a piece for this old man? I truly wish to see how skilled you are. Mook-Hyang replied calmly, without a hint of hesitation. Then this humble one will dare to display my clumsy skills. And as Mook-Hyang placed his hands on the strings, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. All eyes fixed upon him. The music began. Not shrill or haunting, but deep and melodious. Each note felt as if it had a soul, seeping deep into the listeners' hearts and blending perfectly with the twilight descending upon the villa. A moment later, the hands dancing across the strings came to a halt. The song was over, but its resonance still lingered, plunging the entire space into absolute silence. Mook-Hyang bowed gently. Thank you, Senior, for listening to this junior's humble tune. In stark contrast to his modesty, the Hu Xian Sword Emperor applauded relentlessly. While your technique itself is not overly remarkable, you know how to pour your internal energy into every single note, creating a piece of music with the power to stir the soul. Since you have reached such a realm, I will ask you one question. Do you consider the sword to be a martial art? Mook-Hyang looked up, his gaze as clear and untroubled as still water. The sword is simply the sword. Why would you ask such an obvious question? Senior, upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you see it too? It has been a long time since I've had such a satisfying conversation. How about we spend the night discussing this until dawn? While the two masters were deep in their like-minded discussion, in a corner of the courtyard, one of the Sword Emperor's adopted sons was so stunned he couldn't speak. My God. Is father really that pleased? Who on earth is that young man? Could it be? He's also reached the legendary transformation realm? To him, the conversation unfolding before his eyes was like a dialogue between deities in the heavens, a realm so far beyond his reach he could never dream of it. What a shame. But this is a discussion of the Tao on a level I can no longer participate in. And just as he thought, the Sword Emperor and Mook-Hyang truly did converse late into the night. The old man posed another question, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Then, in your view, to train the sword to its pinnacle, must one put their entire soul into it? The young man answered almost immediately. The lesser answer is that when one can completely forget the existence of the self, only then can their swordsmanship reach great completion. This junior can only answer up to this point. The Sword Emperor murmured, his brows knitting together slightly. Forget the self? That is something no mortal can achieve. So, what is the superior answer? Mook-Hyang simply shook his head with a mysterious smile. That is something this junior cannot tell you. Senior, because it is contained within the poetic sword arts, the old man didn't give up, pressing on. Then in the future, do you plan to pass it down to a disciple? Mook-Hyang replied bluntly. This junior has never had any intention of taking a disciple. My path is one I walk alone, using my entire life to train and reach the apex of martial arts by myself. The Sword Emperor laughed, a sound mixed with both admiration and regret. Such spirit, well then, at the very least, you can tell this old man the name of the sword style you pursue, can't you? Mook-Hyang looked the Sword Emperor straight in the eye. And then, he spoke. It's called the formless sword art. Just the name alone is enough to pique this Sword Emperor's interest. What an imposing title. Formless, you say? This old man is genuinely intrigued now. Mook-Hyang simply offered a faint smile, his voice laced with confidence. Soon enough. Senior, You will witness it for yourself. The Sword Emperor's expression grew solemn as he replied. Very well. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid these old bones of mine will have to get serious. With that, he rose to his feet, brushed off his robes, and gestured. Then let us begin your little demonstration. As the first rays of dawn pierced the morning sky, the martial arts arena within the estate stood ready. A solemn air hung heavy, anticipating a duel of the highest caliber. The king's veneration sword in hand, the Sword Emperor gently caressed its ice-cold steel, murmuring, "My old friend, it has been far too long since you've tasted battle." Mook-Hyang's eyes filled with undisguised admiration as he praised sincerely. Truly a divine weapon. This junior wagers that treasured blade holds the very destiny of the nation within it. Does it have a name? The Sword Emperor smiled, his gaze distant. It is the king's veneration sword. To be honest, even I couldn't fully grasp its power at first. But the more I wield it, the more we seem to become one. And what of your blade? The Sword Emperor's gaze shifted to Mook-Hyang, who instinctively glanced down at the sword in his own hands. It is called the Ink Soul Sword. He answered humbly. My blade is merely common steel. It wouldn't dare compare to Senior's divine weapon, but it has been with me for 3 months. So it is a trusted companion. The Sword Emperor nodded, his eyes filled with approval. This old man is greatly looking forward to your performance. He then turned to a young man. Nguyen, the Sword Emperor's adopted son, immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yes, father. The Sword Emperor's voice was grave as he instructed. This young friend and I are about to spar. If something were to happen to me, you are absolutely forbidden from seeking revenge. This is merely a martial exchange. Life and death are decided by the heavens. Though his heart was heavy, his adopted son could only bow his head in obedience. I understand. His gaze then swept across the young disciples, landing on one particular youth. And you, Thu Trun. If I do not make it through this, the king's veneration sword will be yours to protect. Thu Trun was stunned, stammering. Ma master, what are you saying? This is the sect's heirloom. How could this disciple dare? The Sword Emperor simply gazed at the cold steel of his blade, his voice deep and resonant. It is no grand treasure. It is simply the sword that accompanied me in my campaigns long ago. Though you are young, in you I see a reflection of my younger self, and for that very reason, I want you to be the one to inherit it. A rare smile touched the Sword Emperor's lips. Keep it with you always, as if it were an extension of your own body. Thu Trun clasped his hands and bowed solemnly. Yes. This disciple will take Master's words to heart. After settling his affairs, the Sword Emperor finally turned back around. The Sword Emperor looked directly at Mook-Hyang, his aura suddenly flaring to life. My apologies for the delay. Young friend. Now then, shall we begin this exchange? Shing. With a sharp ring, the king's veneration sword left its sheath, its cold light glinting. Across from him, Mook-Hyang merely took a stance, his own sword still sheathed. I ask for your guidance. Senior. The Sword Emperor's surprise quickly turned into a hearty laugh. Interesting. In all my years roaming the martial world, this is the first time I've seen someone use their scabbard to defend. Is this also a technique from your formless sword art? Mook-Hyang shook his head. No. This is from the third stance, Ma River. A purely defensive and formidable technique, the Sword Emperor praised. But his hands didn't slow in the slightest. Whoosh! A powerful sword strike cleaved the air. Heading straight for Mook-Hyang, the razor-sharp sword chi slammed into the scabbard, creating a deafening clang. But it was stopped cold. The Sword Emperor nodded in approval. Your defense is indeed watertight. Incredibly difficult to penetrate. Mook-Hyang held his defensive stance, replying calmly. But with Senior's level of cultivation, breaking through is only a matter of time. There is no need to hold back for my sake. If you insist. The Sword Emperor tightened his grip on the hilt, his gaze turning razor-sharp. He poured all of his internal energy into the king's veneration sword, unleashing his ultimate technique. Ink Dragon's Advent. Mook-Hyang instantly felt an earth-shattering pressure and killing intent explode from his opponent. This is not good. In the next moment, a thunderous boom erupted from the center of the arena. The terrifying force of the technique swept outwards, sending all the onlookers flying. Watch out. Mook-Hyang was forced back dozens of steps, each footfall cracking the stone beneath him. His defensive stance wavering violently. I miscalculated. This level of pure power. The scabbard can't possibly block it. It truly lives up to its name as a legendary divine weapon. An idea flashed in his mind. He had to change tactics. First form. Third stance. Mook-Hyang suddenly switched from defense to offense. The ink soul sword shot from its scabbard as he unleashed the meridian sword. Countless sword strikes flashed into existence, as fast and sharp as lightning tearing through the night sky. Hurtling straight ahead, the more the Sword Emperor watched, the more his eyes blazed with excitement. He never expected Ngo-Kiem to completely neutralize his dragon god form. Things were getting more and more interesting. He wasn't one to stand still, suddenly pointing the tip of his sword to the heavens. Let's see how you handle this move. Mook-Hyang spurred Ngo-Kiem forward like a wild warhorse, charging straight ahead. I shall face it. Two streams of chilling sword energy collided, creating a deafening screech of metal. Their speed far surpassed what the naked eye could follow. The space was filled with nothing but blurry after-images and the ceaseless shriek of steel. The Sword Emperor burst out laughing, his voice filled with delight. Interesting, truly interesting. The scar-faced leader watched from a distance, his heart pounding. You really couldn't underestimate that kid for even a second. But to be this strong was another matter entirely. It was unbelievable. The fact that we're still alive to watch this unfold is a miracle in itself. In the midst of the earth-shattering battle, the Sword Emperor was silently calculating. He had mastered 10 levels of the Elder Dragon sword style and had never met an opponent who could hold out this long. Just where were his limits? The Sword Emperor decided to play his trump card. He had to let this kid witness his ultimate sword technique firsthand. He poured all his internal energy into the blade, causing it to glow brilliantly. The sword in his hand roared and transformed into a flying dragon, tearing through the air towards Mook-Hyang. Flying dragon form. He was stunned for a moment. Using internal energy to command the sword? In that case, I don't need to hold back either. Mook-Hyang made an instant decision. Executing Move 2. Chapter 3. He performed a similar, yet simpler, maneuver. An invisible blade of energy shot forward. Li-Ki Ngo-Kiem. The Sword Emperor was so horrified his pupils contracted. The two streams of sword energy clashed in mid-air with world-shaking force. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and his flying dragon was knocked back, stabbing deep into the ground. Li-Ki Ngo-Kiem? Don't tell me. He's mastered the entire legendary sword style? After unleashing his ultimate move, Mook-Hyang didn't pause for a second as his sword energy flared up again. Chapter 1. Chapter 4. Thong Jian Hui Qian. The Sword Emperor was immediately pushed onto the defensive. Damn it, just one moment of carelessness. And this is the price I pay? On top of that, this guy could condense a river of swords with his bare hands, a colossal stream of sword energy, carrying destructive power, slashed straight down at the Sword Emperor's position. The ground cracked open, debris shot out like shrapnel, and dust billowed up, obscuring the sky. The Sword Emperor struggled to dodge to one side. It was a hair's breadth from death, because the stream of sword energy came so suddenly. He didn't have time to defend. Luckily, his movement technique was still fast enough. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But Mook-Hyang had no intention of stopping. A dense, dark blue orb of internal energy seethed in his palm. Move 1. Form 2. The Sword Emperor gritted his teeth. This guy. His relentless attacks don't even give me a chance to breathe, Mook-Hyang roared. Giang Feng. He pushed the terrifyingly vibrating orb of internal energy towards the Hu Xian Sword Emperor. The old master thought to himself, this is too strange. I thought I knew all the heroes in the world. Who would have thought I'd one day be locked in a desperate battle with a nameless nobody like this? This martial world is truly vast and full of hidden masters. Mook-Hyang spun around, kicking the debris at his feet into the air. He clenched his fist. The wind howled, and the surrounding air suddenly thinned. The Sword Emperor's subordinates were nearly blown away by the oppressive aura. Whoa, what is this? The Hu Qian Sword Emperor was terrified. All the air in the area was being sucked into a single point. In that instant, Mook-Hyang lunged forward, unleashing a palm strike. Before the old master's eyes, there was only a thick cloud of black smoke, and then a chill ran down his spine as Mook-Hyang appeared from behind. Move 1. Chapter 4. Thongjiang form, but as his slash came down, the Sword Emperor's figure vanished like an illusion. Impressive. The Hu Qian's Sword Emperor spoke. I thought you were only going to block the attack. But thanks to you, I managed to avoid a fatal wound. Although in reality, it's not much different from being hit. He smiled, his eyes sharp. Sir, do you wish to continue? The old master affirmed resolutely. Of course, this battle is far from over. As soon as he finished speaking, his internal energy flared up again. You have truly surprised me, young man, no matter the cost. This time, I won't show you even a single opening. Luckily, Mook-Hyang's mystical movement technique allowed him to dodge. The Emperor offered a compliment. Not a bad reaction. Mook-Hyang replied curtly. You flatter me. And as the words left his mouth, their two auras clashed once more. At the very epicenter, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The Haijun Sword Emperor lunged forward, his hand crackling with immense lightning as he roared. Try this technique from this old man. White Dragon Art. A furious bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. Mu-Hoang merely frowned and looked up as the entire space was engulfed in a sea of blinding white light. He let out a soft sigh. What a truly terrifyingly powerful sight. Doubt crept into the Sword Emperor's heart. Why was he just standing there waiting to die? Could this brat possibly intend to tank my White Dragon Art with his physical body? Suddenly, Mu-Hoang's lips moved. Technique 4. Chapter 1. Defend. The moment he finished speaking, an invisible barrier erupted from his body, shattering the entire pillar of lightning. Zheng-Ah was horrified, stammering. We're screwed. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monstrous technique was that? Still in shock, Zheng-Ah muttered. Impossible. How could that happen? Mu-Hoang smirked, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he admired his handiwork. The Sword Emperor was even more terrified. How is this possible? There isn't even a single scratch. Zheng-Ah's tension reached its peak. Seojin, do you see? These are the ultimate techniques our father paid for with his life for us to witness. He replied. Yes. Fourth brother. This is the first time I've seen Master struggle so much. I've always wondered just how powerful the impermanent sword art truly was. And now I see it's truly the pinnacle of martial arts. The Elder Dragon art is based on sword chi and sword aura. And while its power is unmatched, it's incredibly difficult to master. Therefore, anyone who can stand against this martial art is undoubtedly an extraordinary master. The Sword Emperor stood frozen for a moment. When the shockwave dissipated, the area had been turned into a wasteland. He fell to one knee. I didn't even have a chance to retrieve the king-worshipping sword. You are truly formidable, my friend. To think a master like you existed in the vast martial world, and I was completely unaware. Mu-Hoang just replied indifferently. You flatter me. With that, he shot into the air, and the two once again clashed wildly. He unleashed a razor-sharp slash, but the Sword Emperor managed to dodge it. The Emperor countered with a strike of his own, but only an afterimage remained, as Mu-Hoang had already retreated. Technique 3. Chapter 2. Certain windbreak. A powerful force erupted from the ground, blasting the Sword Emperor backward. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zheng-Ah and Seojin screamed in unison, their voices filled with despair. Father, Master, even the Sword Emperor himself knew the situation was dire, that all was lost. That last sword wind had shattered his protective true ki, and his body had reached its limit. He struggled to get back on his feet. Mu-Hoang rushed forward with his sword drawn, but the Emperor just hung his head. Mu-Hoang closed in, yet the man simply spread his arms wide, dropping all his defenses. The Haijun Sword Emperor knelt, his voice hoarse. Thank you, Your Excellency. If it weren't for you, this old man would not have been able to have such a satisfying fight. Could you, Alcimus, tell me your esteemed name? Mu-Hoang hesitated for a moment, but then he spoke. Just call me Karma Lord Mu-Hoang. The man sighed. You don't wish to give your real name, so I won't press the matter. Cough. Karma Lord Mu-Hoang, I beg you, do not harm my disciples. Mu-Hoang nodded. I understand. You can rest easy. At that, the Emperor turned to his disciples. My children, listen closely. Until you can gather 5 masters on my level, you are absolutely forbidden from seeking revenge. Do you understand? They sobbed in anguish. Disciple will remember master's teachings. Zheng couldn't hold back his tears. I will engrave it into my very soul. Father. In stark contrast, the Heijun Sword Emperor wore a satisfied smile. To have fought a legendary master who has reached the profound realm, I, Heijun, have no regrets. With his final words, his body collapsed. His two disciples let out a tragic scream. Master! They charged madly toward Mook-Hyang. You dare kill our master? I'll end you, Zheng shouted. No, have you all forgotten father's final words? Mook-Hyang's voice was cold as he spoke. Take a good look at your master. He was the one who begged me to spare your lives. Or perhaps, I should just finish this here, the other disciple roared back. Shut up, we don't need your pity. Hearing this, he just shrugged and said nonchalantly, well then, there's no other way. Zheng yelled in a panic. You fools! Seojin. Take the king-worshipping sword and run. Tell our fellow sect members the truth. The young man hesitated. But, eldest brother, I want to fight too. His brother cut him off with a growl. Shut up, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, he's a grandmaster of the Hyung-Gyong realm. Even our master lost to him. We're no match for him. This is the only chance for all our brothers to survive. Go now. Hearing this, Thu Tran didn't hesitate and turned to run. I understand, but then, Mook-Hyang's ice-cold voice echoed. Go after him. Give him a proper send-off. Thu Tran's blood ran cold. Where in the world did this monster come from? Eldest brother, damn it. The crowd scattered in a panic. But with just a few flashes of a blade, the ground was stained red, and countless bodies collapsed. The sight sent a chill down the spine of anyone watching. Heavens! How can he be so ruthless? What are we supposed to do now? His companion replied. His face deathly pale. There's only one way. And that's to follow him. Our hands are already dirty anyway. There's no escaping this fate no matter where we run. As he spoke, his entire body trembled violently. I don't want to follow that monster. With a creak, Mook-Hyang pushed the door open. The two children cowered in fear. Stay. Stay away. He glanced over. Are you also a disciple of that old geezer? The little boy puffed out his chest and answered. No, I'm his biological grandson, Mook-Hyang smirked. Those eyes. They've got some fire in them. One day, you'll definitely become an extraordinary person. Worthy of those eyes. Then, he turned to the little girl. And you? The girl timidly whispered. I'm just a maidservant. His razor-sharp gaze swept over the remaining men. It's a pity. You only get the bounty money if you manage to take my head. But perhaps you'll get another chance in the future. So don't be discouraged. Hearing this, the men began kowtowing frantically. It was our fault for being blind and offending your greatness. My lord, please spare us. My lord. Just then, his subordinate returned to report. Mook-Hyang asked, What's the situation? The subordinate kept his head down. Master, the leader got away, Mook-Hyang said coldly. And you expect to work for me with that pathetic level of strength? Get back. The subordinate hesitated. But what about this group? Mook-Hyang frowned slightly. You can't even complete your mission. So why are you worrying about things that don't concern you? His words sent a chill down the subordinate's spine. This subordinate understands his mistake. He spoke again. One more thing. I need you gentlemen to go to the Vauduang sect and the Tai Chan clan, and inform them that I, Mook-Hyang, will be paying a visit shortly, to ask them why they put a bounty on my head. You gentlemen, can you help me with this? The old man in the group hurriedly replied. This old one will personally deliver the message. Upon hearing this, Mook-Hyang pressed an object into the old man's hand. Well then, here is a small payment. The entire group was stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. Are we going to live? Then, his gaze shifted back to the boy. Kid, once you've become a true master, come and find me. Let's go. With that, he turned to leave, his two subordinates quietly following behind him. Only after the three of them were out of sight did the old man heave a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that boy Thu Tran got away. I nearly lost my old life here today. That experience definitely took 10 years off my lifespan. A man, still reeling from the shock, stammered. Why? Why did he spare us? the old man explained. Logically, he should have eliminated all of us to ensure there were no witnesses. But once one person got away, killing another 7 of us became pointless. This old one has roamed the Junghu for many years and has seen more than my fair share of bloodshed. And yet his sheer presence was enough to terrify me. Ah well, I suppose this was fate. As night descended, a figure was seen rushing through the air. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Thu Tran screamed, "Urgent command! The entire sect must prepare to face the enemy." A servant rushed to ask, "Young master, what great matter has occurred?" He was breathing heavily. "Fourth senior brother." "Where is fourth senior brother?" The servant replied. "The fourth young master is in his study." Upon hearing that, Thu Tran slammed the door open and rushed in. "Fourth brother, it's a disaster." The man known as fourth brother, who had been dozing, sat up abruptly and scowled. "Thu Tran, what's all this commotion about?" Thu Tran's voice trembled as he said, Master, he's no longer with us." Fourth brother was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed his robe. "How is that possible? I hadn't heard anything about Master being ill," Thu Tran hurriedly explained. "It wasn't an illness. Master, he was killed in a duel." At this, fourth brother was utterly horrified. "You're saying Master was defeated in a duel? Just who is this person?" Thu Tran swallowed nervously. His voice strained. He calls himself the Karma Lord. Mook-Hyang. His cultivation is immeasurably profound. In his final moments, Master's last words were that being able to fight a powerhouse who had reached the Hyun-Gyeong realm was the greatest honor of his life. And his final command was, "Under no circumstances are you to seek revenge," fourth brother roared. His voice filled with anguish. "Father told us to just swallow this grudge? How could he say that?" Thu Tran lowered his head, his voice shaking. "When I fought my way out, everyone else was completely wiped out by that guy. He's a legendary master who has reached the Hyun realm. For now, he can't possibly hunt us down here right away. We must prepare with all our strength to face him." The fourth brother clenched his fists. "Where is eldest brother?" He was met with a devastating truth. Eldest brother has also fallen in battle. As soon as the words were spoken, the fourth brother was shattered. Even eldest brother fell? What kind of master could possibly take their father's head? After a moment, he turned to Thu Chan and ordered, "Transcribe the entire conversation between father and that man. Don't miss a single word about the outside force." Thu Chan immediately complied. "I understand." He then roared, "From this moment on, summon all our disciples. Prepare to face the enemy. Meanwhile, elsewhere," an authoritative voice rang out. "Enter. Mook-Hyang. I heard you completed this mission exceptionally well." He simply bowed. "Thank you for your praise." "Sect leader." The voice suddenly turned icy. "But why a direct confrontation? And not an assassination?" Mook-Hyang raised his head, his gaze unwavering. Upon meeting such a peerless master, this subordinate wished to cross swords with him just once, even if it cost me my life. The sect leader smirked, a smile full of mockery. "You yearn to fight the strong that much? Then are you confident you would win if you were to fight me?" The great dark demon emperor scoffed. What an arrogant fool. But in that very instant, an invisible stream of energy brushed past his ear. His head was thrown back by a blast of force. A sense of dread washed over him. What was that just now? Could it be just pure killing intent? He suddenly burst out laughing. What a cunning brat. To take down one of the 3 sovereigns, you'd naturally need this kind of audacity. He narrowed his eyes. "What do you want? This position of sect leader?" Mook-Hyang maintained his respectful demeanor. "No, my lord. This subordinate only wishes to pursue the peak of martial arts. I lack the confidence to bear the responsibility of leading thousands." The sect leader's eyebrows furrowed. "Someone with the talent to become the strongest under heaven, yet has no ambition to rule the martial world. My own child's martial arts are far inferior to yours. At such a young age, your martial arts have already reached a level where you can trade blows with me. I cannot waste a talent like you. If you don't want to be the sect leader, then how about vice sect leader?" Mook-Hyang answered without hesitation. "If that position grants this subordinate enough free time, then I will accept." "Of course it does," the sect leader replied. "Moreover, according to the rules, The vice sect leader commands no subordinates, and is only accompanied by 5 bodyguards. This idle position seems to suit you, doesn't it? He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. If so, this subordinate has one request. Those bodyguards must not be wielders of demonic or wind energy. The great dark demon emperor didn't answer immediately, his gaze sweeping over Mook-Hyang's sword. By the way, I will forge you a new divine weapon. I will use top-grade profound iron, and forge it in the earth vein's true essence. It is said that the earth vein's true essence can awaken a martial artist's true nature, and using it to forge a sword will create a treasured blade perfectly compatible with its master. Only such a sword is worthy of the vice sect leader's position. Then he suddenly asked, "Ah, but wait a moment. Do you know how to play Go?" Mook-Hyang replied. "I am not skilled in Go, but I know a little about Chinese chess." He remarked, "That's a pity then." He smiled faintly, a smile full of hidden meaning. If the sect leader wishes to discuss matters more with this subordinate, then in the future, instead of being a chess piece, this subordinate will be forced to become a player. The sect leader looked extremely pleased, thinking to himself, though he has no ambition. He was born a destined martial artist, someone who can see through my killing intent. He burst into hearty laughter. "Well said, very well. Then I will also try to learn Chinese chess, to see who between you and I will be the one controlling this game. Therefore, I will grant you a few Go pieces. But in the meantime, don't you dare touch that Chinese chessboard." With that said, after some discussion, Mook-Hyang finally stepped outside. He thought to himself, the position of vice sect leader is truly a title with no real power. His gaze swept over the command token in his hand. Then he suddenly froze. This place. It looked so much like his home back in Luoyang. How long has it been since I left? I wonder if Xiao Yuan is doing okay? Suddenly, a deep, warm voice came from behind. "You've grown up quite a bit, haven't you?" Mook-Hyang spun around in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Senior Liu Bai?" The old man just smiled. "It's only been 3 months, and you're already so formal? You're the vice sect leader now, after all. Long time no see. How have you been? Care to find a place and grab a few drinks?" Mook-Hyang clasped his hands. It has been a long time. This junior would be honored to listen to senior's guidance all night, over cups of wine. Laughter mingled with old stories. The sun had set before they knew it, and lost in their drunken reverie, they forgot the passage of time. When he returned, 4 figures were already waiting, kneeling on one knee. "Your subordinates greet the vice sect leader." Their voices rang out in unison. Mook-Hyang paused. "You are. It is our honor to see you again." Mook-Hyang suddenly let out a knowing laugh. "I see. So you're my personal guards. You all haven't changed a bit." The only woman in the group replied, "It's just our inner energy preserving our appearance." Huanshu immediately pouted. "Who said you were young for you to claim that?" A heavy punch was the answer to his taunt. Mook-Hyang could only shake his head in exasperation. Still as noisy as ever, he scanned his eyes over them. "Exactly 4 of you. Good. From now on, this guard unit will be known as the 4 Gentlemen, and your titles will correspond to Plum, Orchid, Chrysanthemum, and Bamboo. Choose one for yourselves." The woman was quick to speak. "This subordinate will take the name Orchid." Machi followed. "This subordinate chooses Bamboo." Yan Chun also spoke up. "Then this subordinate will take the name Plum." Mook-Hyang's gaze shifted to the last person. "Then, that just leaves Chrysanthemum for you." He smirked. "Are you happy with that name?" Huanshu's face fell like a storm cloud, but he still forced a smile. "Yes. It's fine." Seeing this, Mook-Hyang nodded. "Good. From now on, you are the 4 Gentlemen, my personal guards. I will call you by your new titles. Furthermore, from now on, I will personally instruct you in your martial arts. You must train diligently and not disappoint my expectations." The 4 of them were stunned, then knelt in unison. "We thank the vice sect leader for his grace." Meanwhile, in a deep, hidden part of the sect, "You gave the new vice sect leader such beautiful words." The sect leader slowly picked up a game piece. "According to the rules, no one who carries a sword is allowed near me. But for him, I made an exception. Though, it's meaningless. If he wanted to take my life, he wouldn't have waited until now. He is a very good knight. Dime Shah's lips curled into a slight smirk. But no matter how far a steed can run, once it disobeys its master, it is no longer a fine horse, but becomes a chariot to be sacrificed. But even if he can step on your shadow, he will never be able to touch a corner of the sect leader's robe. The sect leader interrupted. Compared to Shang-Chi, I much prefer Go. Do you know why? In Go, the more you play, the more stones are on the board, the larger the board becomes, and the more chaotic the situation gets. Just like this martial world. And most importantly, Shang-Chi pieces can move. They have a path of retreat, but Go stones, once placed, remain there forever until the end of the game. Clack. The cold sound of the stone echoed as it was placed on the board. At that same moment, on the training grounds, Mook-Hyang was sparring with Plum and Bamboo. Two figures moved like a tempest, launching a simultaneous attack. From above, Orchid swooped down like a hawk. Got him! At the same time, a sharp point emerged from a blind spot behind him. It was Chrysanthemum. The corner of Mook-Hyang's mouth twitched into a satisfied smile. Not bad. A feint to the east and an attack from the west? As soon as he spoke, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending all four of them flying. Orchid gritted her teeth. We failed again. Is there not a single opening? Mook-Hyang dusted off his hands and spoke. I have grasped your capabilities. Plum, your martial arts foundation is solid, and your techniques are highly refined. Bamboo, you have the most powerful inner energy among the four gentlemen. And Orchid, you have an excellent grasp of movement techniques and unique skills. But you're still missing one thing. One, specialized in hidden weapons and self-defense techniques, while another, like Chrysanthemum, was a master of stealth and lethal arts, with swordsmanship befitting a top-tier assassin. However, Mook-Hyang suddenly paused, calculating in his head. This level of strength. It still wasn't enough to handle the heavy responsibility of an independent guard unit. Their martial arts foundations were still shallow, and they hadn't accumulated enough demonic energy. After thinking it over, Hyang spoke in a steady voice. Starting tomorrow, one by one, each of you will come see me daily. I will personally guide your martial arts. And afterward, you must train rigorously on your own for a couple of hours. The four of them didn't hesitate for a second, shouting in unison. As you command. At the same time, at the Maton Voko, it turned out to be a secret chamber, the place where the demonic lord's secret cultivation manuals were stored. The covers might look different, but flipping through them, the contents were all the same. If he remembered correctly, he'd glanced at a few of the blood cult's secret manuals before. They were all heretical martial arts, relying mainly on illusion and death techniques. This book even stated that no matter how profound or pure one's internal energy was, it would be useless. So, what path should he cultivate from now on? At this point, none of the masters in the demonic cult were strong enough to be his opponent anymore. The layers of strict defenses outside now seemed like child's play in his eyes. As he was lost in thought, a voice called out from the door. Vice Sect Leader, it's you. Chrysanthemum. This subordinate has come to request your guidance. You seem to have something on your mind? Mook-Hyang pondered for a moment before replying. Does anything exist in this world that is impossible for a person to do? Hearing this, Chrysanthemum also propped her chin, looking thoughtful. An impossible task? Then what about climbing out of the Mothan Doan Nyai cliff in the west of the 100,000 Great Mountains? That is as easy as flipping my hand, Mook-Hyang answered curtly. Chrysanthemum smiled, coming up with a bolder idea. Then, what about shattering the giant boulder to the south, where there's a pine forest, and then counting every single leaf in that forest? Mook-Hyang couldn't help but be stunned. You said, count leaves? Chrysanthemum nodded, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Rumor has it, the Shaolin Temple once used this very method to imprison a troublemaking master. That pine forest is hit by 2 gales every single day, and the condition was that the person had to accurately count all the leaves on 1,000 trees before being allowed to leave. The place this subordinate just mentioned has no wind. But to make up for it, it has 3,000 trees, so the difficulty is about the same. Of course, a task that an ordinary person cannot do is surely within your capabilities. Hearing Chrysanthemum's flattery, Mook-Hyang grew even more curious. What was that person's fate? Chrysanthemum replied nonchalantly. They say the old man died of old age in there because he never finished counting. This answer, far from discouraging Mook-Hyang, stirred up an extreme sense of competitiveness within him. He scoffed. This task is indeed something an ordinary person could hardly accomplish. All the more reason for me to give it a try. Arriving at the location, he couldn't help but exclaim that it was indeed much larger than he had imagined. Let's try counting from this tree first. As he finished speaking, Hyang's figure blurred, zipping through the canopies. 1,370. 1,375. Well, this is more of a test of mental arithmetic than martial arts. I have to combine it with my lightness skill. But he quickly realized that his own movements were causing the leaves to shake and flutter down. It truly is a sea of leaves. He thought to himself, it's so vast. No wonder even that Shaolin master from the past had to give up and die here. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance, breaking the silence. Reporting to the vice sect leader, the old blacksmith has repeatedly requested an audience with you. He says he has something to apologize to you for. Can you hear me? From high up in the treetop, Mook-Hyang frowned slightly. A bit confused, he had no choice but to put the challenge aside and return to the Ma Ton Vo Ko. Please have mercy. Vice sect leader, please forgive this old man's incompetence. Mook-Hyang was stunned to see the old blacksmith kowtowing on the ground and quickly asked, what are you doing? My lord, this humble one has failed to meet your expectations and no longer has the face to see you. This humble one forged the sword exactly as you instructed. But it was a failure. Now it can only be destroyed and remade. So this humble one took the liberty of brazenly coming here to ask for your precious guidance one more time. Hearing this, Hyang waved his hand dismissively. If it's already forged, just let me see it. I never needed a sword that was that perfect anyway. The old blacksmith was still trembling, hesitating. But it... Enough. Hyang cut him off, his voice now tinged with impatience. I told you. It's fine. Yes. My lord, please take a closer look. Mook-Hyang picks it up and swings it a few times, wondering to himself why it doesn't feel powerful at all. Where exactly did it go wrong? He replies in disappointment, not understanding why the auras of the demonic and righteous paths are mixed together like this. A sword like this is hardly top tier, so it can't amplify demonic energy any further. Is that really so? Let me give it a real try. Shall I? Now then. Mook-Hyang takes a deep breath and unleashes a powerful technique. While the old man watches intently, he can't help but be shocked. Impossible, Hyang continues, activating the heaven-shattering moon sword formation. How can this be? The demonic aura and the righteous aura must both be complete to harmonize. And next to him is Gook, who is just as stunned. What was that? After finishing his demonstration, Mook-Hyang turns and asks, and you're telling me this isn't a precious sword? The man bows his head and admits his mistake. I was too arrogant. Perhaps it's because of the vice sect leader's harmony between demonic and righteous internal energy. This strange sword is just like your character. A treasured blade that only the vice sect leader can wield. Hyang is overjoyed to hear this. Completely satisfied. Suddenly, the man presents another treasure. Please accept this as well. This is a dagger. A smaller version of the Dark Soul sword, called the Dark Shadow Flight. Hyang nods in approval. That's a beautiful name. Dark Soul and Dark Shadow Flight. I will put them to good use. The scene changes, and as Mook-Hyang is returning home, he suddenly notices something. There are 3 of them, and their strength is not to be underestimated. It's not that I can't enter my own house because of some thieves, but, judging by the aura they're emitting, they don't seem to be our people. What kind of nerve do these guys have to brazenly enter our sect's territory? Those men also sense someone approaching, while the girl with them is breathing heavily from her injuries, bleeding quite a lot. Mook-Hyang stands outside the door, thinking to himself, are they lying in wait for the owner to return? Since I don't know who they are, I'll observe them first. Then, Hyang calmly opens the door and steps inside. And immediately, a sword is pressed against his neck. The man threatens, be quiet. If you cooperate, we won't hurt you. Another one chimes in, hand over your sword. But Hyang isn't scared at all, smirking to himself. All 3 of them are wounded by demonic energy. If that's the case, they must be on the run from the demonic sect. The man holding the sword shouts impatiently, Answer me. How do we get out of the demonic sect's territory? Hearing this, Hyang gets even more annoyed, deciding to mess with them a little. Should I just kill them now? Or maybe later? I'll try to figure out their intentions first. Then, Hyang speaks up. If you want to escape the demonic sect's territory, you have to go another 3 li. Another 3 li? Let's do it. Fourth brother, the man asks in a stern voice. Who are you to be living here? Hyang replies. I'm the son of a family that was ousted from the demonic sect during a previous power struggle. Now I'm here training my martial arts to return to the sect. The man feels a sense of empathy upon hearing this. Because in fact, he can clearly sense the distinct aura of the demonic sect on the kid. Plus, he looks quite young, so he's probably telling the truth. Then he asks loudly, can you guide us out of the demonic sect's territory? Your life is on the line here. Could you perhaps offer me a small reward for my troubles? The 2 men look at each other then nod. Fine. We promise to pay you. Thank you. My lord. Would you all like to rest for a bit before we go? I have a little knowledge of medicine. I can take a look at your injuries right now. The young man quickly speaks up. Can you please check on her first? Was the most seriously injured. Hyang approached, and a quick glance at the wound revealed the mark of the flowing demon fist. Luckily, the girl possessed pure internal energy, so the wound wasn't fatal. But this whole situation felt eerily familiar. Among everyone I know, it seems no one practices this cultivation method. Or have I just gotten too old? After a while, Hyang finished treating all 3 of them. Thank you. We feel much better because of you. I also thank you on behalf of my daughter, Hyang replied cheerfully. This humble one is fortunate to have been able to help you all. But in his mind, Hyang was already thinking about his payment. Immediately after, he sensed something strange, even after carefully examining the 2 men's bodies. But unlike the girl, they weren't practicing the orthodox inhuman cultivation method. Why would members of the same sect have different cultivation methods? Suddenly, a girl's voice called from outside. Vice sect leader. It's me. Lan. I have something to report. Hyang quickly went out and whispered. You're here? Sorry. But could you buy me some rice and side dishes? Also, get some cam trong herb, and an internal cooling demonic pill. Thanks a lot. After speaking, Hyang slammed the door shut, leaving Lan a bit stunned. Yes. Sir. Lan asked softly with suspicion. Is something wrong? Are you with those escaped prisoners in there? Who are they? Those 2 are disciples of the Heaven and Earth Sect from Luoyang. The Heaven and Earth Sect and our sect have a long-standing feud, and they were 2 of the prisoners locked in our dungeon. Some escapees are hiding at the Vice Sect leader's place. Hearing this, Hyang thought to himself, disciples of the Heaven and Earth Sect? Do other people know they came here? Lan replied. Everyone in the demonic sect knows. And the sect leader is also aware of it. If the sect leader already knows, then I need to wrap this up quickly. But why am I so fixated on that young girl practicing the inhuman cultivation method? Could it be that the Heaven and Earth Sect also practices the inhuman cultivation method? According to Lan, that's not the case. Although she wasn't entirely sure, the Hyunvan sect highly reveres the principle of its own inviolability. So it's understandable if you find them different. Hearing this only confused Hyang more. The orthodox Hyunvan cultivation method? A sect in Luoyang, where girls often have the surname Xiao. Could it really be true? And just like that, 3 months passed. Lan. Tell the sect leader to assign this matter to me. I understand. Sir. And remember to buy those things for me. Afterward, Hyang continued to think. If that's really that child, then I can't just let this go. The next morning, Hyang led the 3 of them out of the demonic sect's territory as promised. One of them asked, where are we supposed to go? Hyang pointed straight ahead and said, follow that road. And in a few more days, you'll reach a safe place. The 4th brother said, we are truly grateful to you. The other man asked, at this point, are you going to return my sword? Hyang drew the sword and handed it back, saying, I'm not that kind of rude person. At that very moment, they felt a shift in Hyang's aura. Is this a trap? Lan. There's no need to be so on guard. I have no intention of harming you. If I wanted to, I would have done it already. By order of the vice sect leader, Lan handed a secret box to Little Yuan. Hyang spoke up to explain. This was all so sudden that I didn't have time to prepare anything. Please accept this small token of my sincerity. And this as well. Inside is a bit of silver. Consider yourselves broke. So just take this for your protection. Little Yuan asked suspiciously. Why are you giving this to me? He let out a hearty laugh and said magnanimously. I made a promise. Meeting you all was fate. Take care. With those words, the figures of Hai-Hang and Lan faded into nothingness. The remaining three stood there, dazed by reality, before Xiao Yuan tremblingly opened the box. What did he give me? Earrings. And a necklace? Could it be? A distant memory flashed through her mind. Uncle. Look, this is so beautiful. What is it? I want it. Hai-Hang smiled gently. This jewelry. You're still too young to wear it. The little girl pouted sulkily. Then when can I wear it? Hang gently stroked her head. When you're older, Uncle will buy you something 1,000,000 times more beautiful. I promise. All right. I promise you. Now. As the memory came flooding back, it was far too late. Uncle! Xiao Yuan's desperate scream tore through the night. Elsewhere, Lan couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, Was that your daughter? Hang replied softly. My adopted daughter. I never thought she would join the Heaven and Earth Sect. I never wanted her to enter the treacherous martial world. But fate is truly unpredictable. Suddenly, a figure zipped over and knelt on one knee, reporting to the vice leader. The leader summons you urgently. Hang thought to himself. He's always been so impatient. In a game of chess, to a master player, every piece is a treasure. However, no matter how brilliant that master is, if a piece fails to fulfill its duty, then this demonic sect has no use for it. Mook-Hyang was shaken. This terrifying presence. All the masters of the demonic sect have gathered. From left to right, imposing figures appeared one by one. The three-faced centaur elder, Xiao Wumian, the green-eyed poison lord, vice leader Nang Fijioi, followed by Dich Mai Sat, junior elder Huin Vo Thuong, and the 1,000-mile lone walker, Thiet Ku Kwang. Finally, Thiet Duong and the plague king, Dich Tuhan Trong Bin, and seated upon the throne, the black demon great emperor, leader of the demonic sect, Han Trung Cat. His voice was ice-cold. Do you have any excuses? Vice leader Mook-Hyang? This subordinate was only acting on a small, personal matter. Surely. You don't intend to deal with them? Not exactly. But that wasn't a decision you were authorized to make. Then, this subordinate presumes to make a request of the leader. What are your thoughts on releasing the Heaven and Earth Sect prisoners? In exchange for establishing good relations with them? The moment he finished, Dich Mai Sat flared with killing intent and growled. Vice leader Mook-Hyang. Watch your tongue. But Hang continued calmly. The Heaven and Earth Sect may be a major power with thousands of disciples. But if we send our masters, we can wipe them out completely. So what is your real reason? Vice leader Mook-Hyang replied calmly. My adopted daughter is in the Heaven and Earth Sect. The black demon great emperor's eyes narrowed, and an invisible killing intent flooded the hall. An adopted daughter in the Heaven and Earth Sect? You should have reported this to me sooner. Is it that servant girl you met in Luoyang 3 years ago? You didn't teach her martial arts. And you've been apart for a full 10 years. So, you're not related by blood. Nor are you her master. She's nothing more than a beggar from your past. Why do you feel responsible for her? I ask you again. Vice leader. But Mook-Hyang was resolute. His gaze unwavering. My apologies. Leader. So, you refuse to eliminate the girl? This subordinate cannot harm his own adopted daughter. Is that your final answer? Fine. Have it your way. I cannot move your stubborn heart. Thank you for your grace. Leader. The black demon great emperor waved his hand dismissively. I will leave the details to Elder Hun Vo Thuong. This matter is concluded. All of you may leave. Vice leader Nang Phai Jioi. You will stay. After everyone else had departed, the leader let out a sarcastic comment. His cold voice echoing through the hall. How amusing. To think he's such a man of sentiment. I was wrong. I thought he was a warhorse. But he's just a useless pawn. Mook-Hyang. If you want to be a useful piece on the board, you first need to stay alive. Seize this opportunity to act. Just then, Mei spoke up. Vice sect leader. Are you all right? Mook-Hyang didn't answer and immediately issued a command. You. Secretly escort my goddaughter back to Luoyang. Investigate thoroughly why So Yun joined the Heaven and Earth Sect. And, at the same time, Get a grasp on her mother's situation. The moment you have news, report back immediately. In 1 month, I will be in Luoyang. By then, I want a full report. Your subordinate obeys. The scene changes, and the monotonous voice of Elder Huang Musang is heard. This man is Jin Yang, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Sect. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, with the build of a fierce tiger and muscles like solid rock. He is hailed in the martial world as a righteous and brilliant warrior, a man whose word is his bond. He especially despises the demonic cult to his very core. And the reason is quite simple. His father once fought a master from the demonic cult and died from a hidden injury. As for outside support, whether he can call upon anyone, he has allied himself with over 200 experts, including Hallmaster Long Tianyi. Rumor has it that Jin Yang actually looks down on Long Tianyi because of the old man's arrogant and conceited nature. Vice Sect leader Mook-Hyang cut him off. That's not enough. I want to know more. But Elder Huang Musang shook his head. Reporting to the Vice Sect leader, my duty is to manage all information within the cult. I can only be absolutely loyal to my assigned tasks. If there is even the slightest mistake, if a single word gets out, then please, just take this old man's head. Hearing this, Vice Sect leader Mook-Hyang smirked, a cold smile flashing across his face. Take your head? For those who only know how to use their heads to scheme, sometimes you have to give them a taste of fear. Only then will they stop playing their childish little tricks. Then, he lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, his tone becoming casual. Don't be so tense. Stroking my sword is just an old habit of mine. I won't need it to see you off. So rest assured. Anyway, what do you think about signing a non-aggression pact with Jin Yang? Elder Huang Musang replied thoughtfully. This matter, even if the other party is the Heaven and Earth Sect, I fear it would be difficult for us to uphold the pact to the very end. Because if the Orthodox Martial Alliance joins forces against our cult, we absolutely cannot stand idly by. But if the condition is simply that neither side encroaches on the other, your subordinate thinks it might not be impossible. Is that so? All right, for now. Just draft me a pact. 10 days later, Mook-Hyang led 20 elite masters, their aura overwhelming, straight towards Luoyang. Accompanying them was Cheol Yobek, the wandering siren, who had perfected her bewitching zither music. Her music could make people lose themselves in a dreamscape, only to die in a state of ultimate ecstasy, which is how she earned the name Siren, and hidden behind the siren's name was another meaning. One related to indulging in worldly pleasures. The group consisted of 20 masters from the Left Protector and the Protectorate, which she herself commanded. For such a formidable force to visit a small sect like the Heaven and Earth Sect was truly unprecedented. Finally, after 20 long days, the group set foot in Luoyang. Juk in May, after many sleepless nights researching, came to report to the Vice Sect leader, Sir, Jin Yang has never broken his word, nor does he shy away from acts of justice, except for the fact that he has some peculiar tastes. He is generally a good person. The moment May finished speaking, Yum Wangjuksa burst into a bout of arrogant laughter. As the old saying goes, once you're in the bedroom, there's no such thing as a righteous gentleman. Suddenly, the siren's voice, as light as the wind, was heard. Vice Sect leader, will you still proceed with signing the pact as planned? Mook-Hyang answered calmly. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll stick to the plan. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to where Soyun's mother was staying. He wondered whether that woman was now dead or alive. May's words echoed in his ears. She is currently in a small house near the Heaven and Earth Sect. Jin Yang has accepted So-Yun as his direct disciple. The girl is strong-willed and quiet, so she has made a very good impression on everyone. Despite receiving quite a few confessions, she always shakes her head and refuses. Hyang thought to himself, just as I expected. As a simple man, I just hope that girl finds a worthy husband. Suddenly, a voice called out, why are you spying on the Heaven and Earth Sect? As he turned, he was met with a loud shout. Freeze, you're a spy. Aren't you? Judging by his shiny robes and his manner of speaking, even though his sword was just a toy, it was clearly made of high-quality wood. This kid was definitely a prized disciple of the Heaven and Earth Sect. The boy yelled. Can't answer me. Huh. Just when I was getting bored, some fun finally showed up. Seeing Hyang's sly grin, The young disciple flinched in fear. Stammering as he tried to maintain his composure, Hyang pressed on with the threats. Don't worry about manners. I was just observing the Heaven and Earth sect to kidnap you. And you delivered yourself right to me. If this isn't a stroke of luck, what is? The disciple panted. His fear palpable. Suddenly, Hyang engaged the kid in a test of swords. His technique was surprisingly sharp. And in a flash, the disciple landed a hit on the vice sect leader. The boy cheered. All right. I won. But Hyang just taunted him. You didn't even break the skin. Then he swiftly struck the boy's pressure points, paralyzing his entire body. Too bad. I've already sealed your acupuncture points. You can't move an inch. The boy sputtered angrily. You coward. I'm the one who landed the first hit. So what? There are no cowards in a fight to the death. Even though he had mastered the basics of internal energy, his entire 24 moveset was completely figured out. Still, the master who taught this kid must be no ordinary expert. Hyang sneered. Is this really the best the Heaven and Earth sect can do? So what should I do with you now? The boy was horrified. His face went pale as he started sobbing and trembling uncontrollably. The scene changes to someone violently hacking at a piece of meat with a cleaver. Complaining. Damn. Why is this so tough? Hyang sat at the table, crossing his arms smugly. I'll only release your pressure points after you've eaten your fill. Don't fight it. Just eat up. Even if 100 kids like you showed up, none of them could release these pressure points. The boy sat across from him, his fists clenched and trembling in anger. A look of pure disgust on his face. He sighed. I don't like eating slop like this. Hyang propped his chin on his hand and gave a wicked grin. He toyed with his spoon. Oh really? If you don't like this? Then go over there and eat that instead. It turned out he was pointing at a cow munching on foul-smelling grass, swarmed by flies, which stared blankly back at Hyang. Suddenly, the cow turned and dropped a massive pile of dung, and the flies instantly swarmed it in a buzzing cloud. He thought to himself that he had never seen anything more disgusting. The boy clapped a hand over his mouth, his face ashen and utterly speechless. Turning back, the boy trembled with rage, clenching his fists as he warned, You are a truly despicable man. Hearing this, Hyang roared with laughter. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Go on. Shout it louder. Tell everyone I'm a scumbag. The boy sighed in defeat. Damn it, he yelled, then began to furiously stuff his face, tears of pure frustration streaming down his cheeks. While eating, he declared, All right. I'm eating. Are you satisfied now? I'm done with this. Before slamming the bowl hard onto the table. Are we done here? I'm leaving. Hyang asked. I had a great time because of you. Did you have fun too? The boy started to walk away. But hearing that smug comment, he spun around and yelled, You bastard. This isn't over. Hyang just roared with laughter at the threat. All right. I'll see you around. As the little brat walked away, a sinister smile crept across his face as he whispered, It's time to get to work. The real fun is about to start. As night descended upon the front gates of the Heaven and Earth sect, a tired voice cut through the silence. Looks like another peaceful night on watch is over. One of the guards rested his chin on his long spear, sighing gloomily. Finally, time for the shift change. His companion stretched and let out a massive yawn that nearly unhinged his jaw. Suddenly, a faint clip-clopping sound echoed in the night. So strangely quiet, it made both of them jump and spin around. What they saw was so unbelievable, it left them completely stunned. An old man, looking like he'd just clawed his way out of a grave with most of his teeth gone, sat perched atop a horse. The old man's voice was a hoarse rasp, like metal grinding on metal. Is this the Heaven and Earth sect? Behind him, an entire troop on horseback stood as silent as phantoms. Remaining on his horse, the old man issued a command. I need to see your sect leader. Go and announce my arrival. The guard froze, a cold sweat trickling down his neck. His mind went completely blank, unable to process what was happening. What in the world? How did they ride up on horses without me hearing a single hoofbeat? His partner stumbled back, trembling and stammering. Good heavens! What are they? The other guard mustered what little courage he had left and let out a feeble shout. Quick! Inform the sect leader. The words had barely left his mouth when a deep, powerful voice boomed from right behind him. There's no need. I am already here. I am Jin Yang. the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect. The guard barely had time to glance back before he saw a dark, swirling killing intent erupting from Jin Yang. His eyes flashed like lightning, his voice turning sharp. I sensed a violent demonic energy raging at the gates. So I came to see for myself. You worthless scum. Get lost. Don't defile this place with your filthy aura. At those words, the old man's cloudy pupils instantly turned a deep, blood red. He tightened his grip on the reins and let out a demonic cackle. In that case, I suppose you wouldn't mind if the heads of the 300 disciples from your precious sect, currently our prisoners, were to roll on the floor. You should choose your next words very carefully. Sect leader Jin Yang. The bone-chilling threat made Jin Yang's rage erupt. His killing intent condensing to its absolute peak. He ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat out each word. You demonic bastards. You dare come here to threaten me? I have nothing to say to demonic heretics like you. Seeing that blades were about to be drawn, Yin Hui gently raised a hand, her voice ringing out as clear as a bell. Sect leader, please calm yourself. Might you listen to what this humble girl has to say? She stepped forward with a slight bow, her demeanor exceedingly modest. We of the Heavenly Demon Cult have come to negotiate, not to wage war. It is not too late to make your decision after you have heard our proposal. Jin Yang froze, a single, sarcastic word echoing in his mind. Negotiate? A storm of rage brewed inside him. But the thought of his 300 disciples' lives forced him to swallow it down. After a moment of internal struggle, Jin Yang clenched his jaw and coldly spat out. Fine. Only your representative may enter. The rest will wait outside for my command. Yin Hui placed a hand over her heart, offering an elegant smile and a bow. But of course, once they were all seated in the great hall, the tension was so thick it felt like the air itself could freeze solid. Long Tianyi sat off to the side, the suffocating atmosphere making it hard to breathe as he thought. What in the world is happening? Our intelligence said they would never be this courteous. Their words might change, but their attitude shouldn't be this drastically different. Long Tianyi's eyes were glued to the old man, who was slowly removing his hood with a withered, corpse-like hand. The hallmaster was shaken to his core. That withered, demonic claw of a hand. There's no mistake. That has to be Guan Bai, the blood demon warden of the High Stream, one of the 13 demon lords of the demonic cult. His eyes then darted to Yin Hui, and his shock intensified. And in contrast, that woman with hands so fair and skin as white as jade. Isn't that Yin Hui, the Iron White? Long Tianyi couldn't suppress a shudder. Just these two alone have enough power to flatten the entire Heaven and Earth sect. So why go through the trouble of negotiating? And why bring an army? A bitter smile crossed the hallmaster's thoughts. Long Tianyi then clasped his hands together, forcing a calm demeanor as he asked in a trembling voice. May I ask? Is the esteemed sir here the great master of the High Stream? Bai, the blood demon prison warden, heard someone call his name and looked up. He then shot back a question. You already know who I am, so why ask? Long Tianyi replied nervously. For a noble personage such as yourself to visit in person, this humble one finds it hard to believe. The hallmaster saw the old man's heroic arrogance and said, with an amused chuckle, someone even more noble than I is present. So why shouldn't I be here? Hearing this, Long Tianyi was instantly terrified, his mind racing with worry. Someone with a higher status than Bai, the third-ranked blood demon prison warden of the demonic cult? Could it be Elder Huang Wu Chang, the man known as the brains of the demonic cult? Long Tianyi secretly glanced towards the cave where a person was eating a pastry. The hallmaster was puzzled, as he couldn't sense a single trace of demonic energy from that individual. Could it be that the demonic cult has a new master I don't know about? And what's with that cave? The face of the person chewing the pastry scrunched up slightly, and he hesitated before asking, what is this dish called? Yin Hui smiled. She placed a scroll on the table and said, Sect leader Jin Yang, of the Great Strength Sect. Our cult has come today to establish a non-aggression pact with your sect. This is the treaty itself. Please take a look. Jin Yang worriedly asked Long Tianyi, a non-aggression pact? The hallmaster whispered a quiet warning. Don't be fooled. They're trying to get your sect in the palm of their hand with this scheme. Jin Yang took the scroll, heeding Long Tianyi's words, and stammered in fear. What do you mean? Suddenly, a stream of white bone shot towards the hallmaster, making him jump in terror and cry out. It turned out to be Yin Hui casting her demonic arts, her blood-red eyes serving as a warning to the Hallmaster. This treaty is between our cult and the Heaven and Earth Sect. This is the sect leader's decision, not a matter for Hallmaster Long Tianyi to interfere in. Jin Yang looked at the treaty with concern, thoughtfully reading every single word. Yin Hui continued, "If you agree to this treaty, our cult will release all the prisoners from your sect." The contents of the treaty clearly state, "The Heavenly Demon, Divine Cult, and the Heaven and Earth Sect shall not invade each other's territory. Any violation will be handled based on previously discussed principles, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult is forbidden from encroaching on the territory managed by the Heaven and Earth Sect. If an unavoidable violation occurs for a specific reason, the other party must be notified 1 month in advance. An exception is that the Heaven and Earth Sect does not need to give prior notice when entering the territory of the Heavenly Demon, Divine Cult, or other orthodox sects. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult has the right to counterattack any aggressors but cannot attack the Heaven and Earth Sect. If the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult comes into conflict with other sects, the Heaven and Earth Sect is not obligated to help, but it must respond if reinforcements are requested. If assistance cannot be provided, the reason must be communicated to the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult." After Jin Yang finished reading, he asked suspiciously, "There are 4 exceptions that I don't understand. Why are there so many clauses that are disadvantageous to the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult?" Yin Hui closed her eyes and replied calmly, "You need not worry. This has already been approved by the cult leader." She looked at Jin Yang and continued, "Our cult can trust you, sect leader Jin Yang, but we cannot trust your descendants, which is why this treaty was created. Furthermore, after this negotiation is complete, the Heaven and Earth Sect will no longer attack our cult's secret camps. Correct?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yang's voice grew stern, declaring that this old man no longer had any doubts and would never engage in such pointless actions. The sect leader's face turned purple with rage. "I remember it like it was yesterday. My disciples returning drenched in their own blood. They snarled that they had mistaken your esteemed sect's secret camp for a den of mountain bandits, so they foolishly led their men to wipe it out. The disciples who went with them vanished without a trace, and only a mere 3 managed to crawl back alive. After I learned the full story from them, the conflict became unavoidable. That is the truth. Do you all understand now?" Yin Hui narrowed her eyes, her voice as cold as ice. "Our sect never wished for any more conflict with your school. But if you, sect master, refuse this gesture of goodwill," she paused, her killing intent flaring, "then our sect will have no choice but to pull the weeds by the roots and erase the Heaven and Earth Sect from the martial world. I hope you will consider this carefully." "Sect master." Yin Hui's every word struck Jin Yang like a sledgehammer, causing his face to darken. In the garden of the Heaven and Earth Sect, a voice suddenly cut in. "Your sect's promise to release our people. You're going to keep your word, right?" Shi-Hang replied with a faint smirk. "You can bet my humble title of Vice Cult Leader on it." Jin Yang glared at him, his mind in turmoil. Just who in the hell is this young man? Why doesn't he have even a single trace of demonic energy? After a moment of internal conflict, the old sectmaster gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. I agree." The old man standing beside him immediately began to grovel. "Congratulations, Vice Cult Leader. The mission was a resounding success." Shi-Hang just gave a slight nod. His expression was indifferent, and he only spoke after a moment of silence. "Success was a given. I take no pleasure in needless bloodshed." The words Vice Cult Leader hit Jin Yang's ears, and he froze in shock, his mind a complete mess. Vice Cult Leader? Could it be? That young man is the Vice Cult Leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult? The commander of 1,000 demonic sects and 20,000 elite masters actually came here in person? He couldn't comprehend what the hell was going on anymore. Cold sweat poured down Jin Yang's forehead, soaking the front of his robe. If he really is the Vice Cult Leader, his cultivation has likely already broken through to the supreme extreme demon realm. Damn it. I have to report back to the Alliance immediately and set up defenses. Just then, Shi-Hang shot to his feet, his sharp gaze sweeping in one direction. "Well then," he smirked. "Little rascal. Hiding so well? I know you're there. Come on out and I'll buy you some candy." Jin Yang was stunned. Little rascal? The boy hiding in the bushes flinched when he heard himself being called out. He bit his lip in frustration, his hand tightening on his sword's hilt as he glared hatefully at him. What tricks are you trying to pull now? I won't fall for your trap again, you despicable bastard. Yet Si-Hang just casually whistled as he walked closer. His tone cheerful. Come now. Let's play a fun little game. Zhen Yang's face went pale as he realized what was happening. And he yelled, You rotten brat, why are you there? How long have you been hiding there? Seeing his backup had arrived. The boy puffed up his chest and said smugly, You bastard. You're dead meat now. My grandpa is going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Zhen Yang's soul nearly flew out of his body. Good heavens. Why did his habit of causing trouble have to flare up at a time like this? He stammered. You little monster. Shut your mouth right now. But it was too late. Because from out of nowhere, Si-Hang was already standing right behind the boy like a phantom. His hand rested gently on the boy's shoulder as a chilling whisper echoed in his ear. So, when exactly does your grandpa plan on chopping me up? The boy let out a piercing scream, causing Zhen Yang to cry out in terror. Oh, good heavens. Si-Hang chuckled. Just be a good boy and say grandpa. I know I was wrong. If you say it nicely, I'll let you go. Lifted into the air by his collar. The boy struggled and screamed. Let me go, I'll never say it. Let me go right now. You bastard, is that so? Let's see just how stubborn you can be. As he spoke, his hand slid from the boy's shoulder and pressed firmly against his back. Instantly, the kid coughed up a mouthful of blood, veins bulging on his neck and forehead. The sight horrified Zhen Yang. Stop, he's just a child. His fists clenched until his knuckles were white, veins bulging as he roared. Stop your hand right now. But just as he was about to charge forward, Yin Hui suddenly extended an arm, coldly blocking his way. She chuckled, her voice as sweet as honey. Please, have a seat for now. From out of nowhere, an old man had appeared behind Longthian Ish, his hand radiating a chilling killing intent as he gently placed it on the man's shoulder, speaking in a low, gruff voice. I'd advise you to know your place and stay put. A wave of terror washed over him as he felt the deadly aura. His entire body freezing solid. This guy. When did he even get here? Hyang shot the boy a look of pure contempt and growled. Scream. Little brat. This time, I'm going to shatter every single bone in your body. Rage flooded his senses as the kid gritted his teeth. His voice trembled, but it was filled with pure defiance. You despicable bastard, do you really think I'd ever kneel to trash like you? In response to this defiance, Hyang suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Tran Duong, on the other hand, was absolutely livid. His fists clenched so tightly they audibly cracked as he roared. Are you trying to tear up our agreement? How could you be so cruel to a mere child? Do you people have any humanity left? Veins bulged on Tran Duong's forehead. His face flushed a deep crimson as he bellowed. How can you do this? I can't just stand by and watch this for another second. If I can't even protect my own grandson, what right do I have to call myself a sect leader? He was practically screaming now. How much longer are you going to torture him? It's already been half an hour. But Amhu simply closed her eyes, shaking her head gently. Please? Sect leader. Just a little more patience. Back in the Heaven and Earth sect's courtyard, Hyang's hand was still on the boy's shoulder, but his tone had lost its vicious edge. Impressive. Your endurance isn't half bad. Now, circulate your true chi, follow my flow, and channel your energy. Little brat. Drenched in sweat, the boy gritted his teeth, struggling to control his breathing. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Tran Duong was completely baffled, his mind filled with doubt. What in the world is going on? Could it be? He isn't torturing my grandson? As if reading his mind, Hyang's lips curled into a smirk. The cultivation method you are now receiving is the Great Void Infinite Heart Technique, he continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. It not only grants you immunity to all evils, but it also allows you to accumulate internal energy at a terrifying speed. Even just mastering the basics will result in extraordinary progress. Still completely lost, Tran Duong turned to ask anxiously. What exactly is the vice cult leader doing to my grandson? This time, Amhu smiled and explained. What the vice cult leader is performing for your esteemed grandson is a supreme technique that uses one's true essence to reshape his martial constitution. Its name is the bone reforming and body seizing technique, she continued, her voice steady. This process inflicts excruciating pain. the kind that even the strongest of men can barely withstand. Moreover, if he screams even once, or is disturbed by any outside force, all this effort will be completely wasted. That is precisely why I had to take the liberty of stopping you. Sect leader. The moment she finished speaking, the boy looked down in shock. His own two fists were suddenly radiating a brilliant aura. Hyang smirked. Consider this a little welcoming gift from me. To commemorate the day our treaty was signed, he continued. His tone a mix of condescension and admonishment. I expect you to become an exceptional talent in the future, not some practitioner of a half-assed cultivation art. The boy, still catching his breath, was left completely speechless. Hyang flashed that same eerie smile before turning to leave, tossing a final comment over his shoulder. My work here is done. You can all take your time heading back. Tran Duong, still reeling from the complete 180-degree turn of events, stammered out a question. What just happened? Hugh's eyes fluttered shut as her lips curved into a knowing smile. It appears the vice cult leader has taken quite a liking to your grandson. Among the young disciples of our cult, you can count the number of people blessed enough to receive this technique on one hand, she continued. Congratulations, sect leader. Your grandson has received a heaven-sent opportunity. Our cult will immediately release your disciples. We shall take our leave now. With that said, Hugh's figure flickered and reappeared right beside Hyang. Her ghostly movement technique startled Tran Duong. It was then that Longthen Ish spoke up. I've heard rumors in the martial world that Hugh is a famously seductive demoness, with a wicked heart and cruel methods. But after meeting her today, it seems you really can't believe all the rumors. Hyang glanced over at Hugh. What did you tell that old geezer? She remained perfectly calm, her eyes half closed. That's a secret. The scene shifts to a desolate forest. The heavenly demon cult's procession was thundering forward on horseback, when Hyang suddenly gave an order. The rest of you head back to headquarters without me. Hugh's brow furrowed. Her gaze filled with confusion. Young master. Where are you going? The cult leader gave a direct order. As soon as this was over, you were to return immediately to face your punishment. Are you planning to stir up trouble somewhere again? Hyang turned back, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I still have a few old debts to collect. He raised his voice. My cooch. You two escort the others back to the main headquarters first. They both shouted in unison. As you command. Hyang suddenly turned to Cao Lu with a sly grin. And steward Bai. Let me borrow Tai Ruobai for a bit. The steward was stunned and stammered. Huh? What did you say? Vice sect leader? Without a word of warning, Hyang grabbed Yin Hui by her collar, startling her before she could process what was happening. He casually tossed her over his shoulder to her utter astonishment. Hyang declared triumphantly. This little lady is coming with me. For some company. And to contemplate the music score. Just report to the sect leader that I'll be back as soon as I'm done. With that, he spurred his horse and galloped away, leaving the frantic steward shouting after him. Vice sect leader, please wait. Hyang, he helplessly put a hand to his forehead and sighed wearily. Sigh. Kids these days. All right. Let's return to the sect. Meanwhile, Yin Hui, slung over his shoulder, rested her chin on her hand in boredom and asked, What on earth is so important that you have to be this sneaky? Hyang just chuckled softly. Nothing earth-shattering. Just dropping by the Martial Hall sect and the rebattle gate. To collect a few petty debts. Immediately after, his expression completely changed. A predatory smile appeared on his lips. Those little rats have some nerve. Daring to put a bounty on this head of mine. A bounty is one thing. His voice dropped, dripping with contempt. But they dared to value me at a mere 35 worthless silver taels? Who do they think they're looking down on? Hearing this, Yin Hui exclaimed in horror. What? So, you're planning to take me to go slaughter them and their neighboring factions? And you called this nothing special? No need for all that trouble. Hyang replied. A wicked grin spread across his face. Just me alone. Is more than enough. In the quiet study of a sect, a disciple bowed respectfully. Sect leader. The documents requiring your approval have been brought. Sect leader Shah smiled gently, his hand still gliding over the paper. You've worked hard. Just leave it there, and you may go. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing the door to pieces. Splinters and dust filled the room, leaving both men stunned. frozen as they stared at the shattered entrance. A frantic scream echoed from the courtyard outside. Assassin! Everyone on guard! A lone figure slowly emerged from the cloud of dust. None other than Hyang. Killing intent radiated from him in waves. His eyes were blood red, and the sword in his hand glowed with a deadly light. Martial Hall sect leader. I've come to collect my debt. One guard, both furious and terrified, placed a hand on his sword hilt and stammered. This bastard. The other guard roared and drew his sword. Who are you? You think this is a marketplace you can just barge into? Asterisk swish. Asterisk. A cold gleam of light flashed, and a spray of fresh blood painted the air. A pained scream echoed. A young man rushed forward to support the sect leader who had collapsed to his knees, asking in panic, "Sect leader, are you all right?" The sect leader's face was drained of all color as he trembled and asked, Who in the world are you? Why have you come for me?" Hyang let out a low, amused chuckle. "You don't recognize me? Weren't you the one who missed me so much that you put a bounty on my head?" The cold tip of his sword pointed directly at the sect leader's throat. The sect leader's mind went blank, and he stammered, A bounty?" A terrifying memory suddenly flooded his mind, causing him to scream. It's the sword demon who massacred the 5 heroes of Wushan years ago." The sect leader stared in terror at him, at his blazing red eyes and the dark demonic chi swirling around his body. He trembled as he thought to himself, Asterisk. And he's also the one who defeated the Sword Emperor Hui Jian at the martial arts tournament. Asterisk. Where did this brat come from? How dare you disrespectfully point your sword at the sect leader? Suddenly, a burly man charged forward, his great sword chopping down like a collapsing mountain. But Hyang simply sidestepped it with ease. The man was stunned, his eyes bloodshot with rage and astonishment. "Impossible," he stammered. "You." Hyang had already moved to another spot, the black smoke around him growing thicker. He smirked, looking intrigued. "You've got some skill. Who are you?" The vice sect leader rushed over, asking worriedly, "Sect leader, are you all right? You little brat. Do you have any idea who I am?" The vice sect master of the Yellow Dragon sect roared. Meanwhile, the sect master stood up and clasped his hands. "My deepest thanks, sir." Hyang just shot the vice master a smirk and said, "Let's mind our own business. I have no interest in making an enemy of your Yellow Dragon sect. Now get out of my sight." The moment the words left his mouth, the vice sect master's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. "You arrogant bastard!" He furiously channeled his true essence, unleashing his ultimate technique, the crescent moon slash, aiming to take the boy's life. His body shot forward like a hawk, lunging straight for his target. But nobody could have predicted that Hyang was a step ahead. A cold, chilling streak of light flashed from his sword. The vice sect master spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, completely unable to process what just happened. Hyang glanced at him, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. "Is that all? With such pitiful strength, you can't even save your own skin, let alone protect anyone else." Witnessing this terrifying scene, the sect master froze, his mind screaming, Is that the legendary sword control art? No way. That's impossible." His cultivation level must have broken through to the transformation realm. To resist is to die. Just then, the vice sect master clutched his chest and yelled, "Sect master, we have to retreat." The sect master quickly ordered, "Everyone fall back." Hyang ignored them, his eyes landing on the old man as he said calmly, "Now it's your turn. Why is your sword still sheathed?" The sect master gulped and forced an awkward smile. "You jest. Great warrior. Even the blood battle sword emperor fell to you. How could this old man dare display his pathetic skills in front of a master?" After speaking, he turned to his followers, his voice hardening. "All of you, listen carefully. From this day on, act as if I never existed. You are absolutely forbidden to seek revenge. Do you understand me? Have you all not seen what happened to the disciples of the blood battle sword emperor?" he snarled. "I have only one final request. Take my life. But please, I beg you to spare my innocent disciples." Hearing this, Hyang's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and his gaze darkened. But then, he exhaled, sheathed his blade, and spoke with his eyes slightly closed. Killing someone like you is more trouble than it's worth. The sect master stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. You're letting us go? Hyang turned on his heel without a second glance. My business here is finished. Next up, the Tajin sect. At the mention of the Tajin sect, the old sect master jumped and quickly cried out. Wait. Great warrior, I apologize to you on behalf of the Tajin sect. We will rescind the bounty on your head immediately. Please show mercy and end your journey here. I beg you? As the words left his mouth, he saw Hyang actually stop. The old sect master's heart skipped a beat as he held his breath. Waiting, Hyang tilted his head slightly. His voice ice cold. Because you said that. I now have even more reason not to spare them. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke behind. Seeing that the terrifying figure was gone, the sect master's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his mouth agape as he stammered, I'm still alive? The vice sect master dragged himself closer, asking shakily, Sect master, what is the history between you and that monster? The old sect master heaved a long sigh, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. I don't know if today was a stroke of bad luck or good fortune. For the first time in my entire life, I was able to witness the legendary sword control art with my own 2 eyes. Remember his face, because he is the second master in the entire martial world to reach the mystic realm. As Hyang zipped through the air, he was already calculating his punishment. First crime, releasing prisoners from the Heaven and Earth sect without the leader's permission. Second crime, attacking and wreaking havoc in a dojo. For these 2 offenses, the punishment will surely be entering the pine forest to focus on cultivation by counting leaves. Lost in thought, it wasn't long before Hyang's figure descended upon a vast pine forest. He glanced around, a slight smile forming on his lips. I managed to count every single leaf on the 3,000 pine trees of Great Mountain back then, he whispered. Very well. That day is almost here. The scene abruptly shifted. An unfamiliar, reverent voice spoke up. Please allow this humble servant to witness the demon-subduing divine art. Another voice, filled with annoyance, shot back. What did you say? The great dark demon emperor furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples. Sigh. This seat will say it one more time. The demon-subduing divine art is the ultimate technique of our cult, and only the leader is qualified to learn it. Are you truly unaware of this rule? I understand the rules. Hyang cupped his fists and bowed low. But I must be so bold as to beg the sect leader for your grace. An oppressive aura as heavy as a mountain crashed down. Ridiculous, the great emperor scoffed. Your martial arts already place you above tens of thousands. So why do you still covet that empty vanity of power? Faced with that immense pressure, Hyang remained unmoved. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low, raspy voice. Sect leader, the path of martial arts has no end. He raised his head, his eyes burning like 2 torches. The divine realm, his voice hardened. What I seek is simply to reach the very pinnacle of the martial path. A complex glint flashed in the great emperor's eyes, and he fell silent for a long moment. Your ambition. I understand it. But don't forget, you are still in the midst of your wall-gazing penance. Besides, this is an ironclad law, established by generations of sect leaders. It cannot be broken, unless you seize the position of sect leader, or take this head of mine, the great emperor growled. Otherwise, don't even dream of it. The moment he finished, Hyang lowered his head. A pitch-black, bone-chilling demonic energy began to emanate from him. The air seemed to thicken. He muttered, his voice tinged with cruelty. If that's the case, then I'll have to be rude. Whoosh! The candle on the table suddenly flickered violently, as if about to be snuffed out. The great emperor's killing intent erupted to meet it. But then, he withdrew it. A weary sigh broke the oppressive silence. You. He shook his head. With that fiery temper of yours. If I had truly refused, were you planning to turn this entire demonic cult upside down? This brat. But I suppose it's to be expected. The great emperor rubbed his temples. The moment martial arts are involved, you act like a madman who'll stop at nothing. He clasped his hands, his expression turning pensive. Another sigh escaped him. Very well. I will make a special exception and grant you this one favor. But, the great emperor's voice grew stern. You are only allowed to view it in my personal training chamber. Do not leak a single word of it to the outside. Hyang immediately kowtowed. Thank you, sect leader, for your benevolence. Hold on. Meet me at the watchtower tomorrow morning. We have something to discuss. Night descended upon the silent Hanzhong pavilion. In the dark study, only the flickering candlelight illuminated Hyang's face. He stared intently at the ancient secret manual in his hands. So this is the demon-subduing divine art. Thanks to the guidance of Senior Liu Bai, the 8C's script is no longer a challenge for me. Now is the time to lift the fog and find the bright path forward, he murmured to himself. The great hero, the divine sword of Zhu Hui, a prodigy of the martial world, the only one from the righteous sects to ever reach the threshold of the manifestation realm. It was he who integrated the martial arts of the 8Cs to create this peerless divine technique. This art emphasizes one's state of mind over physical techniques, making it truly profound and unpredictable. He turned the pages in silence, but it contains the crucial clue to the life and death realm. This is the only way I can reach the manifestation realm. Just as he did, he clenched his fist tightly. If I can integrate the demon-subduing divine art with what I've already comprehended, that door will surely open. The next morning at the watchtower, the great emperor was leaning on a table, his brows tightly knit. Vice sect leader Hyang, you're here? I have a troublesome matter that requires your attention, he continued. In Sichuan, the Tang clan has clashed with our cult's Zhiliang branch. It started as a few petty disputes, but neither side was willing to yield, ultimately leading to a bloody battle where rivers of blood were shed. Things have escalated to the point where our cult had to dispatch masters, and even 2 of the 5 great Imperial families have intervened. But the situation remains a stalemate. The great emperor tapped his fingers on the table. Don't forget, behind the 5 great Imperial families are the 9 great sects and 1 faction, and the looming shadow of the martial alliance. A single misstep could turn this from a regional conflict into an all-out war. You handled the agreement with the Heaven and Earth sect exceptionally well before, so can you resolve this situation this time without any more bloodshed? Hyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Sect leader, I am still supposed to be in seclusion. The great emperor rubbed his temples, looking utterly exasperated. Forget about that seclusion nonsense. I broke the rules for you, and you can't do this one small thing for me? Hyang was silent, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. A smug voice interjected, for a trivial mission like this, who could be more worthy than this old man? What about Elder Huang Wucheng? The great emperor's face turned to ice. Tuk made it clear that you're the only one for the job, because if this deal goes south, the heads of their leaders will be used to rally our banners before an all-out war erupts. Hyang let out a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with weariness. It seems I'm really the only option left. The great emperor nodded after hearing this. We are grateful to you. I will lend you the Asura demon squad. Set out with them that very noon. On the training grounds, Hyang turned to give his disciples their orders. They immediately cupped their fists and roared in unison, as you command. His gaze swept across them as he began to speak. Hyang murmured to himself, then turned to Dongfang Huiwu. You will lead the Asura demon squad. And before I give the command, lie in ambush at the secret camp and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Dongfang Huiwu placed a hand over his heart and bowed decisively. Your subordinate understands. Hyang nodded and gave the order. Move out ahead. The words had barely left his lips when the entire squad shot forward like lightning, silent as shadows, leaving only an echoing, as you command, in their wake. And just like that, I've gotten rid of those troublesome tails. He gave a satisfying stretch and smiled. Now then, I can take my time and enjoy the journey. Sunlight danced in golden patches under a lush green canopy. Hyang was riding leisurely through the forest when he suddenly pulled on the reins, his eyes locking onto something ahead. Oh, a tavern in the middle of this treacherous forest? I am feeling a bit peckish. Stopping for a quick bite won't hurt. Inside the tavern, the air was buzzing with lively chatter, laughter, and the clinking of cups. Hyang casually pushed aside the fabric curtain and stepped in, but instantly, he sensed something was wrong. The bustling noise abruptly ceased, and the entire tavern fell into a chilling silence as every single pair of eyes fixed on him. Only the table of women seemed unfazed, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing happened. The innkeeper, his face pale as a sheet, rushed over and began to stammer. "Yes, sir. This humble tavern has been completely booked for the day. Please, please forgive us and find another place." Annoyance flashed across Hyang's face as he spoke in a cold tone. "There are plenty of empty tables. Why are you so rudely turning away a customer? I'm just here for a quick meal." The innkeeper waved his hands frantically in panic. "No. You can't. Sir! You really can't." Just then, a bald man at a nearby table slammed his hand down and shot to his feet. "Hey, you! Are you deaf or something? Didn't you hear the innkeeper tell you to get lost?" The bald man's face was a mask of pure menace, and he radiated killing intent as he stomped forward. "You little punk. You think carrying that piece of junk sword makes you tough? If you don't want to get a few ribs broken and end up crawling out of here, then you'd better scram right now." In stark contrast to the thug's aggression, Hyang simply clasped his hands behind his back and calmly asked a question. "And what if I don't want to leave?" The bald man's face turned purple with rage, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, and he roared. "Then I'll be happy to help you leave." Hyang just smirked. A deafening boom echoed through the room. The bald man's entire body shot out the door like a cannonball, sending shattered tables and chairs flying. Through the thick cloud of dust, the red-haired woman, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, cracked one open to see. The rest of the men were pale-faced, completely frozen in terror. Dark energy swirled around Hyang's form. He simply shrugged and said in a carefree tone, "All this humble one wanted was a quiet meal." The temperature in the room plummeted as a terrifying killing intent erupted from her. The red-haired woman commanded, her voice as sharp as a knife. "Drag him outside." Her subordinates immediately answered in unison. "Yes, boss." Hyang clicked his tongue, a look of utter boredom on his face. Sigh. Such a young lady is already a boss? Well, in that case, as he spoke, a chillingly mysterious smile spread across his lips. "I guess I'll play with you all for a little while." The men only saw a blur flash past them, stammering in terror. What was that? So fast. A cold chill ran down the red-haired woman's spine, and she realized Hyang's blade was already pressed against her throat. "If only you all had been a little more polite," he whispered. "I might have just left peacefully. Now, all of you, sit down." The entire group froze like statues, not a single person daring to even twitch. The woman's eyes were glued to the jet-black blade, and despite her fear, she couldn't hide her awe. "What a magnificent sword," Hyang chuckled, amused. "Its name is Mohanbai. I originally forged it for slicing meat, but it seems it's not too bad for holding at people's throats either," the red-haired woman growled, her eyes defiant. "If you dare touch a single hair on my head, do you really think you'll leave this place alive?" "Oh?" Hyang raised an eyebrow. "Planning to have someone escort me out?" she growled, her eyes as cold as ice. "You brought this on yourself. It's too late for regrets now." "Well, there's no medicine for regret in this world," she continued in a condescending tone. "If you know what's good for you and kowtow right now." Before she could finish her sentence, a black shadow flashed past, quick as lightning. A pill was already lodged in her throat. A strange heat immediately spread throughout her body. Terrifying her, she staggered back, her face pale, and stammered, What the hell was that? What did you just make this lady eat?" Hyang smirked. "It's an exclusive item, a charm elixir. Its fancy name is the Heavenly Joy Pill," he explained leisurely. "The antidote is simple, but a little tricky. Just close your eyes, find a handsome young man, and then duel cultivate with him for a round, and you'll be just fine." Hearing this, the men around them blushed, beat red, and coughed awkwardly. "What was that? A charm elixir?" He continued his speech. "Of course. While you're busy detoxifying, I'll be long gone. However, furious." She raised a hand to her mouth, about to curse him. "You rotten brat. How dare you?" In that very instant, a shadow shot past. Hyang appeared right behind the purple-haired girl, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. "Looks like for this trip, I'll have to borrow a friend to keep me company." The purple-haired girl was stunned, unable to react. What? As he finished speaking, a terrified scream tore through the night. Hyang's figure had vanished with the hostage, leaving only a message echoing in the air: if you dare follow, I'll cripple this little girl's cultivation and throw her into a demon's den for the beasts to feast on. You had better watch yourselves. The red-haired woman stared into the empty space, stammering in a panic. He's gone. The subordinates were in an uproar. Where did he go? Which way did he run? Suddenly, Hyang's voice echoed from the void, making the red-haired woman jump. Thanks for the hearty meal. See you again someday, the red-haired woman roared furiously. You useless trash. Get moving and hunt that bastard down for me now. The subordinates trembled and obeyed. In the distance, under the dim moonlight, the silhouette of a horse shot forward like an arrow, carrying Hyang and his purple-haired hostage into the endless night. In the silence of the deep forest, only the sound of hooves and Mook-Hyang's lazy voice could be heard. By the way, I forgot to ask, what's your name? Little miss? The young woman immediately became wary. Why are you asking? Without a word, Hyang silently held out a shimmering spirit pill. Want it? Her eyes lit up, her attitude doing a complete 180 as she mumbled her reply. This humble one is named Ngok Lin. Hyang chuckled lightly. Ngok Lin. Huh. That's a pretty interesting name. Seeing her undisguised curiosity, Hyang asked again, You weren't born on a rainy day, were you? Ngoglin nodded in confusion. Huh. How did you know? That's why my parents gave me that name. You're so different from your sister. Njok Mihoa. The moment I met her, she looked like she wanted to eat me alive. She quickly jumped to her sister's defense, explaining with her head lowered. That's not it. My sister is only dismissive of those men because her martial arts are so strong. But normally she's a very kind person. Among all the suitors who came, not a single one could defeat my sister. Hyang sighed wearily at the girl's naivete. Her martial arts are just so-so. It's just that those pampered young masters wanted to marry your sister. Who would be ruthless enough to strike her hard? On the other hand, your sister's every move was aimed to kill. So of course she'd win. But her actual strength isn't at that level. He waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, how old are you? Njok Lin was 25, while her sister was already 38. Hyang nodded as if in understanding. After talking for a bit, I think we get along quite well. As long as you behave and don't try to escape, I guarantee I'll treat you well. So, how about it? Want to chat with me to make the journey feel shorter? Faced with the veiled threat, Ngok Lin could only sigh softly. A sigh filled with resignation. A silence fell between them. You kidnapped me without a word. And now you're trying to make small talk, she muttered. Fine. I know my place. With your level of cultivation, I couldn't escape even if I grew wings. So, Ngok Lin asked, breaking the silence. Where are we going? Hyang just smiled mysteriously, his gaze fixed on the deep darkness ahead. To visit an old friend. Someone to whom I owe a very large debt. Ngok Lin was suddenly taken aback, instantly on guard. Are you planning to take me to your friend's house and just dump me there? If I don't, then I'll be the one with the headache. Since you're so smart, I want to ask you something. With that, he began to explain that a friend of his, a rich young master, was unfortunately beefing with his wealthy old neighbor. Lately, the two households had started clashing fiercely, beginning with just some trash talk from the servants. But things escalated quickly, and soon even the masters were bringing out their weapons for a sparring session, which is why his friend had to ask him to come and be the mediator. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Hai-Hang casually suggested, How about I invite their whole family on a one-way trip to make things simple? Ngok Lin broke out in a cold sweat hearing that. You'll cause a catastrophe. Brother, left with no choice. She had to jump in and offer a more balanced plan. What if both sides take a small loss and compensate each other to save face? Hai-Hang immediately shot it down. Not a bad idea. But the problem is, my personality just doesn't mesh with those people. I don't think I can negotiate with them. As he said that, an idea sparked in his mind. That's it. How about you step up and handle this for me? You're well-spoken and an outsider. So who could be more objective as a mediator? Ngok Lin didn't seem too keen on the idea. She pouted. Like you said, I'm an outsider. What right do I have to meddle in their family affairs? He came up with another idea. Just tell them I've given you full authority. Besides, if anyone rubs you the wrong way, I'll drag them out for a private chat for you. Hearing this, Gok Lin finally let her guard down. She let out a small laugh and nodded without hesitation. All right. Since I'm already in the same boat with you, I'll help. But in return, I have a favor to ask. She clasped her hands sincerely and said earnestly, meeting a master like you is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Please teach this humble girl a few martial arts moves. Huh? He looked annoyed. That's too much trouble. Ngok Lin immediately bristled like a porcupine. Oh, come on. You promised you'd treat your traveling companion well. Besides, since I agreed to help you, you have to return the favor. Backed into a corner under the flickering firelight. He finally relented. Fine. However, he proposed an unbelievable condition. You also have to teach me your martial arts. That's the only way it's fair. Jacqueline's brain froze. She was completely petrified. Elsewhere, time flew by and night had fallen, the wind whistling through the leaves with an eerie sound. Yet these two still hadn't gone to rest. As agreed, Ngok Lin began demonstrating some basic sword techniques for Hang to see. Just from a glance, he couldn't help but praise her inwardly. This kid has learned a pretty interesting sword style, called the Dixia Wu Liu sword style. This was a sword style that used softness to overcome hardness. It looked gentle, but she had actually practiced it to the point of perfection. Every one of her sword strokes showed signs of relentless, arduous training. After finishing the form, Ngok Lin turned to him excitedly. Hi Hang, what do you think? A focused sword style. Not bad, he remarked. It's both graceful and cleverly hides the openings created by its modifications. But, he continued, this seems to be a knockoff. It's more accurate to say it was stolen and adapted from the Daisha Mo Liang sword style. Ngok Lin was completely stunned. You're talking nonsense. This is a martial art my own grandfather painstakingly researched and created. Hai Hang just smirked disdainfully. Then let me open your eyes. Judge, after you've seen the original. This is the true Dixia Mo Liang sword style. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Hang perfectly replicated every single one of Ngok Lin's earlier movements. But there was a world of difference. The power and mystique in his every move were on a completely different level. Ngok Lin was frozen in shock, unable to believe her eyes. The sword chi is similar. But why? Why can the same technique in his hands unleash such earth-shattering power? Remembering what Ryang had said, she wondered to herself, did my grandfather really steal this martial art? Just as Hang finished his demonstration, he bluntly questioned her. Now you see my words have merit. Don't you? Yes. Your swordsmanship is more formidable. But I used a full 432 moves, while you only used a mere 144. No matter how you look at it, my sword style is still superior. Feeling his ears burn from her words, Hang took a moment to enlighten Ngok Lin. Compared to a small branch with only leaves, a thick branch with fewer leaves will still bear more fruit. The power of a martial art isn't measured by the number of its moves. I've already shown you the proof, yet you still choose to lie? I'm not in a good mood now, so I can't teach you. Ngok Lin replied sorrowfully. I know. I admit it. Please don't be upset. Can you please just teach me a little? Hang said. Then you must promise me one thing. Swear that you will never reveal this truth to anyone. Ngok Lin solemnly swore an oath. I swear to the heavens, the earth, and all the spirits. Good. Now let's get going. Go where? To Sichuan. Hearing this, she was startled. What? Wait. There's no way your destination is Sichuan. Right? That's right. Why are you so surprised? Tell me. On horseback. Ngok Lin confessed. You're going to the Tang clan at the request of the Martial Arts Alliance. Aren't you? If that's the case, this is going to be difficult for me. Hang asked suspiciously. What makes you think the Martial Arts Alliance sent me there? Is that not the case? All the martial arts you use are from the righteous faction. Hang replied cryptically. Let's just go with that for now. You're in for a big surprise. A while later, they stopped in front of a large estate. Hang called out. We're here. Is anyone around? Behind him, Ngok Lin suddenly tensed up as she realized this was the headquarters of the Liang Society. A bloody battle with the Tang clan of Sichuan once took place here. She glanced at Hang. Wait a minute. I think I've misunderstood something. At that moment, a figure emerged from the estate to greet them. You've arrived? Welcome. Vice leader. All right. I just had a very interesting exchange. Hang replied. The blindfolded man saw Ngok Lin and asked loudly, "And who is this young lady with you?" After that exchange, Ngok Lin confirmed that this place belonged to the demonic sect. And what's more, Hang was its vice leader. Leaving her completely stunned, Hang introduced her. She is the granddaughter of the 1,000-mile lone walker. You can just call her young Miss Tai. This subordinate understands. Please, come inside. In Hang's private room, Ngok Lin loudly rebuked him. You're the vice leader of the demonic cult. Our enemy. You knew I was the granddaughter of the martial arts alliance leader. So you kidnapped me. Didn't you? Hang waved his hand dismissively. Why would you think that? Based on your appearance, I guessed you were from the righteous faction. But I didn't know anything specific about you. So, you're going to use me to negotiate with my side. Is that it? He replied. If both sides can resolve this peacefully, then yes. We don't want this situation to drag on forever either, Jacqueline asked worriedly. And what if the negotiations fail? Then I and the Shura demon squad from the Supreme Demonic Cult's headquarters will wipe everyone out, Hang said. Through their conversation, Ngok Lin boldly recounted. I've heard my grandfather say the demonic cult has 5 powerful martial divisions, including the self-perfected demon squad and the Shura demon squad, the Heavenly Net Blood Sword squad, the Heavenly Liang squad, and the Yama King squad. My grandfather was certain that among them, the Heavenly Net Blood Sword and the Shura demon squads had never left a single trace in the martial world. Hang slowly poured the tea, white steam curling into the air, and then said in a low, husky voice, You're wrong. They've struck several times already, but anyone who witnessed it never lived to talk about it. How could even the famous intelligence networks of the Beggars Sect and the Wuyang Sect fail to find a single lead? Ngok Lin was stunned. His voice was chillingly cold, as he explained that any busybodies who could have spread rumors were already 6 feet under. How could they possibly know? Facing Ngok Lin's cautious gaze, Hang continued as if it were a simple fact. If this treaty fails, I will personally send their leaders to hell. And as for the rest of their defeated forces, I'll just let the Shura Mara Tham handle the cleanup. Can they really be wiped out so easily? I alone am more than enough. Which is exactly why the cult leader sent me. A chill shot down Ngok Lin's spine. The killing intent pouring from this man was real. And a terrible feeling suddenly washed over her. If it were anyone else, I'd call it a bluff. But I've witnessed his world-shaking martial prowess firsthand. No matter what, if he's allowed to do as he pleases, this place will turn into a bloodbath. Thinking this, Ngok Lin raised her head with a determined gaze. I understand. I don't want anyone to die for nothing. Therefore, I will give my all to broker peace between the two sides. The next morning, at the appointed time, Hang arrived at the meeting spot with Ngok Lin and a few of his trusted men. An outside guard approached, bowing as he spoke. The masters are waiting for you inside. But the rules here forbid bringing in any weapons. Please entrust them to me. After complying, Hang turned to give orders to his men. Only Lady Ngok Lin and I are going in. The rest of you wait out here for orders. Understood. With that, he blew the doors wide open with a palm strike. Well, look at all the familiar faces. Enemies really do cross paths, don't they? The instant he walked in, a fierce killing intent was directed straight at him. It was the murderous glare of Ngok Mihoa. She ground her teeth, wanting nothing more than to skin Hang alive on the spot. You cunning bastard. I suffered 3 times because of your filthy tricks, so it wasn't a love charm after all. You dared to deceive me? I'll kill you today. Her words were enough to awaken the beast inside Hang. He scowled, turning to Ngok Lin with a voice as cold as ice. Looks like we don't need to waste our time trying to make peace. It'll be quicker to just send them all to the grave. Internal energy swirled in his palm, overflowing with murderous intent as he roared. Don't blame me for what happens in the netherworld. Under that immense pressure, only Ngok Lin could stand her ground. She hurriedly jumped in front of Hang, pleading desperately. Brother Mook, please stop your hand. We can solve this with words. Why must we fight? You brought me here to make peace, didn't you? You already gave me full authority. So please, just give me a chance. The other party quickly tried to defuse the situation. The old man, Duangchan Tian, restrained Ngok Mihoa and hastily spoke up. Indeed, Great hero. Please calm down. This old man apologizes on my daughter's behalf for her insolence. Let's all sit down and settle this rationally. What do you say? Seeing they were willing to back down, Hang snorted coldly and slowly withdrew his internal energy. Fine. His voice remained razor-sharp, but if that woman dares to try and kill me again, then all of your heads will no longer be attached to your necks. The group then found a clear spot and sat around a tea table to get down to business. On one side, Ngok Lin was quietly consoling the still seething Ngok Mihoa. On the other, Duong Chanthin clasped his hands and introduced himself. When he learned the old man was the sect master, Hang cut right to the chase. I am Mook-Hyang, vice leader of the demonic cult, sent here under orders to broker peace at the Chi Luong Assembly. And this is Lady Ngok Lin. She will be handling the negotiations with you directly. At the mention of Ngok Lin's name, a strange ripple went through Duong Chan Tian's heart. Lady Ngok Lin? What is she doing here? He quickly forced a smile. Oh. So it is Lady Ngok Lin, the granddaughter of the Martial Alliance leader. Excellent. We will surely find a mutually agreeable solution with you. My lady. As for whether our cult can accept this, Hang interjected, cutting off the man's thoughts. I have already conferred with Ngok Lin. Everything has been decided. Ngok Lin immediately picked up. Her aura just as powerful. Sect Master Duong Chanthin. From this point forward, please allow me to lay out the proposal. We of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult do not wish to see pointless bloodshed, and we understand that the Zhi Liang Association and the Tong Sect do not wish to tarnish your reputations. Therefore, we hope this meaningless war will come to an end. But Gentian dismissed it, his voice thick with greed. Impossible. The losses we've suffered. This debt must be paid in full. Hang cut him off, his voice as cold as ice. And if we don't compensate you, what will you do? Mihua slammed the table in anger. Then there's nothing to discuss. Let's go to war. Gentian, despite trying to remain calm, couldn't hide his killing intent. If that's the case, the battlefield will decide everything. 40 masters from the Murim Alliance, along with 100 heroes from other righteous sects, are on their way here. Not to mention, 3 other major sects have already pledged their support to us. Hang smirked, a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Oh, and may I know the prestigious names of those 3 sects? Why do you ask? Yuling quickly played her trump card. Because Vice Cult Leader Mook-Hyang has personally led the Asura Demon Corps here. Gentian's expression changed instantly, and he growled. You dare threaten me? Hang replied, his tone nonchalant. This lord never makes threats. You should watch your words. Yuling then elaborated, each word a dagger to their minds. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult originally had no desire to interfere further. If both sides can be amicable, that would be for the best. But if these peace talks fail, the cult leader has ordered the Asura Demon Corps to clean up this place completely. Mihua still didn't realize death was knocking at her door. She sneered contemptuously. What can the Asura Demon Corps possibly do? You think you can fight the Tang sect and our 2 great families with them? How ridiculous. Yuling shook her head, a hint of pity in her eyes. You are mistaken, miss. The plan is for Vice Cult Leader Mook-Hyang to send off everyone present here first. Once the snake has lost its head, the Asura Demon Corps will slowly purge the remaining lackeys one by one, ensuring not a single trace is left, their souls scattered to the winds. Though terrified inside, Mihua tried to act tough. What childish thinking. If you were going to do that, why not do it in secret? Hang finally spoke slowly, his voice low but filled with unparalleled power. It seems you know nothing about me. Within my cult, there is a rule that no one may bring a sword within 10 feet of the cult leader, but I am the sole exception. As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. An invisible force grabbed the sword hanging on the distant wall. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the treasured sword was in Hang's hand. Like a loyal beast, he gently caressed the blade and said, in this world, anyone whose life I've decided to take has never escaped. Clang! The blade flashed with a deadly glint, reflecting Gentian's pale face. Hang's voice was like ice. Peace. Or the underworld. Choose. Gentian trembled and stammered. A moment ago, you said you weren't making threats. In this negotiation, you are not the ones at a disadvantage. Rather, It is a heaven-sent opportunity. Yu Ling stepped forward, her tone softening. This is the greatest sincerity from the heavenly demon divine cult. She placed a brocade box on the table. The moment the lid was opened, Zhen Tian's pupils contracted in shock. Yu Ling stated clearly, 3 of your sect's lost martial arts manuals. We are returning them. In addition, here are 2,000 taels of silver. In return, the Tang sect must also show its sincerity to the Zhiliang Association with 1,000 taels of silver. To save face for both sides, this is our final offer. Gentlemen, consider it for yourselves. With that, Hang signaled for Yu Ling and the 4 gentlemen to withdraw, leaving their opponents space to decide their own fate. Before the door closed, Yu Ling couldn't help but turn and ask softly, "Brother, would you really cleanse the entire Tang sect if they refuse?" There was no reply. Yu Ling's expression darkened, an uneasy feeling rising in her heart. If it cannot be avoided, then I will face your moves alongside her. Hearing this, Xiang just sneered. "Oh, it seems you've learned my Dijia Mo Liang sword art." As he spoke, his internal energy surged, and the remaining sword on the rack flew into his hand automatically. Before Ngok Lin's astonished eyes, Hyang tossed the sword to her, his tone casual. "It's only fair if you're armed. You go first. Let's make this quick. This is all I can do for you." Ngok Lin caught the sword steadily, a complex emotion stirring within her. She thought to herself, "This man is surprisingly chivalrous. If we weren't on opposing sides, perhaps we could have been close friends." She replied, "Very well, but with the way you joke around, I doubt we could ever be that close." Just then, Chanthian and Mihoa, after a moment of whispering, hardened their expressions and spoke up. "Vice Sect Leader Hyang, we have reached a conclusion." In response, a murderous aura so thick it felt tangible erupted from Hyang. The air around them seemed to freeze. The terrifying pressure forced everyone to tremble and step back. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Hyang growled, demanding they spit out their answer. Chanthian quickly bowed his head, his voice utterly reverent. "Sect Leader, we accept your offer. Our Qiluang Society promises to offer 1,000 silver taels as a sign of our sincerity." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Hyang finally retracted his terrifying aura. Now that's more like it. A wise choice. This way, there won't be any needless bloodshed. As soon as she was free from Hyang's hellish pressure, Ngok Lin's knees buckled. She let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness. We don't have to fight." And it truly was a relief. A deep, dignified voice suddenly echoed, "It is for the best that things have ended so peacefully." Hearing this voice, Chanthian's expression changed drastically. Is that him? Why would he come here?" The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Trong Hak spoke in a gentle tone. How fortunate that the negotiations were successful. Except for Hyang, who remained standing. The other 3 hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Hyang, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. He couldn't believe that such a trivial matter would warrant the Alliance Leader's personal appearance. A vague feeling stirred within Hyang. This old man's aura was like that of a great tiger sleeping on a mountaintop, seemingly harmless but hiding heaven-shaking power. Trong Hak looked towards Hyang and offered a friendly greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Vice Sect Leader. I've heard about you from my granddaughter. I truly didn't expect you to personally attend to such a minor issue," Hyang replied. But suddenly, the old man's demeanor sharpened. "Surprising, isn't it? It's no trouble at all. My reason for coming here is the same as yours." This sly old fox was unexpectedly trying to subtly compete with Hyang's internal energy. An equally powerful stream of true qi emanated from Trong Hak, directly clashing with Hyang's pressure. After this show of force, Trong Hak smiled again and said, "There is only one reason. Thanks to you, everything was resolved smoothly. So, I'd like to make a proposition. Since you're already here, I'd like to invite you for a drink. I wonder if the Vice Sect Leader would give this old man some face." In Hyang's eyes, this old man was a cunning fox he had no desire to get involved with. However, when his gaze accidentally fell upon Ngok Lin, he hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "In that case, I will accept one drink and be on my way." A short while later, the 2 were seated for a drink in Trong Hak's residence. "First, what do you think of the taste?" This is the How a Chu wine that I treasure most. Hyang took a sip and replied. The wine is excellent. Certainly better than tea. But is this really all right? The leader of the righteous faction sharing a drink with someone from the demonic sect. Tronghak laughed heartily. You are the vice sect leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. In this martial world, who would dare to gossip? Actually, now that I've met you, there's something I want to ask. Hyang remained silent, raising his cup and draining it. At that exact moment, Tronghak suddenly asked, What did you think of your duel with Hugh, the Nine-Sword Emperor? That year? As soon as the words were out, Hyang choked on his wine. Seeing this, the old man just chuckled. Don't be so tense. I have no intention of blaming you. I simply want to know what you comprehended after that battle. The Hugh Long is truly a supreme martial art. To his last breath, he maintained the bearing of a true grandmaster. According to your intuition, how do you feel I compare to, could Hei Chun reach the same realm? Faced with this tough question, Hang paused for a moment, his gaze thoughtful, before slowly answering. I'm afraid only a direct confrontation could determine that, as both are peak masters of the righteous path. Pondering this, Tronghak pressed on with another question. So in your opinion, once someone enters the fire realm, is there no longer a chance to touch the realm of presence? It's because there are too many distracting thoughts in the mind. Distracting thoughts? Yes. I mean, when you wield a sword, you let your mind interfere too much. Things like, how do I finish him off? What form should I use next? Or, he's using that move. What's the counter? And countless other similar questions. Hang concluded that it's precisely these unnecessary thoughts that hold a swordsman back, preventing them from reaching the state of mind-sword unity. The old man continued. Whenever this old one draws his sword, everything around me vanishes, and all I see is the path of the blade. I believe I've already surpassed that threshold. Hearing this, Hang shook his head. That's just you imposing your own will upon the sword. Alliance leader, Hang replied softly. The will of the sword itself is what you've been ignoring. With that, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to demonstrate his point. Only when your mind follows the sword's will, when the two truly become one. Before he could finish, a sharp sound echoed. One of the chopsticks had been shattered in two. Tronghak's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Incredible! To channel chi into a wooden chopstick and shatter it, without leaving a single scratch on the table. Hang smiled, offering a mix of praise and encouragement. Alliance leader, you too will soon reach the realm of presences. Suddenly, a sharp female voice called from outside. That's a nice little speech you've got there. Grandpa said he has something important to discuss with you. So I've been holding back for a bit. Who the hell do you think you are? Spouting nonsense and acting like you own the place? Such an insolent tone could only belong to Manhwa. Tronghak immediately glared. Daughter, how dare you speak so rudely to our esteemed guest? Hang just waved his hand. It's quite all right, after all. It seems young lady Ngok Manhwa doesn't believe a word this humble one says. It looks like I'll need to provide some proof to truly convince her. A short while later, at the martial arts arena, Manhwa stood on the stage, radiating killing intent. She pointed directly at Hang and snarled. What kind of trick are you pulling now? Stop being a coward and hiding, draw your sword and get up here. But Hang flatly refused, offering a sarcastic smile instead. The great vice leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. Having to fight a little girl like me? If word of this got out, wouldn't I lose a lot of face? Therefore, my little sister, Ngok Lin, will fight in my place. If Ngok Lin loses, this humble one will immediately admit his mistake and apologize for all his actions. Ngok Lin was startled, looking at Hang in a panic and stammering. But how can I? Big sister is a master. Her cultivation is far beyond mine. Hang gently reassured her. Don't worry. I'll use a sound transmission technique to guide you. Just stay calm and remember the Dik Ha Ma Liang divine art I taught you. Consider this an opportunity for you to achieve a breakthrough. Hearing this, although still half believing and half doubting, Ngok Lin had no choice but to nod in agreement. On the other side, Manhwa was fuming. What? You want me to fight that weak little brat? You dare to look down on me this much? I'll tear her to shreds in 3 moves. And then you're next. With that, Manhwa became a black shadow, lunging towards Ngok Lin at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the sharp tip of her sword was aimed straight at Ngok Lin's vital point. At that exact moment, Hang's voice echoed in the young girl's mind. Parry the blow. Use the fourth form. Follow up with the fifth form. Following his instructions, Ngok Lin moved like a machine. Strangely, every sword, stroke, every footstep was perfectly synchronized, effortlessly neutralizing and deflecting the tip of Manhwa's sword. Before Manhwa could even process what the hell was happening, it was too late. Ngok Lin, on Hang's command, unleashed the fifth form from an impossible angle, sending Manhwa flying backward with a single strike. She staggered to her feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Was she just parrying my attacks? But from the spectator stands, on the arena stage, Hyang smirked at the two sisters, his eyes glinting mockingly. Losing your nerve already? The real show is just getting started. Manhwa shuddered involuntarily, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. How can this be? Why can't any of my attacks even touch her? Could it be that in just a brief moment, that little brat Ngok Lin has actually surpassed me? Outside the ring, Hyang observed every detail, whispering instructions. After executing the sixth form, immediately used the 10th to overwhelm her. At the same time, Manhwa frantically unleashed a barrage of attacks, her swordsmanship as dense as a rainstorm, giving Ngok Lin no chance to even breathe. Hearing Hyang's command, Ngok Lin didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately unleashing the ultimate technique. Dragon soars in the blood-red sunset. Manhwa scrambled to dodge, screaming internally, "Damn it! My internal energy is almost gone." Suddenly, Ngok Lin switched moves, launching the plum blossom blooms in the bloody sunlight. Manhwa was frozen in horror. Impossible. How can she attack continuously? This is completely absurd. How could someone like Ngok Lin possess such profound power? That must be it. That man must have been secretly transferring his energy to her. Hyang smiled knowingly. That is entirely Ngok Lin's own power. Then he issued another order. For the next series of attacks, aim directly for Manhwa. Tronghak couldn't help but chime in. He's right. Let the match continue. Hearing those words, Manhwa gritted her teeth in rage, while Ngok Lin was fraught with worry. What if? What if she gets seriously hurt? But for Manhwa, anger had already clouded her reason. She was consumed by the single thought of winning at any cost. Hyang's ice-cold voice echoed once more. Just like that. Aim for her heart meridian and swing your sword. Finish the fight. Ngok Lin trembled from head to toe. To do that would be too cruel. Seeing the hesitation in Ngok Lin's eyes, Manhwa smirked wickedly. My chance is here. With that, Manhwa poured all her remaining energy into her ultimate technique. White plum's lingering fragrance. Ngok Lin couldn't dodge in time, and the entire arena was rocked by a cataclysmic explosion. When the dust cleared, Tronghak was stunned to see Hyang had already leaped onto the stage, single-handedly blocking the full force of the attack for Ngok Lin. Hyang turned and snapped coldly. Didn't I tell you to never let your emotions interfere with your sword? Ngok Lin whispered. I'm sorry, brother. Tronghak then asked. Vice leader. Are you unharmed? Hyang brushed it off. I'm fine. A trivial amount of sword ki like this could never pierce my protective aura. Hearing this, Manhwa finally let out a sigh of relief. Hyang's voice then echoed. There's no need to be concerned. If Ngok Lin hadn't faltered at the end, she would have been the victor of this match. But the outcome is the outcome. Having said that, Hyang clasped his hands in a salute. It is getting late, so I will take my leave now. I hope your swordsmanship has improved by our next meeting. Before Ngok Lin could even collect her thoughts, Hyang's figure vanished into the night like smoke. Tronghak stood there, his mind in turmoil. He truly comes like the wind and leaves like a flash. Before today, Ngok Lin couldn't have even blocked 3 of Manhwa's attacks, let alone fight her. And while it's true she was only following his guidance, to take a complete nobody from the righteous sect and unlock this level of power in such a short period of time, that man is without a doubt a prodigy capable of overturning the heavens. It's a shame to have such world-shaking talent but lack the ambition to conquer the martial world. What a waste. Hyang. Oh, vice leader. At that same moment, in another location, Hyang landed at a rendezvous point with the 4 gentlemen guard. Q immediately stepped forward to report. Vice Leader. Something major has occurred. In our absence, the dark demonic cult has merged with our main headquarters. Hearing this, Hyang froze, his sharp eyes narrowing. The dark demonic cult? He growled. Has our cult suppressed them yet? The answer, no sir, landed as heavy as a mountain. Trung Han Ki-et and his followers pleaded to join the demonic cult. Furthermore, after the merger, they brought in countless impressive achievements. So Trung Nan Ki-et was appointed as a vice leader. Lan, a mix of astonishment and curiosity in her voice, asked, "Excuse me, vice leader, where did the dark demonic cult originate from?" Hyang replied, "They are the descendants of the blood cult. They reanimate the dead into jiangshi to use as puppets. They're used as soldiers or hidden away for sinister plots. After the fall of the dark blood cult, the sole master of this corpse martial art is none other than Zhang In-gyeol. He's one of the 4 great masters of the demonic cult, who has reached the enlightenment realm, but he's always plotting to slaughter anyone in the demonic cult who stands against him. Let's just hope nothing terrible happens." We cut to the palace of the Black Demon Great Emperor. The Vice Lord has arrived. Let him in. Mook-Hyang bows respectfully and announces his arrival. Kang In-ion, who is chatting warmly with the Lord, flashes a sarcastic smile as Mook-Hyang enters. "So you're the infamous Vice Lord. It's truly an honor to meet a top master of the demonic cult like yourself." "Greetings, sir. You've been through a lot, Mook-Hyang." The Black Demon Great Emperor finally speaks up to the Vice Lord. "If you hadn't shown up, I was about to summon you anyway. I was planning to have a few drinks with Vice Lord Zhang In-gyeol. Care to join us?" But Mook-Hyang deftly declines, bowing his head and saying, "I'm a bit tired today. Perhaps next time I can join you all for a good time." Hearing this, the other 2 click their tongues in unison, clearly displeased. Kang In-ion smirks mockingly. "Just as free-spirited as the rumors say. I told you he's the only one who doesn't have to draw his sword in my presence. So now that you've met him face to face, what do you think?" The Black Demon Great Emperor asks in a low tone. "Does he have real skill, or is it all just talk?" "Don't you worry. I've made thorough preparations. No matter how fine a stallion is, if it refuses to be tamed, it's no better than a common nag. The only thing left is to break that wild horse." Suddenly, the Black Demon Great Emperor raises his cup, his eyes glinting with schemes. "Farewell, Mook-Hyang." The scene shifts. Deep in the dead of night, Mook-Hyang wanders alone into a dark forest, humming a quiet tune. The assassins lying in ambush quickly identify their target as Mook-Hyang. All we have to do is wait for the right moment and take him out clean. But before they can even make a move, Mook-Hyang appears from behind them, making them jump out of their skin. "Hey, what are you guys doing, acting like a bunch of blind fools?" The second they turn around, Mook-Hyang attacks. He lunges forward, cursing at one of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Mook-Hyang lands a single punch that sends the man sprawling to the ground, dead on impact. Mook-Hyang curses, filled with rage. "Who the hell do you think you are to stand against me?" After finishing them off, Mook-Hyang walks away, lost in thought. "I'm being tailed. I have to wonder who sent them. The one I hit with a fatal blow died instantly, but the other guy I slashed across the stomach got back up like some kind of jiangshi. If he's not a real jiangshi, then this has to be the work of Zhang In-gyeol. But why would they be spying on me? Zhang In-gyeol's underlings all use some kind of powerful sorcery. So unless you destroy the head, they can recover from any wound, no matter how severe? That's terrifying. But right now, that little trick must feel more like a curse to you. Unable to die, no matter how much pain you're in. I'm going to make you spill everything you know." The scene changes again. Screams echo through the halls. "Stop him. Don't let him get through. Don't let him reach the Lord. Somebody help me." The palace guards are screaming and cursing in terror. "Those guys over there are already down for the count. He's already here. Get out of here now." Inside her cell, Mihwa's heart pounds in her chest. The chaos outside sounds like a tidal wave, signaling a cataclysmic event. "Are you still not going to listen to me?" Oh Ryong's voice trembles, her mind a tangled mess. Before she can decide what to do, boom! A terrifying explosion rips through the night. Mihwa screams out the guard's name. Thank goodness he's not here yet. But another scream pierces the air, making them both flinch. The figure that steps through the smoke is none other than Mook-Hyang. "Sisters, has anyone lost any vital energy?" Mihwa asked tentatively, her eyes fixed on him. "What's your plan now?" Hang replied coldly. "We'll tear this place apart to drag those sewer rats out and make them pay. We will follow you. Can I go retrieve my weapon?" Hearing this, Mook-Hyang frowned. Are you all unarmed? On guard duty and completely unarmed? Going to find your weapons now is just a waste of time. Absolutely not. Use mine for now. One for each of you. These swords never leave my side. So handle them with care. Both of them accepted the blades respectfully. Feeling the cold aura emanating from them, Mook-Hyang suddenly turned back, giving Ngoc Lin an enigmatic smile. Ah, you should take care of yourself as well. Young lady. Ngoc Lin was stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed her head and replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Dark Demon Emperor, an arrogant, savage laughter echoed everywhere. Your divine calculations are truly something. Cult leader. This humble one is utterly impressed. I merely waved my hand. And didn't you set the entire chessboard for me? And you. Managing to bring the Martial Alliance leaders 2 little canaries here so swiftly. You truly haven't disappointed me. Kang and Jian chuckled as he poured a full cup of wine. In any case, this matter cannot be delayed. Just then, a desperate scream from outside shattered the silence. Don't come here, Jian smirked, a sinister smile on his face. Humph. The big fish has finally swum into the net. The door burst open, and Mook-Hyang strode in. Radiating a murderous aura, the Dark Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and gravelly. Is the commotion outside your masterpiece? My apologies for ruining your party, but I was simply too eager to meet the cult leader. Jian quickly spoke up. Vice cult leader Mook-Hyang. What is the meaning of causing such a ruckus? You cunning old fox. No matter how deep your schemes run, you should have hidden your tail better. That hunting dog you sent to follow me wasn't so tight-lipped after all. Here. This is the confession I extracted from him myself. You conspired to frame me. Kidnapped the Martial Alliance leader's granddaughter. Your grand scheme. Isn't it to swallow the entire Martial Alliance whole? And because of that, I'm in an extremely bad mood right now. As he finished speaking, Mook-Hyang let the flames consume the letter in his hand. Farewell. The Dark Demon Emperor waved his hand, extinguishing all the candles in the room, leaving only darkness and his challenging smile. Oh, we shall see about that. Vice cult leader Mook-Hyang, do you really think you have everything in the palm of your hand? Suddenly, Mook-Hyang shuddered. A familiar, bone-chilling killing intent? Right behind him, Ngoc Lin held a sword, aiming a fatal strike straight at Mook-Hyang's vital point. But a single tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. He froze, but instinct took over, and he swung his blade, slashing at Ngoc Lin. Achan rushed forward in a panic to catch Ngoc Lin's limp body. Ngoc Lin, why? Why did you apologize to brother Mook-Hyang? This was grandfather's order. I couldn't disobey. Brother, can you forgive me? Before she could finish her words, her life force faded in his arms. In a hazy memory, her voice echoed, You were so good to me, and yet this is how I repay you. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. Mook-Hyang. He stood there, his body frozen like a statue. Inside him, rage and unbearable pain screamed. In the very moment Mook-Hyang was frozen in shock, an icy killing intent surged from behind him, and a sharp blade pierced through his heart without hesitation. As Manhwa roared maniacally, Die! She burst into crazed laughter, Manhwa's savage cackle echoing through the grand hall. You totally deserve this, Mook-Hyang. The Dark Demon Emperor looked immensely pleased. Ha ha. What an excellent play. Even better than I imagined. I suppose I should thank the Martial Alliance for their enthusiastic support. Shouldn't I? Indeed. If you know how to use your pieces, even a pawn can checkmate the king. Do you see? Mook-Hyang, do you know why I had to stage this entire play just to eliminate you? It's all your fault. Because a famed sword, no matter how sharp, that dares to swing on its own accord instead of obeying its master's will sooner or later harm its owner. What do you think your power is? Just some common weapon? You hand out divine techniques to anyone you fancy, even if there are enemies. But if someone rubs you the wrong way, you won't even spare a glance for a brother in arms. You don't respect anyone. This is the price of your arrogance. Now, no one will even acknowledge your title as the Vice Lord of the demonic cult. As he finished speaking, the other cult leaders appeared one by one, a shocking number of them. Manhwa froze in disbelief. Vice Lord Nang Pige stepped forward, smirking. You must be tired from putting on that act for so long. Manhwa's eyes blazed with hatred as she shot back. What a pity I can't send him off with my own hands. Rest in peace. Mook-Hyang. But in that very instant, Hyang's seemingly lifeless eyes flashed blood red, and he sprang up like a cornered beast, instantly pulling Manhwa in front of him as a human shield. The green-eyed poison lord was utterly horrified, his pupils constricting. What the? A fatal palm strike slammed into Manhwa, and she let out a scream of despair. The black demon great emperor roared like a madman. You bastards! All sound faded from Manhwa's ears. In the throes of ultimate fury, Hyang let out a roar that shook the heavens. How dare you! If you want to take this all the way. The high-ranking leaders couldn't hide their horror. That monster. He can still resist? His meridians and dantian were clearly crippled. Why? Why is his internal energy still surging so powerfully? Wait a minute. This demonic aura. Could it be the legendary blood-altering Asura demonic art? Kang Inyan immediately reassured them. Everyone. Don't panic, he's just an empty shell now. Using a forbidden art to burn up the last of his life force. He's no different than a moth flying into a flame. Attack. And crush him for me. A murderous aura, thick as blood, exploded from Hyang. He snarled through gritted teeth. I will not let a single one of you leave here alive. That night, the demonic cult was drowned in a sea of flames and horrifying explosions. The men charged in like madmen, but one after another. They were reduced to dust. Chonwai roared and rushed forward. You little punk. Hai and Ding retaliated with a palm strike, but his body suddenly froze. This sensation, this binding aura, could it be that old bastard Zhang Renjie? Is he controlling me from a distance, seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Other deadly attacks rained down instantly. Hyang roared in pain. Chonwai burst into a fit of insane laughter. I've waited for this day for so long. Under the relentless assault, Hyang's life force drained away. He dragged himself forward in despair, with only one thought flickering in his mind. I must live. I have to find a way to survive no matter what. Suddenly, Hyang's eyes landed on an iron ball next to him. In the blink of an eye, boom, it exploded. The attackers panicked. What was that? Poisonous smoke? Hai, and shielded his eyes and snarled. What in the world is happening? Then a familiar voice echoed beside him. Vice Lord, follow me, and let's get out of this hellhole. It was Guk, who had arrived to risk his life to save his master. A thick white smoke blanketed the entire area. What are you useless bastards doing? Find Mook-Hyang for me. The guard trembled before the wrath of Nang Pige. My lord, the smoke is too thick. Your subordinate can't see a thing. The green-eyed poison lord ground his teeth. Who the hell is responsible for this? Such a racket. The black demon great emperor's voice echoed as a powerful gust of wind dispersed the smoke. Thank you. Your Excellency, I can't believe there's still someone in the demonic cult willing to betray us all for Hyang. Cult leader Han Jung-gat roared. He couldn't have gotten far. Deploy the heaven and earth net at once. Find him, no matter the cost. Deep in the forest, two figures darted through the trees like the wind. Hyang panted, his voice raspy. Guk? How did you... The situation is dire. I'll explain everything later. My lord, for now, please just hang in there. Sir. The Vice Lord clicked his tongue. I know. An old threat replayed in his mind. The moment your granddaughter is in our hands, you will accept your death without a fight. This little drama didn't have a very clean ending. Did it? Cult leader Han Jung-kyung? A sword-wielding figure flashed forward, cutting off their escape. Hyang roared. Guk. Be careful, Guk gritted his teeth, shocked at the old man's terrifying speed. Surrounding trees toppled over, the ground utterly devastated from the aftershock of that single attack. The net has been cast, and the fish are trapped. With such an exquisite movement technique, I'm truly surprised you managed to escape death's door. I can't believe you dodged that. Kuk's eyes narrowed as he recognized his foe. The current Martial Alliance leader, the jade-faced Asura, Enjok Chin Hak. The old man struck as swiftly as a passing breeze. But, damn it all, why did it have to be now? I have to find another bloody way out. Ahead, the dark forest loomed like the mouth of an abyss, its black river swirling as if to devour all creation. Cook had to circulate all his internal energy just to stay on his feet. How did we end up here? I was sure I'd broken through their heaven and earth net. Tronghak spoke calmly. There's no need to be surprised, because I was the one who led you here. Could it be? We walked right into his trap from the very beginning? The situation was dire. The vice cult leader's shoulder had been pierced by sword chi, and every movement felt like his flesh was being torn apart. Gok Chin Hak. Why would you do this? Why would a martial alliance leader like you join forces with the demonic cult? The old man sneered, explaining it as if it were obvious. Because this master and cult leader Han Trung Kin share a common goal. As the one who guides the righteous path of the martial world, I cannot stand by and watch you shatter the balance of power that the evil factions have maintained for so long. For such a ridiculous reason. You used Nok Lin? Why did it have to be her? Nok Chin Hak burst into cackling laughter. A reason? It's simple, really. Because she was the one you trusted the most. Thanks to that, every part of the plan was as easy as flipping my hand. All I had to do was use your unwavering trust, and then stab you deep in the back. I really should thank you. Hyung, thanks to you, an insignificant daughter of a concubine like Ngok Lin was finally able to offer some value to her family. Hyung's jaw clenched, his rage about to explode. Flashing back in time. Lin. Looking back, I still feel it was a bit unfair to you. Yes? What is it? I threatened to harm you if they dared to follow, even though it was just an act at first. Not a single person came looking for you. Did they? The girl lowered her head. No. It's all right. My status has always been just that of a concubine's daughter. Besides, if my older sister had been captured, I would have been the one punished by father at home anyway, so it's better this way. Seeing her like that, he couldn't help but ask. Don't you feel wronged at all? Ngok Lin's shoulders trembled slightly. Wronged. Of course I do. She forced a crooked smile. If I just become stronger, and learn more things to be useful to the family, then one day, the clan will finally acknowledge me. The vice cult leader nodded. Is that so? I'm afraid you could wait until your hair turns gray. And the clan still might not give you a second glance. Hearing this, the girl bristled. What are you talking about? Back in the present. Hyung roared. Ngok Chin Hak. You old scoundrel. I swear I'll flay you alive. Kook hurriedly stopped him. Please calm down. Sir, if you force your energy to circulate now, your meridians will rupture. Kook slapped a talisman on his body. Forgive my transgression, vice cult leader. A plume of white smoke suddenly erupted from below, obscuring everything. What is this? You must survive and return. With those words, Kook shot forward, his figure like an arrow cutting through the wind. He unleashed his sword, aiming straight for Tronghak. The old man sneered. Hyung, do you really think he can escape from here alive just because of that? Kook didn't answer, his gaze razor-sharp. That's none of your concern. Fool. The old man's aura was like the unmovable Mount Tai, before his consciousness faded from a fatal slash. He called out his name in his mind. Hyung, vice cult leader. Do you know why I betrayed the demonic cult to save you? Because, if you are an assassin, then you are the very model that anyone would have to admire. You are a legend, always walking the path you chose and achieving everything you desired, completely different from those of us who were raised to be tools, living our entire lives as puppets following orders. Nothing more, nothing less. Vice cult leader, could you possibly know? You are the sun that illuminates our lives, the guiding star in the pitch-black night. Please forgive this subordinate for being late. I only ask one thing of you. Please hold on and survive. The vice cult leader's body, like a leaf torn from a branch, sank slowly into the dark abyss. At the bottom of the deep lake, the darkness was as thick as ink. Beside Ngok Chin Dan, YVN spoke with worry. His condition. How is he? Li Thu Luong spoke. Fortunately, the crisis has passed. You've worked hard. His voice deepened. If not for your profound medical skills, I fear the treatment would have reached a dead end. Ngok Chin Dan cupped his hands. Thank you, High General. He hesitated for a moment. It's just, what is this man's identity that would make you go to such lengths to save him? This is the first time I've seen this man. The patrol elites found him adrift downstream, looking like nothing more than a crude country bumpkin. Why would you condescend to show him such grace? My lord, is that so? Ngok Chin Dan narrowed his eyes, unconvinced by the physician's words. I don't think this man is an ordinary commoner at all. Look at this jade pendant. A single glance tells you it's a rare treasure. The carvings are so exquisite. It's clearly the insignia of some great figure. How could a simple country bumpkin possibly possess such a treasure? Looking at the countless wounds on his body, and then at this jade pendant. I'd guess he's a martial artist with no simple background. The physician sighed softly. A martial artist? If that's the case, it's a true pity. Although we barely managed to save his life, his meridians and dantian are utterly destroyed, and his internal energy is completely gone. I wonder if he'll ever be able to hold a sword again. For now, keep everything about this man a secret. We need to observe him for a while longer. We might uncover some clues. Half a year flew by. Amidst the peaceful summer scenery of a village, a young master with his hair in a topknot called out, "Cook Kwang, come over to my place for some snacks today." Cook Kwang replied, "Thank you, young master. I'll be right over after I finish this." The other man smiled. "Oh, and this is for you too. It's the chrysanthemum you like so much. It just bloomed in my courtyard." Cook Kwang exclaimed, "It's a chrysanthemum. You're always so thoughtful. Young Master Do Lu Yen. You're the best." The young man beamed. "Thank you so much." It had been a full 6 months since Cook Kwang arrived here, and being able to walk around normally like this was already a miracle. Has he still not recovered any of his memories? The physician replied. The fatal injuries he sustained before robbed him of all his memories. In the end, after half a year, all they knew about Cook Kwang was that he liked chrysanthemums and loved strong liquor, and that he especially despises plum blossoms. But why plum blossoms? Could this have some connection to the one who pushed him to the brink of death? To be certain, examine Cook Kwang's body one more time. The physician bowed. As you command. This was Thu Luong's clinic. What? What is this? Why are you keeping me here? I'm so sleepy. I want to go home and sleep. It'll be over in just a moment. Just bear with it a little longer. Suddenly, Thu Luong exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. The acupoints that were completely shattered. His eyes widened. This is unbelievable. All of his meridians are recovering, and the internal energy in his body is quietly resurfacing. Could it be that someone can regenerate their own destroyed acupoints? The physician explained. This has always been considered impossible. If it were possible, why would martial artists fear the words key deviation so much? His meridians and internal energy are gradually recovering, but it's hard to say for sure if his martial arts will return. I know a little bit of martial arts myself, so perhaps I should test him to see if his skills have truly returned. Ow, good grief. Old man. What's wrong with you? The physician, rubbing the new lump on his head, reported. I have made a fool of myself. My lord. He took a breath. Cook Kwang. Although he's lost his memory and his body seemed crippled, his body automatically countered when I attacked. The technique was deadly and contained profound internal energy. Chin Dan asked in shock. Even during a surprise attack? With no preparation? The physician affirmed. Exactly. Based on my judgment. Li Thu Luong finished the thought, his voice grave. I fear this man is, at the very least, a master who has reached the transformation realm. A master of the transformation realm. Ngok Chin Dan was stunned. I knew he was no ordinary person, but I never imagined he was a being of this caliber. Just then, Cook Kwang pointed a finger. Hey, why did you hit me? You're a bad person. His voice was childish but full of indignation. A soldier quickly asked, My lord, this is a real dilemma. His martial arts are profound and unfathomable, but in his current state, we can't just entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. What a headache. Yi Wan then offered a suggestion. Sir, what if we try this? Right now. His incredible skills are still buried deep within his subconscious, along with all his lost memories. If we can create a situation that lets him naturally recall his martial arts, just like that moment earlier, then there's a very high chance he'll rediscover his former self and strength. Right? So what you're saying is, okay, Jung Myung narrowed his eyes. We're going to recreate that situation? Will that be all right? Yi Wan shook her head firmly. Absolutely not. Doing that would be the same as sending him to his death. This subordinate has a brilliant plan of my own. Just as I predicted. As long as I have Du Lian practice his swordsmanship in front of him, he's bound to be drawn in. Du Lian swung his sword, revealing a fatal opening. Faster, Yi Wan commanded. Push me to my absolute limit, even if the movements are still awkward. Every single move and stance must be engraved into the body until it becomes instinct. And there isn't just one type of sword technique, only when 10,000 techniques merge into one, wielded as naturally as breathing, can true power be unleashed. Training external techniques to sharpen one's moves is essential. But cultivating internal energy and circulating the cultivation method is infinitely more important. One must use the cultivation method to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, infuse it into the body, and then circulate it for one great heavenly cycle. I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused all of this. This is all your fault. I will never let you live in peace. Die. A torrent of chaotic memories erupted. Please. You have to survive. Du Lian called out in a panic. Guk Guang. Yi Wan screamed. Don't go over there, it's dangerous. Good heavens. What in the world is happening? What is going on? His aura. It's frantically devouring the spiritual energy of the entire world. A vortex of energy is forming. When everything settled down, Chu Riang asked with a tremble. Guk Guang. Is that the legendary phenomenon? Rebirth and metamorphosis? Du Lian rushed forward. Guk Guang. That was the realm that all martial artists under the heavens dream of. The very pinnacle of martial arts. To witness such an extraordinary sight with my own eyes is unbelievable. Du Lian gently shook him. Guk Guang, wake up. It's true what they say. There's always someone stronger out there. At OK Zhongmyung's military camp, the entrance was heavily guarded by 2 sentries. One of the guards spoke languidly to his partner. Well, the day has finally come. Huh? The day the Grand General returns in triumph. The other guy nodded. Yeah. It came fast. No wonder all the big shots are running around like crazy today. The grass swayed in the wind. Perfect timing. Quick. Report inside. A cavalryman galloped up at full speed. A celebratory atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. Banners and flags fluttered, filling the sky. It's the Grand General. Grand General Zhongyang has returned. Open the main gate. All soldiers. Assemble to welcome the triumphant Grand General. The commander's voice echoed. The majestic general turned around upon hearing someone call out, Father. Zhongyang bowed deeply. Father, you've endured much hardship. Welcome back. Haha. My son. You came all the way out here to greet me despite your busy military duties? Thank you. The general clapped his son on the shoulder. His eyes filled with pride. Not at all. It is my duty as your son. You look weary. Please come inside and rest. Zhongmyang replied. But then he suddenly noticed something. The Grand General's eagle-like gaze froze. Wait a moment. That face behind you? I've never seen him before. Zhongmyang smiled. Father, I was just about to report to you. This is the person I wish to recommend to you this time. The stranger took a step forward, clasped his hands, and his deep, steady voice rang out. This humble one. Guk Guang. His face as cold as ice. His eyes a bottomless abyss. Zhongmyang turned, his voice a bit flustered. Father. This is indeed a bit strange. The two of them are discussing something. The two of them discussed matters over drinks. The Grand General spoke, his voice deep and resonant. I didn't expect such interesting things to happen at home while I was away. Let me ask you one more time. Young friend. What is your name? Guk Guang calmly replied. This junior is known to the world as Guk Guang, though his words were respectful. His gaze was directed at the general's son. That's an alias. Not his true name. Qin Dan hurriedly explained, his voice a bit awkward. Father, thanks to the Hoan Exung bone, his internal energy and primordial spirit have recovered, but he still hasn't regained his past memories. So we've been calling him by his alias. Oh, a master, wounded by his own treasured sword, to the point of amnesia. He likes chrysanthemums but despises plum blossoms? Why plum blossoms of all things? A warrior and plum blossoms. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Qin Dan, the sword that stabbed him. Did you bring it? Qin Dan immediately presented the sword to his father. Yes. I have it right here. Just holding it. I can feel that this sword's killing intent and spiritual nature are far from ordinary. It looks plain at first glance, but it hides a proud and domineering aura. The great general turned to look at Kwang, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Hey Kwang, when you look at it, is your mind still a complete blank? The High General has already briefed me on my situation. I'm not even sure if this is truly my own weapon. I only feel a heart-wrenching familiarity, and a bone-chilling killing intent radiating from it. Is that so? It seems your memories will need more time to return. In that case, I want to ask a favor of you. Join the Black Wind camp and become one of my assets. How about it? He refused flatly, without a moment's hesitation. I'm not interested. As soon as the words left his mouth, both father and son were stunned, not expecting such a reply. My only benefactor is the High General. Besides him, I owe no one anything. I am quite content with my current lodging, my job tending the horses, and keeping the young master company. The great general burst out laughing. Haha. Straightforward and decisive. Good. I like that about you. Chin Dan tried to persuade him. Hey Kwang, please reconsider. My father truly needs someone like you more. Can't you do this one thing for the old man? This is a golden opportunity for you too. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. If it is the High General's wish, then I dare not disobey. I will do it. Although he agreed, he presented a condition. However, I will only accept this request as long as the High General lives. If one day he is gone, I will walk my own path, and no one may interfere. Is that acceptable? He asked in return. Deal. Being clear about it is even better. We'll have your things sent over later then? Arrange it as you see fit. Now, I shall take my leave. The father and son watched his solitary figure disappear into the night. Chin Dan whispered, his voice filled with bewilderment. Father, have you figured out who he is? My son, given the circumstances, a warrior, and plum blossoms. Does that not suggest anything to you? Don't tell me. It's the ultimate technique of the Black Slaughter Manor's master. The jade tremor black and white flowing plum blossom sword art? I don't know what happened between the master of Black Slaughter Manor and Kwang, but if that old monster finds out he's alive and here, I fear the Black Wind Fortress will face a world-shaking catastrophe. In the end, just who is he? The scene shifts outside the encampment. Under the hazy moonlight, where did you sewer rats crawl out from? Take him down, one of them yelled. But a cold voice cut in. Stop. I don't care who you are or what you're here for. But the moon is beautiful tonight, so my mood isn't too bad. Get lost, and be grateful for my mercy. But if you feel your lives are too long and dare to show your faces here again, then before you can even draw your next breath, I will turn you all into a mist of blood. They trembled and fled. I'll pretend I saw nothing. A voice spoke again from a dark corner. But first, would you care to share a cup of wine with me under this moon? He raised his cup, gazing at the bright, full moon. Changa. A drink to warm the body, perhaps? Outside the main city pavilion of the Shadowless Gate, red lanterns hung high as courtesans flirtatiously beckoned to potential patrons. People came and went like a flowing river, but the two guards at the gate stood as still as stone statues. Suddenly, a figure dropped to their knees, reporting, "This subordinate has completed the mission and returned." The corner of the woman's mouth curled into a slight smirk, as smoke from her pipe swirled, obscuring half her face. Her voice was as cold as ice. "The situation. Report it. Quickly. How's the reconnaissance mission going?" The man suppressed his pain, struggling to report. "He's truly a supreme master. My lady, all of the first-class shadow guards and my subordinates were utterly defeated by him." The smile on the woman's lips vanished, replaced by a cold interest. "Then, there's no doubt about it. He's the one we're looking for. Since the time of Grand Hero Ju Hui, he is the second master in the world to reach the profound realm. That man is the former vice sect leader of the demonic cult." The guard looked completely baffled, asking, "But why would a renowned vice sect leader of the demonic cult be willing to serve as a subordinate to that Zheng Ying?" The woman explained. "A few years ago, he fell into a trap set by his own demonic cult, was struck by the dark curse, and disappeared after suffering grave injuries. After that incident, all his memories as the vice sect leader were wiped clean. Zheng Ying saved his life, So he follows that old Grand General to repay the debt. Just confirming his identity is a huge victory. You and your men should go rest and heal your wounds. The guard bowed. As you command. She pondered. Next. How do I bring this beast over to my side? Perhaps I could use his past as leverage, promising to help him get revenge. A wicked look flashed across her face. Or maybe I should just send Zheng Ying on his way. Leaving him completely alone? She chuckled softly. If not that, then for some reason, I'm finding this more and more interesting. Regardless, news that Hang is still alive will eventually reach the demonic cult leader's ears. The entire martial world will be thrown into chaos, depending on his next move. If Hang falls into that man's hands, it wouldn't be so bad. But if not... In the early morning light at the Imperial Palace grounds, two figures were sparring fiercely in the training yard, the endless clang of metal ringing out. One of them unleashed the serene lotus strike, his sword light blooming like a lotus flower, but the other moved like a phantom, effortlessly dodging, causing his opponent's entire offense to hit nothing but air. The attacker was stunned, unable to believe his strike was so useless. The young man with the top knot collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and growling. This is just practice. Did you really have to be so ruthless? Once you face an enemy with a sword, you must use any means necessary to survive. The young man was still unconvinced. What a coward. I am merely following Lord Zheng Ying's request to practice swordsmanship with you. It seems you haven't learned a single thing yet? His pride wounded. Yu Xing retorted. How am I supposed to improve if I just keep getting beaten up? The other man replied calmly. You seem quite dissatisfied. So, what would you have me do? Zheng Ying's nephew immediately proposed. Teach me the strongest martial art, the kind of sword technique that can slice through anything. Or a punch that can shatter a giant boulder. Yu Xing's eyes gleamed with desire. Exactly. The kind of divine technique that only exists in legends. The other man just sighed in exasperation. This kid, his head is full of fantasies. He called out. Hey. Yu Xing. The young man immediately looked up in anticipation. Yes? Do you see those towering pavilions of the Imperial Palace? They are filled with martial arts manuals collected from all over the martial world. And do you know what I realized after reading all of those manuals? It's that in this world, there's fundamentally no such thing as an ultimate divine technique. It's like all martial arts are equal, falling into a relationship of counters and advantages. Infantry counters, archers, but are countered by spearmen. And spearmen, in turn, fear archers. In the same way, if I were to use the serene lotus strike that you just performed, Yu Xing was horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. The same technique. Why is it so devastatingly powerful in his hands? Do you see now? In the end, what decides victory or defeat isn't the martial art itself, but who is the one using it? Yu Xing still didn't get it. If you're going to explain it like that, why have you just been hitting me this whole time? The man replied in a calm voice. Because when you get hit, if you don't want to keep getting hit, you'll naturally learn how to dodge. The more pissed off you get, and the more you want to smash me at all costs, the more your rage will grow. When that happens, your martial arts will naturally have a breakthrough. This disciple understands. Jin Young grinned from ear to ear, then rubbed his stomach. Alright, let's go eat, master, I'm starving. At the same time, in another place, a warrior knelt and swore an oath. Warrior at dawn, I pledge my loyalty. The next one bowed his head. Warrior Manda, I completely submit. The third spoke with a steely voice. Warrior Otali, I will obey absolutely. And finally, Warrior Da Wu, I have no objections. All together they chanted. We ask you the great Ti Zhen of the Mongols to lead us. In another room, Cheonoke Jin Young was making a move in a game of Go. He asked casually, have you heard the rumors? They say the Mongols just formed a new power, and it's quite a big deal. Ma Long, the man opposite him, placed a stone on the board. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, this is already a headache. Normally, they're just a disorganized mob, nothing more, nothing less. But once they gather into a pack, they'll become an immeasurable threat. We have to crush this seed before it has a chance to take root. Jin Young nodded. Then there's no need to overthink it, let's just handle it swiftly. Just send me 200 elite soldiers and 10,000 infantry. The Major General and the Jin Huang Black Wind Squad will command them directly. Ma Long frowned, a little concerned. The balance of power seems a bit skewed, Great General. Do you have a brilliant plan? The Great General burst out laughing. General Ma Long, you worry too much. His eyes were sharp, as if the game was already decided. To deal with a pack of wolves, why do you need a complicated strategy? Just aim for the alpha, and crush it, and the problem is solved. Mook-Hyang noticed Huiyan's strange expression and asked, Master, why the long face? Huiyan let out a sigh. What's there to be excited about, kid? He knew exactly why this kid was as happy as if he'd struck gold. I finally get to join the Jin Huang Black Wind Squad. I'll build up my war merits and make my grandfather see me in a new light. Suddenly, Huiyan asked a cold question. Have you ever taken a life? Mook-Hyang was taken aback. Huh? What kind of question is that? Huiyan's voice became unusually serious. To earn war merits, you have to take other people's lives. What I mean is, are your hands ready to get dirty? Will they tremble when you have to take someone's life? Don't hesitate, just swing your sword. Mook-Hyang was startled by his change in demeanor. Master, are you remembering something from your past? Huiyan frowned. He himself wasn't sure anymore. Not exactly, but the feeling of taking a life is terrifyingly familiar. The proof is that this body always unconsciously aims for the opponent's vital points. What is my past? Why are my martial arts this strong? This hand, how much blood has it been stained with? Seeing Huiyan's face getting paler, Mook-Hyang called out worriedly. Master? Manhwa, who had been standing nearby, had eyes that looked like they were about to shoot sparks. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Huiyan, the new recruit. I heard there's something wrong with your head? The one who just spoke was Leng Feihua, a female Manhwa. A piece of trash like you, on what grounds did Captain Bake-In take an interest in you? The 10-man squad leader Lim Jung sighed in exasperation. She must be bored out of her mind, this girl just can't help but stir up trouble. Huiyan didn't even bother to glance at her, his tone indifferent. You seem pretty bitter. He waved his hand. If you're done talking nonsense, get lost. Those words were like adding fuel to the fire. Manhwa gritted her teeth, hissing. You think you're hot stuff just because you have Jin Young's backing? Huiyan let out a soft sigh, his expression one of boredom. I have no interest in getting involved with you. Besides, you can't do anything to me anyway. As if her limit had been reached, Manhwa suddenly drew her sword and swung at Huiyan from behind. It seems he had warned her, but she just didn't believe him. How can I be this weak? There's no way I can lose, right? How could this happen? Manhwa was furious, her rage overwhelming her reason. Manhwa, I'm not letting you walk away from this. If it were just a normal reaction, I would have let it slide. But that killing intent is too strong to ignore. A dark aura flared as he unleashed his ultimate technique. The 5-chi sword. Isn't that a technique only masters at the Fire Realm can use? How is he pulling this off? Manhwa was completely shaken, feeling true fear for the first time. She wasn't one for confrontation, but she was learning her lesson the hard way. If you don't want to fight, then get out of my way. Manhwa growled. Wondering just who this guy was? Suddenly, a telepathic message reached her. Are you really that curious? Too bad. Because I don't even know who I am. All I know is that I was betrayed by someone I trusted and lost all my memories. Sometimes I wonder who I am too. But having a past or not doesn't really matter. Right now. All I want is to repay Lord Jade, the man who saved my life. Before vanishing, Mook-Hyang added, I've already made myself clear. So stop bothering me. I'm not a good person. Lam Trung watched the entire event unfold. He rushed over to Manhwa, who was kneeling on the ground, asking, Are you all right? Don't take it too hard. You're lucky to have sparred with a master of his caliber. Captain, I had no idea he was that strong. Lam Trung asked in surprise. What are you talking about? I don't know the specifics. But I'm sure this fight will be over quickly. Elsewhere, a group of high-ranking ministers gathered by a lake under the night sky. Young-Ru revealed gravely. The bad news is that Mook-Hyang, our former vice-sect leader, is still alive. The news sent a shockwave through the group. Mook-Hyang? That's impossible. One of them quickly reported. According to our investigation, after suffering critical injuries, he was saved by the son of General Nok An-chan. He now goes by the name Jaeuk Guang and is a member of the Sanhuang Black Wind Squad. A bewildered Fai Jioi asked, Jaeuk Guang? But he's forgotten about the sect, hasn't he? Fai Jioi frowned, a worried look on his face. In that case, we have to eliminate him before his memories return. Inyan sneered. It's just amnesia. I'm sure his top-tier martial arts have vanished along with his memories. Jung-Ru countered. It's not that simple. He's part of a royal squad now. If we make a move on him, will be challenging the royal palace. And that will make things much more complicated. Fai Jioi devised a plan. I have an acquaintance who is General Ngok An-chan's rival in the royal palace. If we can take down General Ngok An-chan, it'll be the same as defeating his subordinates. That will make it much easier to get rid of Mook-Hyang. Young Ru praised. A truly brilliant idea. The rage inside Mook-Hyang had never subsided. And this time, he was ready to unleash it all. Mook-Hyang moved like a storm, his masterful swordsmanship wiping out the traitors in the blink of an eye. With just a few moves, he struck down every single one of his opponents. Manhwa and her subordinates were pale with terror. The man before them was no different than a demon straight out of hell. This level of power, how could anyone possibly fight back? Our troops surged forward like a tempest, 10,000 arrows firing in unison, ripping through the air toward the enemy. On the other side, they frantically steered their war horses, weaving through the thick shower of arrows. Nguda let out a mighty roar, swinging his giant battle axe as he led the charge. "Move! We have to break this encirclement," he roared, his great sword carving a bloody path without hesitation. On the other side, Mook-Hyang simply watched with his arms crossed, his eyes as cold as ice. Wu Tuo let out a roar, spurring his warhorse straight towards Mook-Hyang. He channeled all his strength into his spear, certain this one strike would claim his opponent's life. But it was useless. The very moment the spear tip was about to connect, a white light flashed. Mook-Hyang's sword had already swept across Wu Tuo's throat like a passing breeze. Wu Tuo's fate was sealed. His comrade witnessed the horrific scene, his eyes bulging as he screamed himself hoarse. Wu Tuo. Suddenly, a poison-tipped arrow cut through the air, aimed straight for Mook-Hyang's throat. He just smirked slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, his bone sword drew a perfect arc. The deadly arrow instantly changed direction, flying straight back towards its owner. The archer could only stare wide-eyed as the death he had unleashed rushed back to claim him. Thwack! A crisp sound echoed, sending the man to his grave. Amidst the deadly silence, Tai Zhentian finally emerged leisurely from the shadows. "Impressive. I never expected the Central Plains to have a warrior of your caliber." His voice was loud and powerful. "I am Zhentian, the great Khan of the Mongolian steppes. And you? Warrior. What is your name?" Mook-Hyang replied curtly, his gaze unwavering. "Guk Guang." Zhentian laughed heartily. "Jiuk Guang, a fine name. Our battle will surely be an interesting one." As soon as he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward, charging with an overwhelming killing intent. The great Khan poured all of his strength into his scimitar, swinging it in a wide arc that carried the force of 1,000 tons. Clang! Mook-Hyang's small bone sword easily blocked the devastating attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhentian's eyes. "A bone sword?" he grinned, his voice filled with excitement. "A good block." Immediately after, Zhentian roared, his muscles bulging as he put every ounce of his strength into his blade, determined to crush Mook-Hyang. From a distance, Hamahoa's heart pounded with extreme anxiety. The captain is in a tough spot. Nga Khan couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, charge and support the captain." But a cold voice cut them off. "Stay back, all of you would just be a burden." As the words faded, Zhentian and his warhorse leaped forward like a collapsing mountain. The two figures clashed, the deafening sound of weapons ringing out endlessly. In the blink of an eye, Mook-Hyang drew a razor-sharp arc with his sword, and the head of Zhentian's warhorse flew into the air. Zhentian tumbled to the ground, his eyes still wide with shock. He muttered, unable to hide his admiration. "Incredible. Truly incredible. I can't believe you managed to break my wolf's fang." He stood up, dusted himself off, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "But don't celebrate just yet, warrior. That's not all I have." Boom! Zhentian slammed his scimitar into the ground. A dark, necrotic aura suddenly erupted, enveloping him. From within the mist, he roared, summoning the spirits of fallen warriors. "O children of the steppes, fight alongside me." As his words ended, Zhentian's eyes turned blood red and his entire body transformed, charging at Mook-Hyang like a true demon. A slash carrying the resentful energy of 10,000 soldiers came crashing down. Yet Mook-Hyang merely tilted his body, light as a leaf, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. And then, he immediately countered. The bone sword pierced straight through the necrotic defense, burying itself deep in Zhen Tian's stomach. Mook-Hyang's voice was ice cold. "It's over, Zhen Tian." Fresh blood poured from the corner of his mouth. But the old man still growled out brokenly. "Over? Just like that?" His hands, like iron vises, clamped down on Mook-Hyang's arm. Refusing to let go, Tai Zhen Tian gathered all his remaining strength to raise his greatsword. But Mook-Hyang was one step faster, his blade sinking another inch deeper. What followed was a merciless slash, the searing pain tearing through his body, causing his face to contort in absolute agony. Mook-Hyang leaned close to his ear, his voice low and full of respect. "A battle worthy of a chieftain. You fought with great valor, Tai Zhen Tian. Rest in peace, O great warrior of the Mongolian steppes." The final boss had fallen. Against the windswept plains, Mook-Hyang stood tall, his silhouette as majestic as a god's. At last, the long Mongolian expedition had concluded with our absolute victory. General Wei Jin, wishing to eradicate the problem root and stem, and prevent the Mongols from ever regrouping, ordered a purge of all the tribes, but it is not in my nature to harm the innocent. Behind the general's back, I secretly spared a small tribe and quietly returned. Mook-Hyang raised his wine cup. Raising my wine cup, I reflected on my recent victory. One acknowledged by the Imperial court. The reward from the palace was, indeed, quite generous. A strong cup of wine in a setting this beautiful. It's absolute perfection. But as the alcohol settled in, amidst the desolate sunset, a shadow of sorrow unknowingly crept across Mook-Hyang's face. The scenery is magnificent, but my heart is in turmoil. The sacred texts teach that those who take a life must bear a heavy burden of sin. Yet strangely, a terrifying thrill is rising from deep within me. Could it be that I'm a cold-blooded killer at heart? At that very moment, his ears twitched. He was trying to catch a faint sound, a zither's song, in a desolate place like this. He looked towards the source of the sound. A strangely familiar feeling suddenly stirred within him. This melody, I've heard it somewhere before. Driven by curiosity, Mook-Hyang began to walk, following the music. Could this be the place? A house hidden deep within the secluded woods. He was certain of it. This is it. I know every one of these melodies. Are they memories I heard before I lost my memory? Mook-Hyang squinted, peering inside, only to see the faint silhouette of a single person. Who on earth could that be? What if they know who I am? Gathering his courage, Mook-Hyang decided to step inside. The only way was to confront them and get some answers. At that same moment, at General Yin's private residence, the man himself sat quietly sipping tea by a window. The moon was especially bright tonight. Thanks to that, everything was proceeding smoothly. A servant hurried in, announcing, "General, you have a visitor." He frowned. "A visitor? Who could it be at this hour?" The maid replied respectfully, "It is General Jusu and Captain Ha Wei-Jin of the White Blades." He was taken aback. Why would they visit so late at night? The moment the commanders saw Yin, they quickly clasped their hands in salute. "Greetings, General. A fine evening to you." He raised a hand, signaling for quiet. "My household is asleep. Please keep your voices down." "What brings you here at this hour?" one of the officers quickly replied. "But sir, weren't you the one who summoned us?" Yin shook his head in denial. "Not at all. Who delivered that message to you?" the officer recounted. "It was someone claiming to be the commander's servant who delivered the order." A dark premonition began to creep into Yin's mind. "I never sent anyone to summon you. Something is very wrong here. Return to your barracks at once and secure the soldiers." But before he could finish his sentence, a sinister, cackling laugh echoed from the shadows. "There's no need to go to all that trouble." All the generals immediately went on high alert, drawing their weapons. "Who's there?" A strange figure stepped out from the darkness, his voice shrill. "By order of His Majesty, Lord Yin, you are all under arrest for treason." The person who had just appeared was none other than He Gong, commander of the Divine Imperial Guard. One of the generals, enraged, pointed right at his face and roared, "Treason? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Wei Jin was equally incredulous. His Majesty would never issue such an absurd decree. He stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and challenged, "Do you dare stake your life on the words you've just spoken?" He Gong's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. This is precisely His Majesty's will. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin, without a moment's hesitation, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Normally, you and I stay out of each other's way. But today you've crossed the line. In that case, I'll cut you down first and then seek an audience with His Majesty to get to the bottom of this. But Gong Gong was no easy opponent. He was no pushover. Taking a fighting stance. Are you still under the delusion that your martial arts are superior to mine? With that, he waved his hand and growled an order. Go, seize them all for me. Without another word, the two sides immediately clashed in a bloody melee. Back at the small house deep in the forest, a lady was lost in her music, her fingers dancing across the strings of an ancient zither, enveloped by the calming aroma of incense. At that moment, Mook-Hyang drew closer, his voice filled with praise. Your zither playing is truly magnificent. My lady. The woman smiled faintly without turning around and asked, Who's there? Mook-Hyang clasped his hands in a formal greeting. Forgive my intrusion. I only came here out of curiosity because the music sounded so familiar. The woman turned her head, her clear eyes looking straight at him. What are you curious about? Mook-Hyang asked in a serious tone. May I ask? Have you ever taught this zither style to anyone before? As soon as the words left his mouth, Mook-Hyang suddenly froze. A gut-wrenching pain suddenly struck him, causing his whole body to convulse. This feeling, it's like 10,000 ants are gnawing at my meridians. She flashed a deadly, seductive smile. Heavenly joy, demonic fragrance. That's the name of the special incense I've prepared. It's been a long time. Vice cult leader Mook-Hyang. He trembled, forcing out the words as his breath grew hotter. Who are you? How do you know me? She stepped forward gracefully. She whispered as she walked. I knew you. Even before your memories vanished. I know you are the vice cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, an unparalleled master in the martial world. And most importantly, she leaned close to his ear. I know the foundation of your martial arts is the pure virgin boy technique. Mook-Hyang's thoughts descended into chaos. Asterisk. My consciousness is fading. I have to get out of here. Now. Asterisk. But she had already glided behind him, her voice like honey pouring into his ear. To withstand the heavenly joy demonic fragrance for this long, you truly live up to your reputation. Come now. Vice cult leader. Mook-Hyang's face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, her soft arms wrapped around him, her enchanting voice echoing. Stop fighting it. Let your reason rest. A desperate roar tore through the night. A dark figure shot through the night. Mook-Hyang gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as the memory of the dream he had after inhaling the demonic fragrance flooded back, the image of their two naked bodies entangled with each other. She sneered. You've deceived us all. Vice cult leader Mook-Hyang. You dared to lie that you still maintained your virgin boy technique. He stammered, trying to compose himself. You're the one who's lying. I need to verify the truth of this story. Mook-Hyang's voice was stern as he questioned her. How much of what you just said is true? Am I really Mook-Hyang? She stated decisively. Without a doubt, because I was the one who taught you to play the zither. You are the vice cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Yet you were marked for death by your own sect. Somehow, you miraculously survived. And once they make a move, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult won't stop until they've plucked the thorn in their side that is you. Mook-Hyang was stunned. You're more direct than I expected. She smiled, a look of satisfaction on her face. Because my mission here is now complete. The rest can be left to the others. Mook-Hyang asked blankly. There are others? She answered. Here. It's just me. But at General Yi Jin's mansion, I'm afraid it's already a bloodbath by now. Her words were no exaggeration. At that very moment, Yi Jin was cornered. Gong Gong laughed gleefully. Checkmate. General, you've lost. Drop your weapon and surrender. Yi Jin was seething with killing intent. The old man roared, pointing straight at his face. Gong Gong, do you have any idea what the hell you're doing, luring the demonic cult scum all the way here? Gong Gong stood there, his face as cold as ice, completely devoid of emotion. In his heart, Yi Jin screamed that he could not fall. At the very least, he had to drag this eunuch Gong Gong's life down into the mud with him. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. You're joining hands with those demonic bastards? What a brilliant choice. Gong Gong narrowed his eyes at Yi Jin, his tone dripping with pity. Have you lost your mind? He didn't hesitate, using the most venomous words to expose his opponent's deepest scar. Just like how you cast away your own manhood, becoming a eunuch just to escape the life of a real man. Hit right where it hurt. Gong Gong was speechless. The words caught in his throat. Yi Jin seized the opportunity, sneering. No matter how fast you dance with that flashy sword of yours, you'll never even touch this old man. I was always wondering why your footwork was so graceful. Ah, it must be because you're light as a feather down there now. Gong Gong roared like a wounded beast. You bastard! The moment Yi Jin's words ended, he shot forward like an arrow. A glint appeared in the old general's eyes. The fish had taken the bait. Yi Jin discreetly pinched 2 coins between his fingers, waiting for the moment Gong Gong entered his attack range. The old man flicked the 2 coins forcefully towards Gong Gong. He just snorted coldly, his twin swords creating a blur of light that easily deflected the 2 metal coins. Gong Gong froze for a split second after witnessing the strange sight before him. Yi Jin's aura suddenly erupted, surging like a violent storm. Crackling arcs of purple lightning began to race along the blade of his sword. Before unleashing the finishing blow, Yi Jin didn't forget to issue a warning. This is the one strike into which I've poured everything. I'm putting my entire life's power into this strike. Let's see you block it. The old man planted his sword into the ground, then decisively unleashed an earth-shattering slash. Yi Jin executed the wild-breaking evil sword style, his sword chi condensing into the phantom of a roaring tiger that tore through the air. But Gong Gong merely smirked. Oh, so you were saving this trump card for the very end? Well then, I suppose I should return the favor. Yi Jin's eyes widened in absolute horror. He blocked the attack? The corners of Gong Gong's lips curled into a chillingly cruel smile. Farewell, great General Yi Jin. With that said, he unleashed a terrifying palm strike that slammed directly into Yi Jin, sending the old man flying like a broken kite before he crashed to the ground. With his last breath, Yi Jin could only choke out, Emem. Posse. Blel. I can't accept this. The immense force of the blow caused the ground around them to crack like a spiderweb. The stranger standing behind him showered him with praise. Lord Gong Gong, your reputation is truly well-deserved. I fear even the #1 master in the Imperial Palace would be no match for you. It turned out to be Fai Juoi. He turned his head and coldly ordered his subordinates. You lot. Go clean up the remnants of the Black Wind Brigade in the inner camp. Leave no one alive. A squad of soldiers shouted in unison. As you command, Gong Gong smirked. I must thank Vice Cult Leader Fai Juoi for his assistance this time. Otherwise, that old geezer Yi Jin would have been quite a handful. Fai Juoi replied humbly. Lord Gong Gong, you flatter me. It was all due to your divine might. We merely offered a little help. Gong Gong asked curiously. By the way, what about that Guk Kwang fellow you were targeting? Fai Juoi sighed. Just a small fry. Not worth your lordship's time. My cult has already taken care of it. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoed from the gate. Interrupting their conversation, a blurry figure flashed past, and the 2 guards collapsed before they could even scream. The one standing in the settling dust was none other than Mook-Hyang. Fai Juoi gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Impossible! Why is he here? In stark contrast, Gong Gong burst out laughing with delight. This aura, it's far from ordinary. Judging by the vice cult leader's reaction, this must be the target your demonic cult is hunting. Right? Fai Juoi thought to himself. Could it be that the Crimson Bloodfall has already failed? Mook-Hyang's gaze froze on Yi Jin's blood-soaked body, and an ice-cold killing intent began to radiate from him. He slowly advanced towards them, his voice strangely calm. I no longer care about any of that, whether I hated you in the past, or whether you schemed to take my life. Because the only thing that matters is who I am right now, and I will live this life, and this life alone, to the fullest. But in the end, you dared to kill the man who stood by my side. So prepare to face my cold blade. Fai Juoi started to lose his composure, screaming. Why are you doing this? He's just some guy with amnesia. Hurry. All of you charge and destroy him. Kill him on the spot, no matter the cost. As the soldiers rushed forward, Mook-Hyang's eyes flashed. With just a few masterful strokes of his sword, he wiped them all out. Suddenly, a razor-sharp sword tip was aimed straight at Mook-Hyang. Gong Gong slashed at him, but Mook-Hyang managed to nimbly dodge the attack. A look of concern crossed his face as he realized this man's power was on another level. Gong Gong charged forward like a frenzied beast, bringing his sword down in a vertical slash right in front of Mook-Hyang. He skillfully evaded, escaping the sharp blade. Their swords clashed, the impact creating a great tear in the air, as if ripping space itself apart. Mook-Hyang quickly leaped back several steps to create a safe distance. His constant movement was already making his breathing heavy, and the other swordsman scoffed. "Haha. A weakling, like you should just run for your life." He proposed to the vice cult leader. "Hey, Venerable Lang Fi, would you let me take care of that guy?" Venerable Lang Fi glanced at him doubtfully, unable to refuse. He warned, "All right, eunuch. Be careful. He's still a master, even if he's weaker than before." The eunuch tightened his grip on the sword with the golden seal on its hilt, whispering, "In that case," a thrilled smile spreading across his lips, he declared, "all the better for me." Then, Mook-Hyang, cold and skeptical, asked, "Can you really handle him by yourself?" The eunuch shot back, a hint of spite in his voice. "Whether I can or not is my business. Let's find out." Mook-Hyang prepared to launch his counterattack. He soared into the air like an eagle spreading its wings, while his opponent stood ready to meet the attack. "It's not every day I find a swordsman like you." Mook-Hyang suddenly dove, launching his sword attack, but his opponent's weapon blocked the strike. The clash of steel, creating continuous gusts of wind, the eunuch slowly gained the upper hand, forcing Mook-Hyang back as he calmly closed the distance. The ground shattered as powerful winds whipped around them, and he smirked. "You're getting a little too hasty." Mook-Hyang's sword glinted with a cold light, his voice laced with a casual contempt. "I didn't come here to duel you." He decisively launched his sword at his opponent. Several streaks of light flashed past the man's face, leaving faint marks from the sharp blade. He froze for a moment. Then a fierce wind kicked up the glowing trails of the sword art. Their weapons clashed, creating a ferocious whirlwind. He retaliated. He shouted the name of his technique. "Sword control by Qi." The eunuch sneered, offering a backhanded compliment. "Your technique is impressive, but..." He finished the sentence with utter contempt. "It's nothing but a chaotic mess." Suddenly, Mook-Hyang appeared behind him, startling him with the revelation. Because that was just a feint. The eunuch's mind went blank with confusion. Mook-Hyang seized the opening, landing a critical blow that sent him flying several yards. He slammed into the cliffside, carving out a massive crater. His subordinates rushed to his side, crying out, "General!" Mook-Hyang remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the cloud of dust where his enemy had landed. Suddenly, a sound echoed from within. A growl emanated from the eunuch. "You're full of cheap tricks." Mook-Hyang froze, a bolt of pure shock coursing through him. A razor-sharp wave of energy grazed his cheek. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How was he still standing after taking a direct hit like that? The man pressed forward with terrifying speed, forcing Mook-Hyang into a defensive retreat, a tense expression finally appearing on his face. But just a moment later, he regained his composure, matched the battle's rhythm, and unleashed an earth-shattering slash. The technique was called the Wasteland Cleaving Flowing Blade. The eunuch sneered contemptuously and immediately unleashed his own technique in response. He summoned a swarm of venomous snakes to intercept the attack. The ultimate technique, Purple Dragon Poison Mist, sent 4 roaring vipers charging straight into the furious blade aura. Would the winner be decided with this single exchange? The 2 torrents of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the very heavens. Dust and debris filled the air, and only when it began to settle did the scene become clear. Both combatants had been blown away by the aftershock. While Mook-Hyang struggled to prop himself up on one knee, the eunuch remained standing tall, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Is that all you've got? Don't worry. I'll be sure to place a lovely flower on your grave." Mook-Hyang gritted his teeth, forcing out the words, "This isn't over," he roared defiantly. But before he could finish, a fatal blow from Lang Fi Kwai came out of nowhere. Its power cracked the ground open into a deep chasm. The aftershocks still spreading, the eunuch frowned and turned, snapping. "What the hell are you doing?" Vice Sect leader Ling Fei Gui calmly replied, "My apologies, eunuch. I just wanted to make sure this guy was really dead. The eunuch was irritated. You're being paranoid. You think he could still turn the tables and beat me? Ling Fei Gui began to explain to his subordinate. He has mastered most of the essence of the heavenly demon divine art. I was just worried that perhaps, in a moment between life and death, that power of his might suddenly awaken, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The eunuch was still skeptical. Is he really that strong? Ling Fei Gui affirmed with certainty. So strong that even if the two of us teamed up, we might not be a match for him. Sprawled on the ground, Mook-Hyang hadn't completely checked out yet. He questioned himself in his fading consciousness. My body is so heavy. My consciousness is slipping away. Is this my limit? I thought I had no regrets. So why do I feel this strange emptiness inside? What was I fighting for? To repay their kindness? Or for some hollow glory on the battlefield? Or was it for revenge against those who pushed me to this point? No, none of that is right. The thing I truly wanted, the thing I craved the most was... That very thought became the spark, igniting something extraordinary within Mook-Hyang. He slowly rose to his feet, leaving both Ling Fei Gui and the eunuch utterly stunned. A dark, demonic qi, intense and violent, radiated from Mook-Hyang's body. Even though his stance was still unsteady, his long, disheveled hair hid his shadowed face, making him look like a corpse that had just clawed its way out of the grave. The eunuch whispered tremblingly to Ling Fei Gui. Hey, Vice Sect leader, was your finishing blow not strong enough? The Vice Sect leader gritted his teeth. He growled in disbelief. Impossible. A spray of blood erupted, and the Vice Sect leader was officially taken out of the game. The eunuch's face drained of all color, completely frozen. A few droplets of crimson stained his cheek. He stared blankly ahead, drenched in a cold sweat, his mind in chaos. What the hell just happened? In the blink of an eye, Ling Fei Gui, a Vice Sect leader, was just wiped out? He had clearly stopped breathing, and his internal energy signature had completely changed. Mook-Hyang brandished his gleaming blade. Step by step, he advanced on the eunuch. The man hastily took a defensive stance, stammering. Divine Spear Guk Guang. You used a forbidden technique. Mook-Hyang, his face still hidden in the shadows, spoke in an unfamiliar, cold voice. Guk Guang? That's right. The eunuch was in position, preparing for a fight to the death. He hissed, his killing intent flaring. I don't care what the reason is. No one can change so completely in an instant. You, Guk Guang, prepare to die. Mook-Hyang's face was ice cold, devoid of any emotion. They faced off, their auras clashing. Mook-Hyang's voice rang out, bone-chilling. Did you just call me? Guk Guang? His opponent's expression hardened like stone. Mook-Hyang enunciated every word, his tone like a verdict from the underworld. No. My name is... A terrifyingly majestic aura erupted from his entire body, as he uttered two words that were both familiar and strange. Mo-Hyang. At that same moment, on a distant mountain peak, Qian Li Duxing and Ran Wang Dz were surveying the entire fortress. Qian Li frowned slightly, speaking to his companion. Will the plan work? Mook-Hyang is a cripple with no martial arts. Isn't going this hard a bit of overkill? Ran Wang replied in an indifferent tone. You have to pull out the weeds by the roots. Better safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with being thorough. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from the fortress, the ground shaking so violently it startled them both. Qian Li squinted, unable to stop himself from blurting out. That stream of azure sword energy. What in the world is that? Ran Wang couldn't hide his shock either, and could only say decisively, let's go see. With that, they both transformed into two streaks of light, rocketing towards the fortress. The closer they got, the more the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their noses. A scene of hell on earth gradually came into view, freezing them both in their tracks. Qian Li let out a horrified scream. Oh my god. Ran Wang was also stunned, his entire body rigid. This is impossible. Before them lay a sea of blood and bodies, a scene of absolute carnage. Could it be that even Ling Fei Gui and Eunuch Hai had perished? Amidst the pool of blood, The familiar figure of Ling Fei Gui lay motionless, and a terrifying thought crept into their minds. The plan. Has it completely collapsed? Dean Li and Hiem Vuong, though not born at the same time, now shared a single, desperate thought. Just then, a casual voice echoed from above, shattering the grim atmosphere. It's been a while. Are you all doing well? Hearing that voice, Tian Li was struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt of lightning. Beneath the silver moonlight, a familiar figure stood with an overwhelming aura. It was unmistakably Mook-Hyang, Hiem Vuong stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Vice cult leader Mook-Hyang? Mook-Hyang replied nonchalantly, looking down on his two subordinates as if they were trash. I don't quite recall how long it's been since we last met. Even though the bond between us has long since soured into a cursed fate, reuniting under these circumstances is something I find rather amusing. His gaze swept over the two, carrying an unfathomable depth. Look at the state of you two. He chuckled faintly. You must be wondering whether or not I've recovered my memories. Am I right? Let me tell you. I've remembered everything, down to the last detail. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Tian Li and Hiem Vuong's minds were screaming, it's over. A fully restored Mook-Hyang with both his memories and martial arts. How can we possibly win? Ignoring their deathly pale faces, Mook-Hyang continued his pronouncement. You lack the courage to flee, and you don't have the strength to attack. Right now, you're nothing more than fish on a chopping block. A cold night wind blew past, Mook-Hyang's black hair fluttering in the breeze. He raised his head, his steely voice echoing through the space. As the vice cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, I declare that from this day forward, the history of the Divine Cult will be rewritten by me. His eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant red demonic light as the pressure of a true demon erupted from him. In other words, the position of cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. I will seize it, and I will grant you a chance to choose. He threw them a deadly question. Make your choice. 1. Be turned to ash by my hand, sharing the same fate as the old cult leader's minions. 2. Become my lackeys and walk the path of world domination with me. Hearing this, Tian Li and Hiem Vuong didn't hesitate for a second. Immediately prostrating themselves on the ground, they kowtowed, their voices a mixture of fear and resolve. Shouting in unison, we humble servants swear our unwavering loyalty to vice cult leader Mook-Hyang. Forever and without a second thought, Mook-Hyang smirked, pleased, and then gave an order. Good. Clean up the remaining remnants. Then await my command. From this night on, the history of the martial world will be dyed red with blood. Dawn broke in a simple meditation chamber. Mook-Hyang looked over at Duan Thien Nan, his tone somewhat gentler. Are your injuries any better? Then, he turned to Thien An, nodding as he spoke. Thanks to you, this place has become a perfect stepping stone. As the leader, I acknowledge your contribution. Despite the others bowing their heads in thanks, Mook-Hyang's gaze was already fixed on the distant horizon, where a much larger game had just begun. Behind the 3 core members of the Black Wind Group, their leader, Quan Di, spoke up, breaking the silence. Thank you for your assistance in saving us from the Qin Emperor's forces. If you hadn't intercepted them, I fear none of my brothers would have made it out alive. The leader continued cautiously. Lord Guk Kwang. No. May this humble one address you as vice cult leader Mook-Hyang? Hearing this, Mook-Hyang just waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Suit yourself. This only made the man more curious, and he couldn't help but ask directly. So, vice cult leader Mook-Hyang, why did you save us? Mook-Hyang didn't even bother to glance at them, his gaze remaining distant. Because I remembered. The past is of no concern. Just consider my days as Guk Kwang a thing of the past. I didn't help you expecting anything in return. Hearing those cold words, Quan Di replied with concern. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem wherever you wish to go. But now, General OKY Jin is dead. The Imperial Palace sees us as a stain. We truly have nowhere left to go. Furthermore, as we discussed before he could finish, all 3 of them suddenly dropped to their knees, clasping their hands in reverence. We have made our decision, and wish to pledge our allegiance to Lord Mook-Hyang. Mook-Hyang raised an eyebrow, asking a pointed question. Even knowing my identity as the vice-cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult? Without a hint of hesitation, Quan Di replied firmly, "We come from a background of officialdom. We are not well versed in the grudges of the martial world. We simply trust in you." Faced with such loyalty, Mook-Hyang simply gave a slight nod. A faint smile touched his lips as he replied, "Well then. My thanks. I'll be counting on your support in the future." Just then, a clear female voice cut in. And if it's possible, it was the only woman from the Black Wind Brigade's trio who had come to express her gratitude. She clasped her hands in a formal bow, her gaze steady as she made her request. "This subordinate has a personal matter I'd like to ask of you, General." The two of them headed to a nearby tea house. As soon as they sat down, Mook-Hyang crossed his arms and got straight to the point. "Fine. Speak. What is it you want to ask?" The woman didn't beat around the bush either. "General, during the days you were Guk Guang, the memories from that time, you surely haven't forgotten them all, have you?" Mook-Hyang calmly took a sip of tea, then slowly said her name. "Gyo Huang. Perhaps I really have forgotten." Faced with his indifferent attitude and blunt reply, she couldn't help but blurt out, You must be joking, right?" Mook-Hyang reaffirmed, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I'm not joking. It's the truth." She tightened her grip on the teacup, her voice dropping low. "You've regained your memories. But your person, your heart, do you truly feel nothing at all? After all, you remember everything now." She gently set her teacup down and changed the subject. "So, what are your plans from now on?" Hearing this, Mook-Hyang also grew serious, sharing his current situation. "My forces are still too thin right now. Even though I've declared war, compared to the main cult's true strength, I'm just a grasshopper trying to fight a chariot." An image flashed through his mind of an old man with white hair and a beard, commanding his subordinates with an air completely devoid of any imposing authority. The old man was directing them. "I've already absorbed the Samon clan to bolster our forces. The next step is to continue recruiting and build a power base of my own." Returning to the present, Mook-Hyang let out a soft sigh. "Did you call me out here just to reminisce?" Gyo Huang immediately denied it. "Not to reminisce. I wanted to confirm something." This straightforward answer seemed to pique Mook-Hyang's interest, and he offered a half-joking compliment. It was almost a comment to himself. "You've got a quick mind. It's been a long time since someone could keep up with me like this." Hearing that, she just chuckled softly, hiding a hint of embarrassment. That smile, that demeanor, it unconsciously reminded him of another figure, a girl with short hair. The two of them really had a similar aura. She quickly tried to cover her awkwardness. "It's only because the general wishes me to act this way. This subordinate is merely following orders." The image of that short-haired girl with the radiant smile appeared again, making Mook-Hyang smile unconsciously. "Yeah. Whatever you say." Then, she skillfully steered the conversation in a new direction. "But there's one thing this subordinate doesn't understand. Why did you name it the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Western Branch? If you want to confront the main cult, shouldn't you use a completely different name?" Mook-Hyang didn't shy away from the question, because of the unique nature of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He explained it meticulously, so she would understand. This place uses the image of the Heavenly Demon as its symbol. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult has incredibly strict rules for its leaders. If someone challenges it under the name of another sect, they would be forced to fight a perpetual war against the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult for all eternity. But, if a Vice Lord challenges the Cult Lord, it is considered a legitimate battle for leadership. Therefore, anyone who previously sided with the Cult Lord must now carefully consider which side to choose for their future. Mook-Hyang honestly shared his prediction. Right about now, Cult Lord Han Yong-ru must be having a massive headache. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy cave. Inside stood a colossal, grotesque statue of the Heavenly Demon, from which strange chants echoed. The great black demon emperor, lord of the demonic cult, Han Jung-gat, was cultivating beneath the statue. He seemed to have just finished. Sweat rolling down his forehead, he thought to himself. It's true. Ever since reaching the demonic zenith, I haven't felt my internal energy surge like this. His face suddenly darkened. A look of deep worry crossed his features. He wondered, what should I do? The great black demon emperor's mind was in turmoil over the challenge. If this plan fails, I will lose Rang Pi Gui, the 1,000 Li Lone Walker. Dija, the Yama's flute, and all of my commanders. All forces would submit to Mook-Hyang. Gathering subordinates this quickly. It seems Mook-Hyang is trying to use them to consolidate his power. Beneath the dense aura surrounding the black demon, he continued to imagine. Even if he ruled the world, it would be difficult to conquer the entire martial arts world. And he'd just become a laughingstock. To be honest, even I would find it hard to monopolize this world. The words echoed as if spoken from the depths of his heart. Today I truly miss the times I sat and drank with Mook-Hyang. The scene shifts to a bustling market, where Mook-Hyang is strolling leisurely. His words carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with disappointment. Manhwa. What else do you have to ask? Today I just want a drink in broad daylight. Suddenly Mook-Hyang noticed an argument on the side of the road. One of two gangsters was growling at a swordsman. You dare call the 5 freaks of Henan a mere gang? The swordsman replied calmly. He was the one who started trouble first. I just wanted to pass by quietly. Mook-Hyang smirked with amusement, thinking to himself, are they about to fight, in this peaceful food street? The two thugs drew their swords, threatening the swordsman. Do you need to lose an arm to learn your lesson? Behind the swordsman was a scabbard. He was definitely going to draw his blade and teach those two a lesson. His voice was just as dangerous. I'm the one who should be saying that. Since you've chosen to draw your swords, don't regret it later. The swordsman drew a gleaming blade with an exquisitely detailed hilt, looking incredibly high class. Mook-Hyang watched from a distance, stunned, his eyes wide open. A brilliant aura emanated from around him, and from the sword as well. He realized the sword was very familiar. That sword. Mook-Hyang moved like the wind, darting past the two thugs, and headed straight for the swordsman. The man immediately took a defensive stance, his mind filled with questions. Where did that guy come from? Is he with them? He swung his sword fiercely. But Mook-Hyang's movements were extraordinary. Not easily hit. He coldly glided behind the swordsman at the speed of light. So stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his body, making anyone who heard him shudder. His words were as sharp as steel. That sword. Where did you get it? Mook-Hyang gripped the back of the swordsman's neck, his voice stern. I will only ask this once. So answer clearly. He leaned close to the man's ear and asked, where is that sword from? The terrified swordsman explained. Its name is the bright jade sword. It's the sword, my master. The illusory evil sword Liu Bai used to wield. Hearing this, Mook-Hyang instantly realized that the master was Liu Bai. He retorted, if you intend to use this sword for any wicked deeds. He wrapped an arm around the swordsman's shoulder, making the man shiver and stammer. Master. Wait. Hold on a second. Could you be? He stammered a familiar name, full of doubt. Mook-Hyang? Mook-Hyang's expression changed instantly, mostly out of surprise at how the man knew his name. The two of them went together to a simple grave on a mountain, surrounded by lush green grass. With 3 freshly lit incense sticks in the censer, Mook-Hyang and the swordsman sat by the tombstone for a long time. Mook-Hyang asked the man sternly, do you swear that not a single word you've said is a lie? He gripped the bright jade sword tightly in his hand and swore resolutely. I swear. Master Liu Bai taught me how to use this sword. When he passed on, he entrusted it to me. Mook-Hyang's demeanor softened as he continued his questioning. If you didn't know my name, this would sound unbelievable, wouldn't it? The swordsman shared honestly that his master often spoke of a senior, one who was considered the most outstanding among all the disciples. Mook-Hyang probed deeper about the connection between Liu Bai and this man. How do you know my master? He recalled their first meeting. I was fortunate enough to meet master in a cave on Mount Hua. At that time, he was in seclusion for a very important matter. Mook-Hyang immediately deduced the reason and blamed himself. Could this be because of me? It must be. Master was close to me, so the demonic cult must have pressured him. Mook-Hyang's heart filled with guilt towards Liu Bai, and his voice softened as he asked, did master pass away peacefully? The swordsman looked up at the misty tombstone and replied, he was very lonely, and no amount of medicine could restore his health. The image of Master Liu Bai writhing in agony as his internal energy slowly dissipated flashed in his memory. He explained, it was the phenomenon of power dissipation. When a martial artist passes away, their internal energy scatters, and the greater the energy, the deeper the pain. Thinking about his master's death, he choked up and shed tears, speaking as if for his master. Usually, to ease the pain, the closest person helps them end their life. You, a member of the Orthodox sect, probably wouldn't understand this. Mook-Hyang revealed the dignified air of a senior, advising his junior. You should try to cultivate for a while longer and then leave this martial world. I don't want to hear news that Liu Bai's disciple was stabbed to death somewhere. The swordsman asked curiously. And where will you go now, senior? Mook-Hyang didn't give a long answer. Just a short one. I'm going to ask for a cup of wine. With his hands clasped behind his back, he quickened his pace and left that place. His face was expressionless, but his mind was a storm of troubled thoughts. He suddenly remembered Liu Bai's hearty laugh and couldn't help but smile himself. They once had such happy times right here, on this very mountain peak, drinking and sharing their hearts like true brothers. Now only Mook-Hyang remained amidst the endless mountains, as the evening twilight silently fell, bringing with it an air of lonely, pervasive sadness. Mook-Hyang's gaze drifted aimlessly as he silently sent a message to Liu Bai's wandering soul in the afterlife, wishing him peace. Master Liu Bai. Night fell, swallowing the entire forest. Here, a mountain cave emanated a chillingly evil aura. The cave entrance was sealed by a thick iron gate, just like a dungeon door. Outside, a few torches flickered weakly in the wind. A colossal demonic being, its dark energy as thick as ink, dragged itself forward with steps that felt as heavy as mountains. The ground trembled beneath its feet, heralding the approach of death. The commander roared, reassuring his underlings. It's still breathing, men. His disciples responded in unison, their morale soaring. Yes, big brother, he snarled the order. Charge, at his shout. The entire group of martial artists drew their swords and rushed towards the demonic being. The big brother opened the attack with his signature move, a vertical slash aimed straight at the monster's body, shouting the technique's name to channel his energy. Three Blossom Zen Chain Strike. The demonic being let out a pained roar, making the commander laugh with glee. Good, it's a direct hit. Press the advantage and finish it for me. The demonic being's blackened body smoked from the gash, but it was merely a scratch. Its eyes blazed with killing intent. It ground its teeth with absolute fury. The commander was stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face. His eyes a mix of 30% shock and 70% panic. No. No way. Before he could finish his sentence, the demonic being vanished on the spot, then suddenly reappeared right in front of him, its boulder-sized fist about to descend. He barely managed to raise his sword in a weak defense, but its target wasn't him. The monster spun around, and a devastating punch obliterated a lackey beside him. The eldest brother turned his head in horror, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Youngest brother, immediately after, the demonic being's sinewy hand slapped him straight across the face. You bastard. Ugh. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the ground before landing motionless. The demonic being's colossal shadow slowly approached, its deathly aura enveloping his fading life force. The eldest brother looked up at it with lifeless eyes. His mouth still mumbled two desperate words, impossible. The corrupted demonic being's face revealed an expression as if it were enjoying a game, its evil energy spreading ever wider. A blood-curdling arg rang out, followed by the sound of shattering bones, and then everything fell silent. The battle was over, with the victory naturally going to the monster. Meanwhile, in another location, Dai Maisat Tu stood next to Vice Sect leader Jiang Inyon, who was looking extremely smug. Even a master from the righteous faction couldn't take down a single Heavenly Ridge Jiangshi. What a great success. Dai Maisat Tu was more cautious. Those rats have a keen sense of smell. What should we do with the captured sect members? Jiang Inyon sneered, his voice cruel and devoid of emotion. Just toss them all to the Heavenly Ridge Jiangshi as a snack. The iron gate of the mountain cave was slowly raised, revealing rows of grimy legs, walking with stiff movements. They were no longer human. The two villains looked at each other, and one of them said, "Everything is ready." The vice sect leader couldn't hide his pride in his army of Jiangshi. "I have poured my entire heart and soul into this. My grand dream, this time, will surely become a reality." His eyes gleamed with a terrifying fanaticism. He smirked ambitiously, the dream of becoming a demon god, standing atop the heavenly demon divine sect, and ruling over all. The scene suddenly shifts to Mook-Hyang's location. Inside the study, Mook-Hyang frowned, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What did you just say?" The middle-aged man, kneeling on one knee, answered respectfully, reporting to Vice Sect leader Mook-Hyang. Everything is just as you have heard. The old man continued his report, his voice firm. All the elders and subordinates loyal to the late sect leader Han Dong-ryu pledged to follow you. Vice Sect leader Mook-Hyang. A girl standing in the ranks suddenly had a question. Han Dong-ryu, the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect? Vice Sect leader Mook-Hyang and the replacement faction? Why would he need to send his subordinates? As if reading the girl's mind. Mook-Hyang just smirked slightly. Isn't the answer already obvious? As the great elder, Mook-Hyang's face darkened, and a cold aura emanated from him. He growled. What is the meaning of suddenly coming to me and spouting this nonsense? The heavy atmosphere made the subordinate break out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly prostrated himself. How could I dare to disbelieve the words of sect leader Han Dong-ryu? This subordinate wouldn't dare to presume the great elder's thoughts. We humble ones are merely following the sect leader's final command. Hearing the words final command from Han Dong-ryu, Mook-Hyang's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly. He muttered, a final command? The subordinate, still not daring to raise his head, respectfully recounted. The sect leader's last instruction was that, from now on, everyone in the sect, from top to bottom, is only permitted to obey the great elder's orders, regardless of whether he declares himself an enemy of the entire sect. Mook-Hyang flicked his sleeve and pressed. Why? What exactly was the sect leader planning? The man's voice trembled. The sect leader only uttered one sentence: Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. A subordinate's duty is simply to obey. At the same time, in a magnificent mansion, the night was thick, with only a full, bright moon hanging in the sky. In the middle of the grand hall, a tall figure spoke in a deep, gruff voice. It was the great black demon emperor. So late at night? What business do you have seeking me out? Opposite him, the new sect leader, Jiang Inyan, along with Daimai Sat-Tia and a gang of minions, burst into arrogant laughter. Great black demon emperor. Stop playing dumb. The man got straight to the point. Here to cause trouble? Jiang Inyan smirked. You're not as blind as you look. So, are you going to surrender quietly? The great black demon emperor shot him a contemptuous glance, his tone mocking. So, you finally managed to sit on that sect leader's throne. Then how could a coward who only hides behind his subordinates possibly have the guts to face Mook-Hyang? Jiang Inyan remained calm. That's not your concern. He snapped his fingers. And from the rafters, a horde of heavenly demon Jiangshi appeared, their eyes glowing menacingly. The great dark demon emperor didn't even spare them a glance. Continuing his taunt, if you have a death wish, then I suppose I'll have to oblige. Before he could finish his sentence, the horde of Jiangshi dove down like hawks, swooping on their prey. But against the great dark demon emperor, their techniques were a complete joke. With a single, casual wave of his hand, the great dark demon emperor unleashed a violent blast of dark energy, slamming the entire horde of Jiangshi into the ceiling and causing the room to tremble and the walls to crack. Jiang Inyan's face turned grim as he watched his so-called elite troops get wiped out so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the great dark demon emperor calmly continued to sweep away the Jiangshi vermin. He declared arrogantly, my strength, in this entire world, is second only to Mook-Hyang's. The one who truly deserves the title of cult leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was always meant to be me. Veins bulged on his forehead as the great dark demon emperor's eyes blazed, a suffocating killing intent condensing around him. That throne is not something a petty schemer like you can ever hope to hold. Under the terrifying pressure emanating from the great dark demon emperor, all of Jiang Inyan's remaining Jiangshi were crushed into dust. The great dark demon emperor gloated. You thought you could overthrow me with such pathetic skills? However, contrary to expectations, Jiang Inyan didn't seem fazed in the slightest. He simply admitted nonchalantly, your martial arts are indeed formidable, but they're not quite as earth-shattering as the rumors claim. As he finished speaking, the ground around the estate began to shake, and countless corpse demons erupted from below, swarming in from all directions. The great dark demon emperor's patience wore thin, as his demonic aura erupted violently. It seems reasoning with you is useless. Then I'll just have to let your body feel the difference. A wave of world-destroying dark energy poured from his body, condensing into a pitch-black sphere of power before detonating in an earth-shattering explosion. A long moment later, as the dust began to settle, An arrogant figure emerged from the epicenter. Now. Do you understand where you stand? The great dark demon emperor emerged, his body still cloaked in a raging demonic aura. Completely unscathed. That corpse demon trash isn't even worthy of getting in my way. However, a question surfaced in Jiang Inyan's mind. With this much power, he could easily break through the encirclement and leave. Why is he so determined to stay and fight to the death? As if reading his mind, the great dark demon emperor growled. You've been scheming for a long time, haven't you? Whether you're waiting for the right moment for revenge, or for your so-called grand uprising, the only path left for you is utter failure. No matter what you choose, the outcome has already been decided. As the cult leader, you should at least know to put the interests of the heavenly demon divine cult first. I, Han Dong-ru, have always abided by the rule that the strong reigns supreme. I should have let Hang be the successor, and that would have been the end of you. Inyan burst into a peal of arrogant laughter. His eyes filled with pity. You've already made the wrong move. Enough talk. It's pointless. Instantly, he roared, commanding the swarming horde of zombies to charge forward and tear Dong-ru to pieces. However, against Dong-ru, those monsters were nothing more than dry tinder before a wildfire. Are these rotten puppets all you have? Inyan? Dong-ru's voice boomed, drowning out their shrieks. Your little farce is truly disappointing. A sea of black lightning erupted from Dong-ru, forming a deadly web that incinerated every last shred of flesh from the Jiangshi that dared to draw near. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from a blind spot. A sneak attack. But before the assailant could even touch the hem of his robe, they were obliterated by a powerful shockwave. Get out of my sight, he roared, unleashing the purple lightning crescent wave. A razor-sharp arc of purple lightning swept across the battlefield, slicing every Jiangshi in its path in two. But at that exact moment, a shout dripping with killing intent erupted from behind. Cult leader Han Dong-ru, I, Yanu, have come today to receive your teachings and take your head. His blade flashed, unleashing a deadly rain of sword phantoms. From a distance, Inyan watched with his arms crossed, the corner of his mouth twisting into a cruel smile as he saw the real show was about to begin. The scoundrel was even vile enough to signal his archers, preparing to send Dong-ru on his final journey. At the command, hundreds of arrows screamed through the air, flying in unison toward Dong-ru, who was focusing all his energy on dealing with Yanu's deadly sword strikes. He was initially unaware of this deadly trap, but with the instincts of a master, Dong-ru sensed the killing intent, and in a brief moment, an explosive burst of energy deflected them all. I knew ordinary arrows couldn't harm me. Dong-ru frowned. But this feeling, what is it? Inyan sneered and gave another command. Second wave. Fire. At that same moment, Dong-ru realized that, to break this stalemate, Elder Yanu had to be the first to fall. This time, the unthinkable happened. The seemingly harmless arrows pierced straight into Dong-ru's body, penetrating his solid defensive aura. What? How? How did they get through my protective aura? He asked in astonishment. Only then did Inyan speak, his voice filled with satisfaction. Of course, ordinary arrows can't. But if they're specially crafted to counter a demonic cultivator like you, well, that's a completely different story. My dear former lord. Rage erupted like a volcano, and Dong-ru lost all reason, charging toward Inyan like a wounded beast. But Yanu, like a phantom, appeared in time to block his path. You shall not pass. Ignoring the warning, Dong-ru attacked frantically, each blow brimming with overwhelming killing intent. But it was already decided. From the shadows, a final arrow, carrying all of Inyan's malice, flew out and struck his vital point. He let out a savage laugh. You've worked hard, Lord Dong-ru. The long battle finally ended in a pool of blood. Once certain that Dong-ru was at his mercy, Inyan leisurely strode forward with the air of a victor. With his last breaths, Dong-ru growled out every word. Congratulations on your hollow title of Lord, but don't get too comfortable. You won't be sitting on that throne for long. Hang's subordinates will be here to skin you alive soon. Before he could finish, an undead creature lunged forward, savagely slamming his head into the ground. Inyan laughed scornfully. Worry about Hang? He made his move long ago. Unlike a useless fool like you, who just waited to die. Pinned down, his vision stained red with blood. Dongru's pride remained unbroken. You dare to conspire with outsiders from the Black Moon Society? So this is how cheaply you value the prestige of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Hearing the insult, Inyan's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead. Authority? He roared. Authority belongs to the victor, to the one who stops at nothing. With that, he commanded, cripple his core, tie him up. He still has his uses. He smirked, his gaze already fixed on a distant horizon. Now, I just need to deal with Hang, and the entire demonic cult will kneel before me. The day the martial world is united under one banner is not far off. Imagining the scene, he couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, in a remote, desolate mountain valley, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the very air and sending a flock of crows scattering in a panic. On the ground below, a lone figure fought desperately amidst a siege, his breathing ragged and heavy. It was Alliance leader Zhang-hak, struggling against Inyan's ant-like swarm of undead soldiers. From above, he called out mockingly, "Is that all it takes to wear you out? Alliance leader Zhang-hak, my undead party has only just begun." Zhang-hak gritted his teeth, roaring in fury. "Inyan, this is all your demonic doing, isn't it? You think this necromancy will help you unite the martial world?" Hearing this, Inyan just smirked. "I don't see the problem. The result is already plain to see. Aren't you already kneeling before my army? Soon, the entire martial arts alliance will be groveling at my feet. I'm busy now. I have no time to argue with a man who's about to die." With a wave of his hand, the entire undead army surged forward like a breaking dam, rushing madly toward Zhang-hak. Though his will was unyielding, facing this ferocious tide, the alliance leader's life was hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, another intense confrontation was unfolding. After taking a hit from Mook-Hyang, the old man asked in shock, "What has my sect ever done to offend you? What is it that you want?" Mook-Hyang replied coldly with a demand that couldn't be refused. "For now, you will obediently supply us with your resources." It seems that old man refuses to hand over the item. "Are you trying to ignite a bloodbath?" Killing intent flared as Mook-Hyang placed his hand on his sword hilt, his gaze turning deadly sharp. "War? That started a long time ago. A bloody purge within the demonic cult. After crushing all dissent with an iron fist, Mook-Hyang sought out a tranquil forest garden, hoping to wash away his troubles. He whispered, "Indeed. Only the peaceful scenery of this place can calm my heart. I could stare at this forever. This entire world, down to every blade of grass and every tree branch. Every sect, great and small, has bowed before me. All preparations for the Great War are proceeding as smoothly as a flowing river. Yet why is my heart still weighed down by this nagging sorrow? Could it be? It's still because of that person? Han Jung Ryu. Why did you have to stab me in the back? If you had just faced me openly, destroying you would have been 10,000 times more satisfying." Unbeknownst to him, a pair of feral eyes watched silently from the shadows of the leaves. A few moments later, Mook-Hyang turned to leave. "The more I dwell on it, the more vexed I become. I should find some wine." But then, swoosh, 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 hundreds of poisoned arrows sliced through the air from every direction, reeking of death. With a slight shift, Mook-Hyang's body flickered like an illusion, dodging every treacherous arrow. In the exact spot he just stood, a giant boulder cracked and crumbled to dust. Mook-Hyang narrowed his eyes through the settling dust. A dark figure slowly materialized, a wicked smirk playing on its lips. "You're courting death," Mook-Hyang roared as his internal energy erupted. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, lunging at the enemy to teach him a lesson. But this enemy was no pushover. Another shower of arrows rained down, this time with explosive talismans tied to each tip, dead set on halting his advance. Boom, boom. The chain of talismans detonated, creating a world-shaking explosion. From the heart of the blast, Mook-Hyang's voice emerged, cold as ice. "I don't give a damn who your master is. But you think these pathetic little tricks are enough to hold me back?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a cloyingly sweet fragrance crept into the air. Mook-Hyang paused, his sharp senses instantly screaming danger. This smell? Dream soul powder? They're actually using this low-class vile poison. So it was mixed in with the smoke from the explosions. He snorted coldly as energy surged from his dantian, scattering the toxic cloud with a single palm strike. Keep hiding. You little rat. Let's see how long you can hide when I level this entire forest. With that, Mook-Hyang unleashed his true energy, flattening a huge swath of the woods with a single, heaven-shattering move. Trees fell and the earth was torn asunder. But the enemy was nowhere to be seen. It turned out the assassin, Ryong, had been holding his breath the entire time. Concealed within a single remaining thicket of thorns, Ryong broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the true power of the Lord of the Phantom Realm? He's 10,000 times stronger than the intel suggested. If I had been better prepared, I'd still have a fighting chance. But now, damn it. Did that bastard just send me here as a sacrificial pawn? But once you accept a mission, there's no backing out. When an assassin makes their move, it ends in either life or death. In just the blink of an eye, Mook-Hyang locked onto his aura. Found you. You sewer rat! His form shot forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. His power absolutely terrifying. Ryong's heart hammered against his ribs. Even poisoned, he's still the Lord of the Phantom Realm. If I get within his range, I'll be pulverized. In that case, I'll have to bet my life on the traps I've laid. As the thought crossed his mind, the two powers clashed with a heaven-shaking force, splitting the ground beneath them into a spider web of cracks. But the outcome of their collision left even Mook-Hyang himself stunned. This bastard. Has the dream soul powder weakened my chi this much? Seeing his chance, Ryong cackled. Now that you're in my death formation, even you, the Lord of the Phantom Realm, won't escape with your life. It was a bit of a struggle, but in the end, the objective has been met. All of a sudden, a wave of deadly earth ki shot up from the ground, slamming right into Ryong. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way, how could he attack from that far away? Ryong had fatally underestimated him. Mook-Hyang erupted from the ground, his voice laced with mockery. And here I thought a so-called assassin wouldn't be naive enough to fall for such a simple trick. At that very moment, hearing that their leader was in danger, all the top masters under his command rushed to the scene. The Plague King, who led them, dropped to one knee and asked urgently, "My lord, have we found any trace of the Vice Lord? Have you found any trace of the cult leader?" "Not yet, sir. This trap is too sophisticated. It's going to take some time." Hearing this, the man snapped. "Don't you dare stop. Keep turning over every inch of this land for me. Find the cult leader at all costs." Just then, Vice Cult Leader Ryong let out a sneer, his voice dripping with mockery. "Too bad for your innocent little subordinates. That trap was designed specifically for Old Man Hang. Wasn't it?" Seeing him rambling, a guard couldn't help but shout, "Shut your mouth, you don't have permission from a superior to speak." But this only made Ryong even more smug. "I'm guessing Old Man Hang is probably buried under that landslide over there." Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes blazed with fury, radiating killing intent. "You're getting too noisy. Say one more word, and don't blame my blade for being blind." Yet Ryong remained completely unfazed. "What's wrong? You don't even dare to avenge your own master?" Just then, Muji stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. "The only reason your worthless life is spared is because I want to squeeze the whole truth out of you. Don't mistake it for mercy." An icy aura emanated from him as he growled each word at Ryong. "I'm in no rush. But when the time is right, your head will definitely no longer be on your shoulders." Ryong smirked. "An assassin who let himself get captured? You must be so humiliated you have to resort to empty threats. Is that it?" He continued to provoke them. "So you think I'm just going to obediently spill the beans?" Suddenly, Manhwa couldn't take it anymore. Lunging forward and landing a devastating kick to his gut, Muji gave a cold command. "Watch him carefully. Don't let him pull any stupid tricks." Meanwhile, elsewhere, two shadowy figures were secretly observing every move of Hang's faction. Just as I thought. They haven't sent John Ryong to the afterlife yet. Those guys have some brains. They probably won't act rashly. "Do you think any more trouble will arise?" the other man replied nonchalantly. "I don't care. My objective has already been achieved. Shouldn't we still confirm if Hyan is alive or has kicked the bucket? That doesn't matter either. As long as we buy enough time for cult leader Inhuman to get a grip on the demonic cult, this game is over. If we also clean up the western branch, then even if Hang survives, he'll be nothing but a leader in name only." completely isolated and powerless. How could he possibly turn the tables then? The day the entire martial world bows at the feet of cult leader Inyan is very near. The scene shifts to the demonic cult's headquarters, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Standing before a magnificent estate, Inyan smiled triumphantly. John Ryong has played the part I gave him perfectly. If Hang really dies this time, things will be much simpler. But what I truly desire has always been nothing more than my own bottomless greed. Soon, the entire martial world will have to bow and scrape at the heels of the heavenly demon divine cult. Under his might, among the heavily shackled prisoners, a familiar face appeared. It was young R, the man who had fought a fierce battle with him just the other day, now sharing the same fate in chains. Just then, Sokyeon spoke coldly. "Father, why are you and the elders just standing there like statues? It seems your ambition to seize the throne hasn't cooled down yet. Are you hesitating?" Inyan smirked, but immediately bowed his head. How would this subordinate dare to have other thoughts? "Grand cult leader, I merely feel pity for your precious son, which is why my heart is a little troubled." The old cult leader glanced over, a chill radiating from him, and then he too began to question. The foundation of the heavenly demon divine cult was built on the blood and bones of the supreme powerhouses. A coward who fled from the front lines has no right to sit on the cult leader's throne. Hearing this, Inyan burst out laughing. As expected of the grand cult leader, to say something so profound. But the Black Slaughter demonic emperor, isn't he that kind of person too? Hyang Sok Y, however, believed that, as long as the relationship with that guy didn't crack, the world would only think your ascension was a bit rushed. At that moment, Inyan's smile became even more sinister. "Is it because of that trivial reason that you still haven't acknowledged me?" Before the joy could settle, a group of men radiating killing intent appeared in the distance. Then, it seems I was worrying for nothing. The entire force of the Black Slaughter demonic emperor is about to be crushed to dust by my heavenly demon bloodsword squad. Faced with Inyan's confidence, the old cult leader just snorted coldly. "Very well. I will watch with wide eyes to see if you can crawl your way onto that throne you so desperately covet." However, Jiang Inyan seemed to have no love for this elder. His face darkened in an instant, his teeth grinding together with an unconcealable hatred. The moment Elder Yoon turned to leave and deal with the Shanxi branch's patrol, a venomous thought flashed through his mind. Soon enough, that seat will be mine. When that time comes, this twisted fate between us should finally end. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, in another location, Ma Hoa's figure darted hastily through the city's alleys. She stopped before a small, secluded house and stepped inside. Her gaze immediately falling upon a heavily injured figure, she asked worriedly, "Will doing this really be okay?" Vice sect leader Hang, despite his injuries, replied calmly, "You've worked hard, thanks to your act." All of them were completely fooled. The bound assassin growled, his eyes filled with resentment. "What kind of trick did you use to escape with your life? Weren't you already caught in my trap?" Hang smirked. "I only pretended to fall into your trap before secretly slipping away. Did you really think that childish snare of yours was enough to hold me?" Ma Hoa turned to the old man beside her and asked in astonishment, "Senior, when was this plan devised?" The old man smiled and replied, "The vice sect leader and I only discussed it recently." The old man's memory returned to that conversation. He had asked, "You mean Jiang Inyan's lackeys are monitoring the vice sect leader?" Hang nodded. "That's right. It's obvious from the things that have happened to me lately. However, it seems he still doesn't know that his tail has been spotted. I'm truly curious to see what trick he'll pull next." The old man suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, "So these assassins were sent by Jiang Inyan? Or, perhaps, we could turn the tables and use them to set a trap for Jiang Inyan?" Hang's eyes lit up, signaling the old man to continue. "We'll pretend to stay in a remote location, not too far from their sight. At that point, Jiang Inyan's faction will surely see it as a golden opportunity to make a move on the vice sect leader. When the time is right, we just need to spread the news that the vice sect leader has been successfully assassinated. Sooner or later, this information will reach Jiang Inyan's ears." The plan sounded absolutely perfect, so Hang immediately nodded in approval. Back in the present, the assassin had heard the entire story. He realized he had been caught in a trap from the very beginning. Hang looked at him, his tone casual. "In the end, You landed right in the palm of my hand. But I have to admit, your skills aren't bad. If you had run into some other small fry tonight instead of me, you probably would have gotten away. The assassin roared. Cut the fake pleasantries. Stop mocking me. If you're going to kill me, then just do it. Hearing this, Hang spoke again with a strangely sincere tone. I'm not joking at all. I genuinely respect your abilities. Since things have come to this, why don't you come work for me? The assassin's eyes went wide, unable to believe his ears. You want to recruit the man who just tried everything to kill you as a subordinate? Are you insane? Contrary to the man's surprise, Hang just shrugged. And why not? Nothing in this world is truly impossible. Just think about it. After failing repeatedly, do you think you still have a place in the world of assassins? Besides, when a mission fails, the one who hired you is likely the first person who will come back to silence you. But if you join my side, wouldn't you have countless opportunities to take my life whenever you wish? That statement struck the assassin's mind like a hammer blow, forcing him to reconsider. Hang continued. This way, you would no longer be a failure. Not an assassin who failed his mission, but one who is steadfast and determined to complete his objective to the very end, no matter the cost. Isn't this a mutually beneficial deal? It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. I need someone like you to keep things from getting boring. Standing nearby, Manhwa and the old man could only shake their heads in exasperation at the vice sect leader's unconventional method of recruitment. The old man just chuckled wryly. Hang said no more, simply waiting with a calm demeanor. Well, what's your decision? The assassin remained silent for a long time, a silence as heavy as lead, weighing life against death. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Do I have any other choice? I accept. From now on, I will follow all of your arrangements. Hang smiled and stood up abruptly. Excellent. In that case, your past ends here. Get ready immediately. We have a very long road ahead of us. With that said, he turned to his two confidants and ordered, It's time to pay a visit to the trash that dares to target me. What are you still standing there for? In the dead of night, dozens of phantom-like figures glided silently, closing in on the city gates. Ahead is the Shaanxi branch. What are our orders? The second in command said nothing, merely giving a cold wave of his hand. Instantly, the pack of hungry wolves charged forward, ready to tear their target to shreds. The city gate shattered into countless splinters. The leader suddenly froze. Inside was a scene of chaos, with belongings strewn about as if a bloody battle had just taken place. A subordinate reported, Boss, there's not a single soul here. The leader gritted his teeth. Damn it. Could they have sniffed us out and already fled? Wait. Something's very strange. If that Mook-Hyang guy is dead, the Shaanxi branch, which was an alliance between the Heavenly Emperor's Wind Guest clan and the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, should have immediately fractured into two mortal enemies. Logically speaking, they should be at each other's throats by now. And yet, that bastard fled as if he saw everything coming. Where in the world could he have run to? The leader's eyes darted everywhere, a sense of unease beginning to creep into his mind. Meanwhile, at the 100,000 Great Mountains, the defensive line was heavily guarded. A guard nudged his comrade. Senior, do you feel the ground shaking strangely? The torch. The torch is also flickering erratically. The other man yawned widely. Are your eyes playing tricks on you already? It's just the wind. You don't actually think an enemy would dare to sneak in here, do you? The seated guard remained dismissive, paying it no mind. You're such a coward. The righteous faction is always yapping about leveling this place. But has the 100,000 Great Mountains ever been breached? So stop talking nonsense and focus on your watch. Before he could even finish his sentence, a dry thud echoed as an arrow pierced the guard's throat. Before he could even fall, a massive blade emerged from the darkness and tore through his comrade's chest. Qian Wei stepped coldly from the shadows, his elite army behind him. The outer defenses of the 100,000 Great Mountains are pathetically lax. The captain on duty today will surely pay the price. Purge them all. At his command, the dark figures swarmed out like a flash flood. He signaled to the archers. Fire the signal. Begin the assault. A flaming arrow shrieked through the air, tearing apart the silent night. Instantly, from below, countless figures who had been lying in ambush surged forward. The order has been given. Follow the secret path and strike a fatal blow straight into the heart of the demonic cult. At the same time, deep within the demonic city, Jiang Inyan spoke lazily. How is the righteous faction doing now? His trusted subordinate, walking behind him, bowed and reporting to the cult leader. Okay, Qianhak has fallen into our hands. They are like a snake, without a head. The martial arts alliance will have to make a move sooner or later. The corner of Jiang Inyan's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk. A bunch of blockheads. In a critical moment like this, they need to strike decisively. Yet they hesitate. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion from outside echoed, interrupting his thoughts. What was that? Who dares to cause a disturbance? A brilliant streak of light flared up from the outskirts of the city. It was the signal from the number 1 outpost. A figure rushed frantically from the distance, his voice strained with panic. Cult leader, what should we do? The situation is critical. The commotion was so great, it even disturbed the grand cult leader, Han Sok-yeon, forcing him to emerge from his seclusion. In the middle of the night, who dares to disturb this sacred ground? Cult leader Jiang Inyan. Explain to this old man what is happening. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger, piercing straight through Jiang Inyan. A bunch of rabble dares to invade the 100,000 Great Mountains, a place that has been inviolable for the past 1,000 years? You should know the consequences of such negligence. Shouldn't you? Jiang Inyan was boiling with rage but didn't dare to talk back. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his resentment. Asterisk. Detestable old man. Asterisk. Asterisk. Did he come here just to pick a fight with me? Asterisk. He quickly bowed his head, his voice full of respect. Please calm your anger. Grand cult leader. This subordinate will personally go out and quell the disturbance immediately. Just then, a voice, clear yet bone-chillingly cold, echoed from the distance. With just you think you can quell this disturbance? Hyang, clad in black, stood tall atop the fortress wall. It's been a while. Sect leader Jiang Inyan. Have you been well? Everyone. Charge, break through this wall and we'll reach the main hall. Coordinate with the Heavenly Wolf squad that's already inside. Cover the vice sect leader. At the same time, Seimuji roared, commanding his soldiers, all units. Attack. Stop them at all costs. Do not let them enter the inner sanctum. The order was given. And the two sides clashed with a deafening clang of steel and earth-shattering war cries. Commanders, hold the line. Use all your strength to push back the enemy. Protect the headquarters at any cost. Back to the confrontation above. Hyang was completely unfazed. Oh, is it customary for the small fry to warm up before the leaders clash? Or perhaps, we're just helping you get rid of some dead weight? With that, Hyang leaped down, landing as lightly as a falling leaf right in front of Jiang Inyan. Asterisk, he. Asterisk, damn it. Why now? I can't believe I have to face him right here. Asterisk, the Grand Elder, Han Sok-yeon, finally spoke slowly. Hyang, it has been a long time. So you are the one leading an army into our sacred grounds? Hyang replied courteously. The Grand Elder is as well as ever. I have some important matters to discuss with sect leader Jiang Inyan, which is why I've taken the liberty of visiting at this hour. The old man simply crossed his arms, his gaze profound. It seems the internal turmoil of the demonic cult has yet to end. Jiang Inyan's trusted subordinate stood behind him, grinding his teeth as he glared at Hyang. Asterisk. If we let him keep up this display of power, how are we supposed to stop him now? Asterisk. Asterisk. I have to get this old man on my side. No matter what. Asterisk. Thinking this, Jiang Inyan raised his voice, intentionally speaking loud enough for Han Sok-yeon to hear. He dared to conspire with outsiders to attack our headquarters. Grand Elder. This act is blatant treason and a violation of the cult's laws. Han Sok-yeon's gaze immediately shifted to Hyang, scrutinizing him. Hyang, is what Jiang Inyan says true? Hyang calmly replied. I merely took in those abandoned by the Imperial court. They are not outsiders. In other words, I have not broken any rules. Han Sok-yeon nodded, his expression unreadable. Indeed, according to the cult's laws, as long as there is no interference from outside the cult, the Council of Elders will not intervene in internal power struggles. That is our doctrine. The old man stepped forward gently, placing a hand on Jiang Inyan's shoulder. I will stand here and observe. Vice sect leader. Then he looked at them both, his voice echoing. And, according to the supreme law of the demonic cult, the strongest rules is, whoever wins this fight will be the new sect leader. The old man suddenly burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, while the blue-haired guy who was just talking big now looked pale as a ghost. Hastily trying to explain himself, Hyang. Listen to me. I was just following sect leader Jiang Inyan's orders. Did you forget the ironclad command of the heavenly demon god cult? While the guy was still running his mouth, a hand radiating dark demonic energy and thick killing intent silently approached from behind. Inyan unleashed a black-killing demonic art palm strike that enveloped both the man and Hyang. A world-shaking explosion erupted. But sadly for him, it was nothing more than a tickle to our hero. On the contrary, it only sent the loudmouth to the afterlife. Hyang glanced at the old man, a sinister smile spreading across his face. You people are truly a ruthless bunch. After finishing off his own subordinate, the old man turned on his heel and used his lightness skill to flee, thinking to himself, I knew he wouldn't go down that easily. I didn't expect to face him this soon. But I absolutely cannot surrender. This is an internal matter of the demonic cult. There must still be a way out. Suddenly, a bottomless abyss appeared before him, and Hyang had already blocked his path from behind. He spoke in a cold voice. Is this the best place you could find for your grave? The old man showed no fear, instead turning back with a sneer. Did you think you ended up here by accident? Hyang was startled and instinctively dodged to the side. Whoosh! A giant axe tore through the air at incredible speed. Immediately after, a massive foot descended from the heavens. Boom! The ground shook. Inyan looked on triumphantly at the massive, muscle-bound monsters surrounding Hyang. Allow me to introduce you to the Jiangshi that I have spent decades of painstaking effort to create. They are all made from the bodies of once glorious overlords. My research. This is my life's masterpiece. With that, he roared and commanded the horde of undead to charge all at once. Receiving the order from their master, they shrieked and swarmed towards Hyang like a tidal wave. Despite their massive frames, their speed was terrifyingly fast. And Hyang smirked. The fruit of decades of research. Huh? He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his body blurring as he effortlessly glided through the horde of zombies in the blink of an eye. He left a cut as thin as a thread on each one. A slice so clean it was unbelievable. Hit by the single strike. Their bodies split in two in perfect unison. Hyang looked at the old man and sneered. You've wasted all your effort for nothing. At that moment, absolute terror appeared on Inyan's face, his pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead. Impossible. Even my invincible zombies are no match for Hyang. Backed into a corner, Inyan went all out, roaring as he launched himself forward. Throwing a punch straight at Hyang's face, he easily blocked the blow, stood before the old man, and asked, How does it feel when everything turns its back on you? Feeling hopeless, or perhaps the feeling of utter powerlessness? As he finished speaking, Hyang thrust his sword straight through the man's chest, causing him to cough up blood, or maybe the feeling of free falling from the ninth heaven straight to hell. Huh? The old man staggered at the cliff's edge, his body broken, his breathing heavy, unsure how much longer he could stand. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. Why? Why you and not me? I've strived my entire life for that sect leader's throne. For that throne, I let countless people walk all over me. To become stronger, I resorted to any means necessary, stopping at no evil deed. But what about you? You care for nothing but martial arts. And you've never had any ambition to conquer the martial world, Hyang whispered just loud enough for himself to hear. How troublesome, then looked up and retorted. With your pathetic level of skill, you dare dream of becoming the leader of the heavenly demon cult? You're only good at hiding behind your cheap dark arts and petty curses. Look at yourself. Are you any different from a hunting dog? His words hitting a nerve. Inyan was speechless as the internal energy in his body erupted violently. Hyang. You damn bastard. Seeing this, Hyang didn't bother with more words, swinging his sword for a final, decisive blow. The old man lost his balance, his body toppling backward, plummeting into the bottomless abyss. Inyan screamed in his mind. It can't be. My dream is still unfulfilled. I can't die in this godforsaken place. My ambition. Hyang stood silently on the cliff, gazing down into the bottomless abyss where the old man had fallen, letting out a soft sigh. In that moment, memories of a time when he fought side by side with his brothers came flooding back, one by one. He had sent every single one of them to their graves with his own hands. Hyang looked up at the blue sky, feeling that this long, arduous journey had finally come to an end. Just as he was savoring a rare moment of peace, a figure appeared from behind. It was Chai, reporting to the vice sect leader. "So this is where you were." Hyang recognized the newcomer and asked, "Is that you? What's the status of the battle?" The man replied respectfully, "Sir, our side has won a great victory, caught in a surprise attack. The enemy had no time to react, so victory came to us quite easily. Furthermore, I have tracked down the whereabouts of that person. He is currently imprisoned in the Black Prison." The scene shifts to this hell on earth. The air thick with the stench of blood, littered with countless torture devices and decaying skeletons. Hyang spoke to a figure with snow-white hair. "Long time no see." The exhausted man looked up. "Who is it? I didn't expect it to be you." "Have you come to end our old feud?" Hyang replied coldly. "Han Dongru, you look truly pathetic," the man said bitterly. "My internal energy is crippled, so of course my appearance has reverted to my true age. You find it hilarious, don't you?" Hyang got straight to the point. "Why did you betray me back then?" Dongru answered. "Didn't I make everything clear when we fought? I simply couldn't stand your arrogance and conceit." Hyang pressed again. "Is that the only reason?" The man was silent for a long moment before speaking. "If I said, it was because I was jealous of your talent, would you believe me? Can you believe it?" Hyang smirked. "The once great leader of the Heavenly Demon cult was jealous of me?" The man replied. "Before I became the sect leader, I too was once known as the god of war. So it's only natural to feel jealous of someone even more outstanding. But in the end, I realized my choice was a mistake. After backstabbing you, all I was left with was an endless, unfillable void. That's why I handed over all military authority to you, and then faced a weaponless Kang Inyan myself. Can I ask you for one last favor? Use your own sword to grant me a clean death? If you refuse, I'll have to ask Hyukoke." Hyang looked him straight in the eye. "You don't want to live anymore?" The man replied. "I don't want to drag out this wretched existence for another second. A tiger is only happy when it can live like a tiger. Please, let me die like one, and keep my last shred of dignity." After hearing this, Hyang granted his request. Later, in the city square, countless cult members stood in perfect formation. Hyang stood on a high platform, his voice booming. "Oh, demons of the heavenly demonic cult, we have shed so much blood and tears to reach this moment. But from this moment on, under the new heavenly demon, we will all become one. I perform this ceremony to unify the will of all of you. Let us drain this cup of wine together, so that our wills may merge as one, not in body, but in spirit." Everyone raised their cups in unison, drained them in a single gulp, and then knelt as one, chanting in a single voice, "We bow to the supreme heavenly demon god. Please illuminate the world with your aura." A blinding light enveloped everyone. At the same time, at the base of the Asura blood cult, the elders were sitting in a circle, maintaining a strange formation. In the center was an iron cage, and inside it, a giant tiger named Sama Yo was imprisoned. The vice sect leader standing outside spoke up. "So you're awake? Your recovery speed is truly impressive. Kang Inyan. Turns out this guy hadn't kicked the bucket after all. You're lucky our men were near the downstream of the river at that time. Otherwise, that little life of yours would have been hard to save." Inyan stood up and growled. "The Asura blood cult has always been at odds with the demonic cult. Why would you save someone like me?" The other man smirked. "Because I feel that you could become our ally. Someone who harbors such a deep hatred for Mook-Hyang like you most certainly can." His nerve struck. Inyan snapped. So what? What can you guys even do? Weren't you also unable to take Mook-Hyang's life?" The man sneered. "Taking his life? No, but making him completely vanish from this world is another matter entirely." With that, he ordered his subordinate below, "Execute the Ink Spirit Corpse Division art." Immediately, the candles blazed, and a violent whirlwind suddenly swirled around the tiger's cage. The blindfolded man muttered in a mysterious language, and with every word he spoke, the light within the circle grew even more dazzlingly bright. Inyan stood there, stunned by the scene before him. The tiger in the iron cage seemed to be enduring extreme torture. Its roars echoing thunderously. A flash of light erupted. The recent chaos instantly dissipated. And the tiger vanished as well. Inyan's eyes widened in shock. How did the tiger in the cage disappear? Maum smiled faintly. What do you see? Kang Inyan? Care to join us in making Mook-Hyang disappear? At the 100,000 Mountains, the heavenly demonic cult. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. As Manhwa rushed to find the sect leader, she asked frantically. The meeting started a long time ago. What are you still doing in there? Hearing no response. She pushed the door and burst right in. But as the door creaked open, the room was completely empty. Manhwa's face turned pale, and all strength left her body. Sect leader Mook-Hyang had vanished. Outside the capital, in a small eatery, in a bustling neighborhood, two people were having a meal. The man across the table asked, "Hey, have you heard any rumors about Iron Prison Mountain? That's the burial place of the great hero Guhua, right?" "That's the one. I hear a lot of strange things have been happening there lately. Every night on the mountain, there are no screams, but a troop of soldiers in bizarre attire marches by. Aren't they martial artists? It is the tomb of the great hero Guhua. After all, they must be planning to get something from there. Whether it's a treasure or a secret martial arts manual, it's best not to get involved. Ordinary people like us should just stay away." Their conversation was overheard by Hyang from behind. Night fell on Iron Nest Mountain. The forest filled with a blood-red mist as a light footstep approached. Hyang whispered, "The killing intent here is so thick. It's not normal at all. I thought it would be hard to detect. But something is definitely very wrong." From behind, a rabbit with glowing red eyes stared intently at Hyang, as if controlled by an unseen force. In another corner of the forest, an old man held a talisman depicting the rabbit, revealing he was the one controlling it. "Hyang has entered our sect's territory, and he's heading towards the formation," Inyan said from the side. "He always relies on his strength to bully the weak, completely letting his guard down. Then our plan will go even more smoothly." Mayo replied, "Everything is ready. We can begin at any moment. Stop wasting time. Let's go greet him." At that moment, where Hyang stood, a sky full of glowing motes appeared as massive staves stabbed into the ground around him. Immediately after, a circle of people appeared. Surrounding Hyang, they began to cast the dark art, the great Luo blood web formation. Hyang remained calm, watching and waiting for their next move. Suddenly, living corpses and heavenly spirit zombies crawled up from the ground. Hyang might have realized the plot against him, but he was still too green. In the blink of an eye, he wiped out the horde of monsters without a trace. Using the great heavenly demon Luo formation to enhance the zombies' killing intent is a good idea. But I'm a demonic cultivator who specializes in demonic arts. You're just playing right into my hands. This formation will be broken," he said, then rushed towards a nearby staff, delivering a straight slash. Easier than I thought. My sword was deflected. At that moment, a group of people was teleporting in from behind. This was supposed to be easier than I thought. How was my sword deflected? From behind, a group of people began to approach. "It's rare to see you struggle like this," Mayo said, coldly. "I'm extremely curious to see what you'll be like when you fall into the abyss of despair." Hyang was stunned to see them. "Jiang Injion. Samayo. So you're not dead after all." He gave a faint smile, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "This time, you have no chance of escape." He clasped his hands together, his voice droning out an incantation. Ink Spirit Corpse Division Technique. 4 zombies charged at Hyang from 4 directions. Hyang thought to himself, "I've never seen this formation before. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to end this quickly. No time to waste. I'll shatter this formation in a single blow." Inyan pointed his hand straight at Hyang, his words cutting like a blade. "You can't dream of escaping my grasp." A powerful force constricted Hyang, forbidding him from moving. "Just obediently accept your fate." Too bad for them, because Hyang possessed the protagonist's aura. That aura was now shining more brilliantly than ever. "Do you take me for a joke?" A sudden, intense surge of spiritual power erupted, causing the two villains' faces to change as they fell silent, their eyes filled with disbelief at what was happening before them. Hyang swiftly moved past the zombies, leaving deep slashes in their flesh, then charged straight for Mayo. His mouth was still silently chanting an incantation, but in the blink of an eye, the sword was at his face. Suddenly, Hyang's body vanished into thin air. The two villains let out a soft sigh of relief. It's over. He vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, a naked Hyang was in freefall through the sky, crashing to the ground. He dazedly wondered what just happened. Why did he suddenly plummet from the sky without a chance to even breathe? His landing created a massive shockwave, and as the dust settled, it revealed a ripped physique that would make anyone swoon. What is going on? This has to be some kind of illusion. Hyang was startled when he saw something appear before his eyes. A colossal dragon was soaring through the sky. What the hell? Is that a legendary dragon? Hyang wondered just where in the world he was. And that's where the video ends. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you in the next one.